Chapter 258. As soon as the person landed, Yun Xiong and the other elders stood up and greeted him. Greetings, Elder Xiao. This person was Wooden Flag Peak's previous elder, Xiao Songlin. He was the most powerful existence in Wooden Flag Peak and one of the strongest people in the Purple Sky sect. Xiao Songlin waved his hand and said, "No need. I'm just here to join in the fun and see my disciple bring glory to our Wooden Flag Peak." "Master, you've come out of seclusion. Come sit with me," Mu Huai said respectfully when he arrived in front of Xiao Songlin. He was very happy in his heart. He never thought that his master would actually come to see Ling Xiao take the test. "There's no need for that. I'll just sit with Muin," Xiao Songlin said and walked toward Muin, who came up to him. Ling Xiao, who was on the assessment stage, quickly walked over and greeted Xiao Songlin. "Ling Xiao greets Grandmaster. Good child. Not bad. You have courage. Today, you will take the test well and let our Wooden Flag Peak show off," Xiao Songlin said as he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder kindly. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "I will not disappoint the Grandmaster's expectations." "All right, don't be late. Go take the test," Xiao Songlin said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Not far away, Ruchong looked at Xiao Songlin's sudden appearance and felt a sense of stage fright. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this kid to be so popular in Wooden Flag Peak. However, it's impossible for him to step on me." Ling Xiao returned to his seat, and Nangong Changle announced the start of the test. "Elders, please," Ling Xiao said politely to Ruchong. In reality, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Watch carefully. Today, I will let you see what a true third-rank alchemist is." Ruchong snorted and a dark green cauldron appeared in his hand. This large cauldron was engraved with spirit patterns. It looked very profound and difficult to understand, and it was also emitting a strong fire element aura. Around it, there were illusions that were like snakes, giving people a very heavy and strange feeling. This was impressively a 4th-tier medicinal cauldron. Upper 4th rank green python cauldron. Looks like Junior Brother is serious this time. Nangong Changle's eyes shook as he immediately recognized the cauldron in Zhu Ruchong's hand. This green serpent cauldron was one of the relics left behind by Nangong Changle's master. This cauldron was bestowed to his junior brother Zhu Ruchong by Nangong Changle's master. Even he, Nangong Changle, was only a 4th-tier intermediate tier cauldron. This medicine cauldron was infinitely close to the 5th level, and it could effectively prevent the spiritual grass essence from overflowing, as well as improve the quality of the pill. He rarely used this green python cauldron when he was refining pills for others. This time, in order to compete with Ling Xiao, he actually used it. It could be seen how much importance he placed on this match. Zhu Ruchong took out his medicine cauldron and didn't waste any more words. Stalks of spiritual grass appeared in his hands, and he ruthlessly threw them into the cauldron at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, his hands shot out fiery palms that fluctuated in size, causing the cauldron to quickly be filled with a strong medicinal effect. 18 burning flame palms. As more and more spiritual grass was thrown in, Zhu Ruchong gave a loud shout, and his hands shot out mysterious palm shadows. His speed once again increased by a level, causing people to be dazzled by his movements. Yang Un, who was not far away, had a complicated expression flash across his face as he murmured, "I didn't expect Junior Brother Zhu to be able to shoot out 16 palms at once. It looks like his fire control technique has already surpassed mine." Chao Nanxian, who was beside Yang Un, stared unblinkingly at Zhu Ruchong's movements, silently memorizing them in his mind. "It's been a long time since I've personally seen Elder Zhu refine pills. I didn't expect his palm techniques to be so proficient. I'm sure that our sect will soon have another 4th-tier alchemist," Yun Xiong said with a smile. Even though Zhu Ruchong had done many unsightly things, he was still a 3rd-tier alchemist. Otherwise, Yun Xiong would have taught him a lesson long ago. "Yes, this is all thanks to the sect master," Su Jiannan said respectfully. "I just don't know if that kid Ling Xiao will give us another surprise. I heard that he's not even 20 years old yet, but Tianbin is even stronger than Chao Nanxian," Yun Xiong said, changing the topic to Ling Xiao. He had been paying attention to Ling Xiao the entire time and found that the kid was abnormally calm, and there seemed to be a faint smile on his face. This time, before Su Jiannan could say anything, Yin Mengqi, who was standing beside Yin Xiong, interrupted, "Father, I believe that he will definitely give you an unexpected surprise." Yin Xiong looked at Yin Mengqi in surprise, then laughed. "It seems that you have a lot of confidence in him." Su Yi, who was behind Su Jiannan, also said, "Sister Mingqi has always been very accurate in judging people." When Yin Mingqi heard this, she didn't say anything else. Her beautiful eyes were tightly fixed on Ling Xiao, and Bing Ruoshui, who was beside her, did the same. 6 hours quickly passed, and no one left the scene. They were still closely watching Zhu Ruchong, who was refining the spirit herbs. This time, Zhu Ruchong's refinement was very successful. Out of more than 100 spirit herbs, only 5 or 6 were lost. Compared to normal times, this was the least amount of waste. Zhu Ruchong glanced at Ling Xiao, who had yet to refine the pill, and sneered. He then swallowed 2 pills and threw a 3rd-level beast pill into the cauldron. How did that kid from Mu Chiefing come back? The elders have already reached the step of refining the beast pill, but that kid still hasn't made a move. I think he wants to watch the elders refine the pill before refining it. That might be the case. After all, he's still so young. Let's see how the elders refine it first so that we can have a better chance. The surrounding deacons saw that Ling Xiao hadn't started and couldn't help but lower their heads to discuss a few more words. Not far away, Hua Xiaogui was waiting expectantly for Ling Xiao to refine the pill. In front of him was an outstanding beauty, Wu Xixue of the Jade Spring Pavilion. "Xiao Shui, do you think boss can refine a 3rd-grade pill?" Hua Xiaogui asked softly. He saw that Wu Xixue was completely focused on Ling Xiao and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "Don't you believe in him?" Wu Xixue asked. "This. Of course I believe in boss." Hua Xiaogui scratched his head awkwardly. "Isn't that enough?" Wu Xixue replied indifferently. Hua Xiaogui sighed in his heart. "Boss, Xiao Shui is still thinking of you." In the next moment, Wu Xixue's voice sounded again. "You have to reach the 3rd grade as soon as possible." Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Definitely. I will definitely reach it as soon as possible." At the same time, the charming Yu Laiyan was also paying attention to Ling Xiao. She ignored the greedy gazes of her senior and junior brothers behind her and murmured, "Junior brother, do your best. As your senior sister's man, you can't lose to that annoying old man." In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. With a loud sound from the cauldron, Ruchong had finally finished refining the pill. Ruchong let out a breath and wiped away his sweat. He then took out 2 pills to recover his spiritual energy. "Ruchong has finished refining the pill. What pill did you refine?" Yin Xiong asked from his seat. Ruchong glanced at Ling Xiao and then said to Yin Xiong, "Sect leader, I refined a top 3rd-grade pill, the Spirit Breakthrough Pill." "Spirit Breakthrough Pill?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a strange smile when he heard this. It just so happened that he was caught by Ruchong. Ruchong sneered and then said to everyone in a clear voice, "The Spirit Breakthrough Pill can raise a high-level mystic disciple to a low-level spirit master. It can also raise any spirit master by 1 level. Senior brother, please appraise it for me." Nangong Changle gently waved his hand, and the pill in Ru Chang's hand flew into his. Nangong Changle carefully looked at it and said, "This pill is a fire attribute spirit breakthrough pill. Its color is excellent, and it should be able to display 80% of its medicinal effects. It's very good." "Good, as expected of Elder Zhu. If you can refine more of these pills, our sect will have many more core disciples," Yin Xiong praised. The Spirit Breakthrough Pill was indeed a top-grade 3rd-grade pill. If they could refine it in large quantities, who knew how many spirit masters they could produce? It was no wonder that Yin Xiong was so happy. "Thank you for the praise, sect leader," Ruchong replied. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said mockingly, "Ling Xiao, since you said that you wanted me to teach you, then you should have seen clearly how I refined the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. As long as you can refine a spirit breakthrough pill, you will be the alchemist's core disciple. At the same time, I will also apologize to you for what happened before and allow you to return to my medicine mountain study. How about it? Ru Chang's words sounded very light, but in reality, they were quite vicious. The spirit breakthrough pill was clearly impossible for a new third-grade alchemist to refine. Even the current Xiao, Nan Xian, might not be able to do it. However, he wanted Ling Xiao to refine the same spirit breakthrough pill as him. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he threw out a temptation. He actually allowed Ling Xiao to return to Medicine Mountain to study. If Ling Xiao agreed, then Ling Xiao would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by everyone. Moreover, Wood Flag Peak would not allow such a disciple with no moral integrity to stay. Ru Chang's intentions could be said to be vicious. He did this to destroy Ling Xiao's mental state when it came to refining pills. When Ling Xiao heard these words, he almost burst into laughter. The spirit breakthrough pill might be a top third-grade pill to Ru Chang, but to Ling Xiao, it was an ordinary third-grade pill. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao possessed the mysterious medicine sex pill refining method? The pill recipes recorded there were definitely the most complete and complete. Among the third-grade pills, they were even more precious than the spirit breakthrough pill. Ling Xiao had previously learned from Nangong Changle, but he knew that Nangong Changle's knowledge of pill recipes was far inferior to his own. Thus, even if he left Medicine Mountain now, it would not affect him in the future. Now that Zhu Ruchang had actually invited him to refine the spirit breakthrough pill, Ling Xiao naturally had a way to deal with it. Elder Zhu's ability to refine the spirit breakthrough pill is really not bad, Ling Xiao praised. Then, his expression changed as he said, "However, it seems to me that it is only SOSO." When Ruchang heard Ling Xiao's first sentence, he raised his gaze high and was about to smile in satisfaction. However, when he heard the second sentence, his expression darkened and he immediately shouted, all right, all of you listen. Ling Xiao actually dared to say that my spirit breakthrough pill is only SOSO. I want to see if you can refine the spirit breakthrough pill." Ru Chang's words were very loud, and everyone heard him. A few elders' expressions turned cold, not to mention the attendants. They all felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Chapter 259. The spirit-breaking pill was a high-quality pill no matter what rank 8 sect it was. Not only could it make a high-level Xian disciple suddenly become a spirit master, but it could also make a spirit master rise by a level. Such a pill could definitely greatly increase the strength of the sect. Although sects were mainly measured by the number of king stage cultivators, spirit masters were also the elites of a sect. They were an indispensable core strength. Now that Ling Xiao said such arrogant words in front of a group of elders, he would naturally be displeased by most people. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang In, who was an alchemist, snorted in disdain. Even if he wanted to refine this spirit-breaking pill, it would not be easy, but this kid in front of him did not care about it. How could he be happy? On the side, Chaonan looked at Ling Xiao with a faint bitter smile. No one knew what he was thinking. On the viewing platform, Yun Xiong shook his head and said to Mu Huai, "Elder Mu, this young man still needs to be tempered." Mu Huai laughed dryly and replied, "This kid's temperament is not bad, but he is a little arrogant. When we get back, I will definitely teach this stinking brat a lesson." On the side, the Jade Spring Pavilion's pavilion master Wen Haiyan laughed tenderly. "Sect master, it is not a bad thing for a young man to be a little arrogant. Do you want him to be like us old men who are serious in speech and manner? That will make him lose the drive of a young man." "Sect master, mother is right. Seeing you guys always with a straight face, I am scared." The beautiful and cute Wenkidi, who was behind Wen Haiyan, pouted and said, "Dyer, don't be rude." Wen Haiyan snorted coldly. "Ha, it's fine. Dyer, this is the truth." Yun Xiong laughed happily. "Sect master, that kid is making his move. Let's watch." Mu Huai reminded from the side. Everyone focused their attention on the field again. You've only managed to utilize half of the medicinal properties of such a large pile of spirit herbs. I have to say, Elder Zhu, your decades of perverted alchemy skills are truly too lacking, Ling Xiao said in an extremely contemptuous tone. Ru Chang's face turned green, and his body trembled in anger. If there were not so many people here, he would probably fight Ling Xiao to the death. Yellow female brat, do you only know how to talk? If you have the ability, then refine it. Ru Chang scolded. Then watch carefully, Ling Xiao said as the obsidian cauldron flew out from his space ring. Ding! As soon as the obsidian cauldron landed on the ground, a bright light flashed, and Zhu Ruchang's green serpent cauldron was shaken away. Boom! After the green python cauldron flew out, it actually automatically exploded into pieces. The surrounding people were all shocked by this sudden scene. Luckily, they were all spirit masters and above, so they weren't injured by the fragments that flew out from the explosion. Ru Chang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes widened as he stared at his shattered cauldron. His expression became savage as he leapt towards Ling Xiao. Bastard, you dare to destroy my cauldron? Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He turned around and threw a punch at Ru Chang. Bang! How could Ru Chang be Ling Xiao's opponent? He was immediately pushed back. Your trash cauldron exploded on its own. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. He didn't think that the obsidian cauldron would have such a bad temper. It had just been released, but it had already destroyed someone else's cauldron. Ling Xiao found that he liked the obsidian cauldron more and more. What's going on? Why did Elder Zhu's cauldron explode? Did it break because it was used for too long? What do you know? That's a high-grade cauldron, so how could it break so easily? I heard that it was a relic of Elder Zhu's master. Even a king stage expert wouldn't be able to shatter it. Then why did it explode? You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? I just think that it has something to do with Ling Xiao's cauldron. Everyone was very puzzled by what was happening, and they were all discussing in low voices. Nangong Changle suddenly stood up from his seat and said in shock, Could this be a heaven-grade cauldron? Yang En and Chao Nen looked at Ling Xiao's cauldron, and their gazes couldn't help but burn. Others might not be able to recognize what cauldron Ling Xiao was holding, but Nangong Changle, Yang En, and the others could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao's cauldron wasn't ordinary, and it might even be a legendary heaven-grade cauldron. Although Ru Chang had been sent flying by Ling Xiao, he still didn't give up and once again pounced at Ling Xiao. That cauldron was his most cherished possession, and he had spent a great deal of effort to obtain it from his master. Now that it had exploded, how could he not feel heartache and anger? Enough, it's time for the examination. You're not allowed to cause trouble here. As Zhu Ruchang's senior brother, Nangong Changle naturally couldn't allow Zhu Ruchang to continue losing his composure. With a shout, he raised his hand and immediately restrained Ru Chang. Ling Xiao, you can start refining now. Whoever dares to disturb you, I swear to kill them. Ling Xiao's master, Mu Huai, glanced at Ling Xiao and coldly stared at Ru Chang. Ru Chang shuddered, and the flames on his body immediately extinguished. He continued to glare at Ling Xiao with hatred. Ling Xiao's mouth twitched, and his hands finally began to move. A small pile of spirit herbs appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and he immediately threw them into the cauldron. All the elders on the viewing platform looked at Ling Xiao's actions in confusion. Yin Xiong couldn't help but ask Nangong Changle, Elder Nangong, isn't refining the essence of the spirit herbs one by one? Normally, it's refined like this, Nangong Changle replied. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Ling Xiao. Could it be that this kid has already reached that stage? Wow, it works like this. Just as Yin Xiong was about to say something, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yin Xiong once again looked at Ling Xiao, and with a whoosh, he stood up and looked at the center of the field in shock. The spirit herbs in the medicine cauldron all floated up, and each stalk of spirit herb was like a star rotating nonstop. Ling Xiao's flaming palms were like flying phantoms, and one blue flame after another pounced on the cauldron. The cauldron emitted a series of sizzling sounds, and the spirit herbs that were floating in the air instantly withered under the heat. Then, They turned into bits of rich medicinal essence that dripped into the cauldron. How? How was this possible? Nangong Changle also stood up and stared at what Ling Xiao was doing with a face full of shock. Zhu Ruchong, Yang Un, and Chao Nanxian, the three third-grade alchemists, were also filled with disbelief. Hua Xiaogui, who was not far away, couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss has actually reached the realm of refining medicine into rain. This is really my boss, my god." After saying that, Hua Xiaogui stared at Ling Xiao with a face full of admiration, as if he had seen a naked beauty, full of excitement. Wu Xixue, who was at the side, asked in confusion, "What do you mean by refining medicine into rain?" "Don't be noisy." Hua Xiaogui snorted impatiently at Wu Xixue for the first time and continued to stare at Ling Xiao refining medicine. Wu Xixue stomped her feet, and just as she was about to vent her anger, she saw Hua Xiaogui's meticulous appearance and finally endured it. Ling Xiao had already entered the realm of forgetting himself, and the spirit energy within his body was constantly being drawn out, while the flame shadow palms were constantly being shot out. The speed was countless times faster than Juruchong's. The most surprising thing was the blue flame that shot out from Ling Xiao's palms, which was extremely astonishing. Nangong Changle's old eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, and he muttered, "This is definitely the legendary obsidian cauldron, and that blue flame. Could it be the legendary heavenly fire? Could it be that this kid found some secret realm? Otherwise, how could he become so powerful in such a short period of time?" When Chong Ruchong saw that Ling Xiao was actually able to reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, his expression was one of shock and the other one of disbelief. Refining medicine into rain was a realm that only alchemists who had reached the king stage could use spirit energy to imprison spirit herbs in midair, and then use flames to refine the spirit herbs one by one, turning them into medicine rain that fell into the cauldron. This realm was the symbol of becoming an alchemist grandmaster. This was because normally only a fourth-rank alchemist could reach this realm. Moreover, the requirement for controlling the fire was quite high. Without dozens of years of practice, it was impossible to achieve this. Otherwise, all the spirit herbs would be destroyed. For example, Chong Ruchong knew that even his senior brother, Nangong Changle, didn't dare to do this when he was refining high-level pills. After all, every spirit herb was very precious, and if something went wrong, the loss would be great. However, right now, Ling Xiao had completely overturned his thoughts. He was actually able to reach the realm of refining medicine into rain at the age of not even 20, and with the strength of a middle spiritual master. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely have thought that he was dreaming. Unfortunately, although he wanted to dream, reality was very cruel. The mysterious palm shadows that Ling Xiao struck out were even more complicated and difficult to understand than the 18 burning flame palms he used, and the speed of the fire palms was even faster. It was as if this palm technique had been created for the sake of refining pills. Moreover, feeling the strange nimbleness of the blue flames, Chong Ruchong's heart finally began to waver. He thought, could it be that this kid had some sort of fortuitous encounter? As the shadow flame palms that Ling Xiao struck out became faster and faster, the spirit herbs floating in the air gradually all had their essence extracted and fell into the medicine cauldron. When the last spirit herb had been refined, Ling Xiao quickly threw a beast core into the medicine cauldron, and the blue flames in his hands increased in intensity. Pung pung. The flames burned the walls of the cauldron, and a strange light screen appeared around the medicine cauldron, faintly consolidating the extracted spirit herb essence and the beast core's energy within the medicine cauldron. Now that it was already the final stage, Ling Xiao still didn't show any signs of impatience. His expression was only focused on the medicine cauldron. Suddenly, the beast core's energy within the medicine cauldron was completely refined, and Ling Xiao shouted, "Condense!" Ling Xiao flipped his palms and pressed them down. The spirit power in his body surged like a tide, all of it rushing into the medicine cauldron. Pung! The medicine cauldron let out a muffled groan, and a green light spread out. A dense medicinal fragrance assaulted the nostrils, causing everyone in the surroundings to feel refreshed. What a dense medicinal fragrance! This pill must be of high quality. Isn't it? It's even denser than the pills refined by the elders. I wonder what kind of pill this is. It should also be a spirit break pill. The elders just told him to refine it. Chapter 260. When the green light gradually dissipated, 2 thumb-sized pills appeared in Ling Zhao's hands. For some reason, when Chang Yu saw the pill in Ling Zhao's hand, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as if he had an ominous premonition. He exclaimed in disbelief, This is definitely not a third-grade pill, definitely not. He had originally wanted to refine a top-notch third-grade pill to humiliate Ling Zhao, but now that the other party was able to refine it, how could he believe that this was the truth? Ling Zhao used the bottle to store the pill and looked at Chang Yu with disdain. This is a high-grade wood attribute spirit-breaking pill, and yours is just trash. After saying that, Ling Zhao passed the bottle to the attendant at the side and told him to take it to Nangong Changle to appraise. Nangong Changle took the bottle and glanced at Ling Zhao. Then, he opened the bottle and took out the 2 elixirs to examine them. How is this possible? Nangong Changle looked at the pill and the bottle in shock, his heart filled with bitterness. Elder Nangong, what's wrong? Yun Xiong asked. Old man Nangong, quickly tell me. My disciple's pill should be pretty good, right? Mu Huai asked anxiously. The surrounding elders were all waiting for Nangong Changle to announce the results. Nangong Changle took a deep breath and faintly said, This is a third-grade wood attribute spirit-breaking pill. The quality is excellent, and there are no signs of fatigue. The medicinal effect should be able to reach 100%. As soon as Nangong Changle announced the results, the crowd went into an uproar. As expected of the boss. Hua Xiaoguwei clenched his fists and said excitedly, as if he had a share in Ling Zhao's achievements. Yun Mengqi and Bing Ruoshui, who were standing behind Yun Xiong, revealed a few moving smiles. Yu Laiyan, on the other hand, smiled beautifully and said, as expected of senior sister's man. He did not embarrass senior sister. When the senior and junior brothers behind Yu Laiyan heard this, they all revealed pained expressions. Elder Nangong, are you saying that the spirit-breaking pill refined by Ling Zhao is of a higher grade than the elders? Yun Xiong asked. Nangong Changle smiled bitterly. Even I might not be able to refine such a perfect pill. He is simply a genius in alchemy, no? It should be a ghost. As he said this, Nangong Changle felt a bitter taste in his heart for the first time. This was a disciple of his medicine peak, and a direct disciple at that. Anyone else would have doted on such an outstanding disciple like a treasure. However, he had kicked him out of Medicine Peak. He knew his own pain. Mu Huai's following words made Nangong Chang feel even worse. This is all because Elder Nangong has taught my disciple well, Mu Huai said proudly. The worry in his heart had disappeared without a trace. This child's future will be limitless. Elder Mu, you have to properly teach that kid. Yin Xiong stared at Ling Zhao as he instructed Mu Huai. He then said to Nangong Changle, Elder Nangong, you can announce the results of the examination. Nangong Changle nodded and sighed softly before saying in a clear voice, Ling Zhao has passed the examination to become a successor disciple of the alchemist. Wow! Everyone burst into an uproar when they heard this. The Purple Sky sect had finally welcomed the second successor disciple of the alchemist. The first person to become a successor disciple of the alchemist was naturally Medicine Peak's Chao Nancian. He was also the eldest senior brother who had surpassed Lu Dong and became the first successor disciple of the Medicine Peak when he was around 30 years old. As for Lu Dong, because of his age, although he had become a Tier 3 alchemist, he could not become a successor disciple. Therefore, Ling Zhao was ranked second. He was currently only 19 years old and was still a few months away from turning 20. In the entire Great Northwest, It could be said that Ling Xiao had become a Tier 3 alchemist at such a young age. Moreover, it could be said that he was the only one who could use the method of refining medicine into rain, and at the same time had a 100% success rate in medicinal properties. Even a Tier 4 alchemist like Nangong Changle, who had long been famous, did not have a level like Ling Xiao. When Zhu Ruchong heard this announcement, he staggered and almost fell. This time, he had lost his cauldron and lost all face. His resentment towards Ling Xiao had deepened. This kid's cauldron must be a heaven-ranked divine cauldron. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to use the realm of refining medicine into rain. Moreover, the success rate is so high, the quality is so good, and the flame he used, even if it's not a heaven fire, it must be an earth fire. This little bastard is not worthy of these divine objects. Only I can have them. Zhu Ruchong thought resentfully in his heart. He kept thinking about how he could get rid of Ling Xiao, save his face, and seize the foreign object on Ling Xiao's body. Nangong Changle had someone make 2 spirit-breaking pills and return them to Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao lightly tossed the pill in his hand in disdain and said, "Master, this kind of ordinary pill is for you to distribute to our Wood Flag Peak's junior brothers." After saying that, he threw it towards his master, Mu Huai. Mu Huai quickly caught it and scolded with a smile, "Stinking brat, this is a 3rd-grade spirit-breaking pill. If it were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least a few thousand Xian crystals. Are you becoming arrogant and complacent now that you have some achievements?" Many of the surrounding attendants revealed looks of greed. They all had the wood attribute, and a single spirit-breaking pill could save them many years of bitter cultivation and directly advance to a higher level. However, the high-grade pill in their eyes was only ordinary in Ling Xiao's eyes. This was too much of a blow. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you have become a 3rd-grade alchemist. Who knows how many seniors and experts in front of you are of a higher level than you. In the future, you must guard against arrogance and rashness, work hard, and contribute even more to our sect. If you have time, you can come to my medicine peak at any time. This old man will give you a few pointers." Nangong Changle said to Ling Xiao with the appearance of an elder. Seeing that Ling Xiao had such a rare treasure and such achievements, Nangong Changle regretted choosing his junior brother and giving up on his disciple who had a limitless future. Now, he more or less wanted Ling Xiao to return to his medicine peak, but he couldn't bring himself to do so he could only use his identity to remind Ling Xiao. After all, he was the only 4th-grade alchemist in the Purple Sky sect, and in his opinion, Ling Xiao was only a 3rd-grade alchemist. Without his guidance and the pill formulas he provided, he would probably be stuck at the 3rd-grade alchemist realm for the rest of his life, and it would be difficult for him to become a 4th-grade alchemist. Not only did Nangong Changle understand this point, even Mu Huai, Yun Xiong, and the other elders present understood this point. Mu Huai glanced at Nangong Changle in displeasure, then said to Ling Xiao, "Elder Nangong's words are right. In the future, you should come to Medicine Peak more often." Mu Huai cared for Ling Xiao the most, and he did not want Ling Xiao to be buried in the 3rd grade. As the sect master, Yin Xiong also spoke, "Ling Xiao, although you have been expelled from Medicine Peak, that is not your master Nangong's fault. Even if you are no longer master and disciple, I believe that Elder Nangong would still be very happy to give you pointers. You must not let down the sect and your master's expectations of you. Become a 4th-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed slightly to the crowd, then raised his arrogant head and said to the crowd, "Thank you, Sect Master and Elder Nangong, for your favor." At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, "But I think I don't need Elder Nangong's pointers anymore." Arrogant. Yang Yin and Zhu Ruchong shouted at the same time. Especially Zhu Ruchong, he directly rushed in front of Ling Xiao, pointed at Ling Xiao, and shouted, "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have become a 3rd-grade alchemist. If it wasn't for my senior, how could you have broken through to the 3rd grade? It is your good fortune that my senior can give you pointers. Don't be untactful. Isn't that so? Back then, my senior did his best to train you, and now you are so arrogant. If I had known earlier, our medicine peak would not have taken you in, you ingrate. Yang also pointed at Ling Xiao and scolded in displeasure. The elders present were also a little displeased with Ling Xiao's attitude. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was only a newly advanced third-grade alchemist. How could he be compared to Nangong Changle? Even though Nangong Changle had expelled Ling Xiao from the medicine sect, the fact that he could swallow his pride and say such words showed that he still had a master-disciple relationship with Ling Xiao. The funny thing was that Ling Xiao actually did not appreciate it. Even if my disciple doesn't refine pills, he still has the right to be arrogant. One day, he will surpass all of us. Mu Huai was the first to stand up and speak up for Ling Xiao. It's good for young people to be a little arrogant, Xiao Songlin, who was not far away, chuckled. His voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful. For a moment, no one dared to criticize Ling Xiao. Even Yin Xiong could only laugh dryly and did not say anything. At this moment, Ling Xiao said faintly, "Since none of you believe that I don't need Elder Nangong's guidance, then I will prove it to all of you. Secmaster, please give Ling Xiao a little more time." Once he finished speaking, Ling Xiao turned around and returned to the place where he was refining pills. The surrounding deacons were all discussing in confusion. Does Master Ling still want to refine pills? I don't think so. According to the sect's rules, as long as Ling Xiao can refine a third-grade pill, he can become a true disciple. Then what does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to challenge Elder Nangong? That can't be. Elder Nangong is a fourth-grade alchemist and was once Master Ling's master. How could he dare to challenge Elder Nangong? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Master, Ling Xiao has been away from the sect for more than half a year. I'm sorry for making you worried. I don't have anything good to show my filial piety to you. Today, I will refine a pill for Master as a token of my sincerity. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Huai and said lightly. Although Mu Huai did not teach him much, Ling Xiao could feel Mu Huai's care and concern from the beginning. Ling Xiao knew that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. At the same time, he wanted everyone in Medicine Peak to know that driving him, Ling Xiao, out of Medicine Peak was the biggest mistake of their lives. He wanted everyone in Medicine Peak to feel regret, especially Zhu Ruchang. He wanted Zhu Ruchang to understand that although he was a kind person, he would not allow others to bully him. He wanted to completely and thoroughly step on Zhu Ruchang so that he would never be able to rise again. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the obsidian cauldron flew out again. Everyone once again focused their attention on the young man in the field and couldn't help but feel that he had grown a little taller. Chapter 261. In the center of the Purple Sky Sect's 1,000-man practice field, the elders of the Purple Sky Sect were sitting, and the outer circle was filled with the sect's inner deacons and a few true disciples. All of them stared intently at the handsome and extraordinary young figure in the middle of the field. In front of the young man was a large black cauldron. The cauldron emitted a bright divine light, and there were dozens of spirit herbs floating in it. After a moment, several spirit herbs turned into essence and fell into the medicine cauldron. The young man stood in front of the medicine cauldron, constantly waving the blue flame in his palm. He looked very focused and serious, and his movements were also very elegant, causing a few female true disciples to look at him with adoring eyes. Yin Mingqi, who was behind Yin Xiong, stared at Ling Xiao. She pouted and said to herself, "What an arrogant guy." Yin Mingqi didn't expect her words to be heard by Su Yi. Su Yi secretly whispered in Yin Mengqi's ear, "Mengqi, do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? You dare? If anything happens to him, I won't let you go." Yin Mengqi warned Su Yi with a cold gaze. Su Yi didn't expect Yin Mengqi's reaction to be so big. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ling Xiao. He was puzzled. Could it be that Mengqi has taken a fancy to this kid? Senior Mu, I wonder what pill Ling Xiao will refine for you. When Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion asked Mu Huai lightly, Mu Huai chuckled and said, "I don't know either, but it shouldn't be worse than the spirit-breaking pill just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't want it from him." Senior Mu, You really have Ping-yi. If you don't want it, you can give it to my Jade Spring Pavilion, when Haiyan said. Aha, Junior's sister must be joking. No matter what, it's something my disciple gave me. No matter how bad it is, I have to reluctantly accept it, right? Mu Huai replied with unusual happiness. This was the first time he had received such a filial disciple, and he was even more determined to teach Ling Xiao well. In the field, Ling Xiao had already refined most of the spiritual herbs. His face and back were completely soaked in sweat. He knew that refining high-grade pills consumed a lot of energy, and he had just refined 2 spirit-breaking pills. Fortunately, he had already prepared some pills to recover his spiritual power. As long as his spiritual power was slightly depleted, he would immediately swallow the pills and continue refining. For hours passed quickly, and the surrounding people were still waiting patiently. When most of the low-level auxiliary spirit grasses had been refined, Ling Xiao had an additional green and enchanting spirit grass in his hands. What kind of herb is this? It feels so weird. Since Master Ling wants to refine him separately, his level must be quite high. I know what kind of spirit grass this is. It's a mid-tier 4th stage viridescent lotus grass. Green vibrant lotus grass. Master Ling actually has such a high-level spirit herb. Could it be that Elder Mu gave it to him? If Master Ling can give this viridescent lotus grass to me, I'll definitely become his follower. A mid-tier 4th stage viridescent lotus grass could increase the purity of the wood attribute. At the same time, it could increase a martial artist's comprehension and absorption of wood attribute spiritual power. It was a high-grade spirit grass among 4th stage spiritual herbs and was extremely valuable. This spirit grass had already been in the spatial ring that Ling Xiao had obtained from the secret realm. Ling Xiao seemed to not care much about this spirit grass and very casually threw it into the cauldron. Many of the wood attribute deacons in the periphery were very distressed as they watched. Meanwhile, Nangong Changle's eyelids twitched. Is this kid going to refine a 4th-stage pill? Yang En and Zhu Ruchong also noticed the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's hands and sneered in their hearts. You want to refine a 4th-stage pill? Maybe in your next life. They all knew how large the amount of spiritual power needed to refine a 4th-stage pill was. Moreover, when they refined a 4th-stage beast core, if they couldn't stop the loss of energy, it would only be a waste of spirit grass in the end. It was impossible to refine a 4th-stage pill. Otherwise, they would already be 4th-stage alchemists. As for Ling Xiao being able to refine a 3rd-stage pill, they all felt that it must have been a fluke. Now that Ling Xiao was refining a 4th-stage pill, they all felt that Ling Xiao was an idiot who was too arrogant. However, was Ling Xiao really someone who was arrogant and outwardly strong, but inwardly weak? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't waste his breath explaining to them, because he would only use his actions to prove his ability. After the viridescent lotus grass was refined by the blue flame, another spirit grass appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. However, this spirit grass wasn't as eye-catching as the viridescent lotus grass. Instead, it seemed very ordinary, and most people would probably treat it as a weed. However, Nangong Changle, who was used to seeing high-level spirit grass, immediately recognized that the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's hand was a high-level 4th-stage camphor tail grass. Camphor tail grass usually grew at the peak of the peak, where spiritual power was dense. It was very similar to normal green-tail grass, and people without good eyesight wouldn't be able to recognize it. Its effects were even better than the viridescent lotus grass. It could condense a large amount of wood attribute energy and increase the speed of absorption. An ordinary low-level wood attribute spirit master would only need to use 1 camphor tail grass to break through to intermediate spirit master in a short amount of time. Even if a king-level expert used it, the medicinal effects would be very obvious. However, although the medicinal effects of the camphor tail grass were astonishing, this kind of spirit grass was extremely rare. Moreover, it was always guarded by a high-level 4th-stage green-tail snake. Even a king-level expert wouldn't dare to rashly covet the camphor tail grass. Nangong Changle really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao had such a high-level spirit grass. This kind of spirit grass was probably rare even in the Spirit Herb Hall. Even if the Spirit Herb Hall had it, the amount of Xian crystals needed to purchase it would be frighteningly high. He didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to buy it. He became more and more suspicious of whether or not Ling Xiao had had some sort of fortuitous encounter in the half-year that he had disappeared. Nangong Changle wasn't the only one who recognized the camphor tail grass. All of the elders seated above also recognized it. After all, they were all great figures who had seen a lot of things. If they couldn't even recognize the camphor tail grass, then it would be in vain for them to be called elders. Xiao Songlin, who was sitting among the elders, once again chuckled and said, "This kid is getting more and more interesting." Muin, who was behind Xiao Songlin, thought that his master had seen through the pill that Ling Xiao was refining. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you know what pill Ling Xiao is refining?" "Little N, you failed me. I'm not an alchemist, so how would I know what pill that little guy is refining?" Xiao Songlin said with a benevolent smile. Mu In smiled awkwardly. "I thought that master was experienced and knowledgeable enough to recognize it." "We'll know what pill this little guy is giving to little Huai later," Xiao Songlin said as his old eyes once again landed on Ling Xiao. After refining the camphor tail grass, Ling Xiao threw in a few more high-level fourth-stage spirit grass. All of the elders who were watching were dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that a small middle-stage spirit master would actually be so rich. Every single one of those spirit grass would probably cause a bloodbath, but in the eyes of others, they were very common. "Phew, I'm finally done refining." Ling Xiao let out a small sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He then took a few pills to recover his energy and threw in a high-level fourth-stage beast core. "Impossible. That bastard can't be refining a fourth-stage pill." Chong stared at the spirit grass and beast core that Ling Xiao had thrown in. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was refining a fourth-stage pill. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about other people's belief. Waves of mental energy began to be drawn out from his mind. The energy of a high-level fourth-stage beast core was enormous. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. Fortunately, he had the help of mental energy, the blue demon flame, and the heaven stage obsidian cauldron. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine this high-level beast core and prevent the beast core's energy from spreading. The moment the beast core was refined, everyone held their breath. The spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's entire body surged like a tide, all of it pressing down on the medicine cauldron. Rumble. The sound of the cauldron exploding this time was unceasing. Even those who had reached the spirit master level felt their ears ringing. Ling Xiao, who was next to the medicine cauldron, naturally didn't have it easy. His entire body was shaken until he retreated over 10 steps. The clothes on his upper body were all torn, revealing his shining golden body. "Xiao Mu Huai couldn't help but cry out. If it wasn't for his status, he probably would have flown towards Ling Xiao. However, although he didn't do so, someone else did it for him. The first to run out to show concern for Ling Xiao was naturally his brother, Hua Xiaogui. "Boss, you didn't die, right?" Hua Xiaogui looked worriedly at Ling Xiao. One had to know that the sound of the explosion just now had almost sent his soul flying. "How can you say that with your black mouth?" Yu Yanlai also ran out from the crowd and glared at Hua Xiaogui. She then ran to Ling Xiao's side and looked at Ling Xiao, who was still standing. His strong and sturdy body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Her heart couldn't help but beat nonstop for no reason. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao hurriedly took out a healing pill from his space ring, wanting to immediately suppress his churning blood and internal organs. He thought to himself, the rebound energy from a high-grade pill is really powerful. Even the 5 transformation technique of the Vajra almost couldn't withstand it. However, at this moment, a clear fragrance assailed his nostrils. 2 sparkling pills were handed to Ling Xiao. "Xiao, hurry up and take them." Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly. He raised his tiger-like eyes to look at the beauty in front of him. Mengqi, why did you come here? Ling Xiao really hadn't expected that Yun Mengqi would show concern for him in such a public place. This caused his heart to be filled with joy, as if the internal injuries he had suffered just now were no longer as painful as before. What's the point of saying so much? Take the pill first. Yun Mengqi glared at Ling Xiao before placing the pill into Ling Xiao's hand and once again flying back to the viewing platform. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The sect master's daughter, Yun Mengqi, was actually showing concern for Ling Xiao in front of so many people. This caused them to feel even more incredulous. Could it be that the goddess in their hearts was also yearning for love? Yu Lian looked at the dazed Ling Xiao and pouted. If you keep looking, you're going to start drooling. Ling Xiao laughed dryly before regaining his composure and swallowing the pill. Little turtle, I'm fine. You two go back first. Ling Xiao smiled and then walked back to his cauldron. At this time, everyone finally recovered from their shock. They were all looking forward to finding out whether or not Ling Xiao had really refined a fourth-grade pill. Chapter 262. Zhu Ruchang and Yang En, who were at the side, prayed in their hearts, "Please don't succeed." None of them wanted Ling Xiao to refine a Tier 4 pill in front of them. Otherwise, their limelight would definitely be completely overshadowed by Ling Xiao, and their confidence would definitely suffer a serious blow. Even Nangong Changle and Chaonan Xian had the same thought in their hearts. On the other hand, Hua Xiaogui was extremely looking forward to Ling Xiao succeeding. The elders on the viewing platform and the surrounding deacons watched as Ling Xiao walked towards the medicinal cauldron step by step. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, as this was the time for them to witness a miracle. Ling Xiao took out a green pill that was the size of 2 thumbs from the medicinal cauldron. This pill emitted a rich medicinal effect, and it circulated with a brilliant divine light, giving off a very holy and unadorned feeling. The moment the pill was lifted up by Ling Xiao, it immediately caused an uproar. Did he really refine a Tier 4 pill? This is too crazy. That's right. How old is Master Ling? He doesn't seem to be even 20 years old. How could he be so powerful? A genius. With Master Ling's talent, our Purple Sky sect will also have a 5th-grade alchemist in the near future. That's right. Our Purple Sky sect will become famous in the Great Northwest because of Master Ling. All of the deacons expressed their opinions on Ling Xiao at this moment. Ling Xiao held the pill with a charming smile on his face. He put away the obsidian cauldron and slowly walked towards Mu Huai. At this time, all of the elders on the viewing platform stood up. They looked at the pill in Ling Xiao's hand with a burning gaze, and all of them had the desire to snatch it over to take a look. Ling Xiao bowed and handed the pill over to Mu Huai, saying respectfully, "Master, this is a high-quality King Gene pill. It should be able to allow Master to advance by 1 level without a problem, and it doesn't have many side effects. I hope Master will accept it." King Advancement Pill. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, all the seated elders shot to their feet with a whoosh. They stared fixedly at the dazzling pill in Ling Xiao's hands. Their faces burned with desire, and their breathing became ragged. Clearly, they all knew what grade the King Gene pill was. Even the sect master Yun Xiong lost his composure and impatiently asked, "Can I have a look at Ling Xiao first?" "This." Ling Xiao held the pill and looked at Mu Huai awkwardly. Only then did Mu Huai return to his senses. He immediately snatched the pill from Ling Xiao's hand and respectfully handed it to Yun Xiong. "Sect master, please take a look." Yun Xiong carefully looked at the pill that was emitting a rich medicinal energy and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The surrounding elders focused their gazes on Yun Xiong's hand. They all looked about the same as Yun Xiong. "Sect master, you better be careful." Mu Huai looked at Yun Xiong's appearance, and his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that Yun Xiong would swallow the pill that his disciple had given him. After all, Yun Xiong had the dual attributes of water and wood, so this King Advancement pill was extremely tempting to him. Yun Xiong knew that he had lost his composure, and his old face turned slightly red. He then handed it over to Nangong Changle and said, "Elder Nangong, come and see if this is really the king advancement pill." When Nangong Changle heard Yun Xiong's words, his heart seemed to be fiercely clenched. However, he still braced himself and took the pill. Looking at the pill that was glowing with a green light in his palm, whether it was famous or medicinal power, it was excellent. Nangong Changle handed the pill over to Mu Huai and lightly said, "This is indeed the legendary top-notch 4th grade king advancement pill." Although Nangong Changle's words were not loud, everyone present was an expert and had extraordinary hearing. Everyone heard Nangong Changle's words, and for a moment, everyone was in an uproar. A top-notch 4th grade king advancement pill. Doesn't that mean that Grandmaster Ling is already a true 4th grade alchemist? Aren't you spouting nonsense? We saw Grandmaster Ling refine the pill with our own eyes. How can this be fake? No, I must ask Grandmaster Ling to accept me as his follower. In the future, I will definitely have the chance to step into the king stage. Brother is right. I also want to be Grandmaster Ling's follower. He can actually refine a top-notch 4th grade pill, and he can even refine a king advancement pill. These two pills are things that even Elder Nangong is unable to refine. Hey, keep your voice down. It's not that Elder Nangong can't refine it, but he lacks the pill formula. It must be known that pill formulas that reach the 4th grade are extremely rare, and even if one has profound crystals, it would be difficult to buy them. It's said that only those sects above the 7th grade have the qualifications to possess them. Everyone believed that Ling Xiao had refined a 4th grade pill, the king advancement pill, but there was one person who did not believe it. No, it's absolutely impossible. How could this damned bastard refine a king advancement pill? I don't believe it. For a moment, Ru Chong felt that he could not believe this was the truth, and his mind tried its best to resist it. He let out a strange cry and pounced towards Mu Huai like a madman. No one had expected that Ru Chong would make such a crazy move, and no one was prepared for it. Mu Huai was also in his most excited state. Suddenly, his hand became empty, and the pill disappeared. What kind of lousy pill is this? How could it be a 4th grade pill? Let me taste it, and I'll know if it's fake. Ru Chong looked at the pill and laughed crazily. Immediately after, he made a shocking move and actually threw the pill into his mouth. Bastard, Mu Huai roared. This was a great gift from his obedient disciple, so how could he let someone else eat it? Moreover, this was related to his advancement. The value of this pill was extremely important to him, but now it was going to fall into someone else's mouth. Unfortunately, even if he immediately imprisoned Zhu Ru Chong, he would not be able to stop Ru Chong from swallowing the pill. Everyone was dumbfounded. This shocking change was too sudden, and no one had come back to their senses. Seeing that the pill was about to fall into Zhu Ru Chang's mouth, everyone's heart ached. At this moment, a vigorous voice shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you steal my disciple's item?" As the voice sounded, there was suddenly a huge pressure in the surroundings, as if the surrounding spiritual energy had stopped flowing at this moment. Looking at Zhu Ru Chong, he had been thrown dozens of meters away by an invisible pressure, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The pill that was about to fall into his mouth flew back in a direction. "It's the previous elder," the attendants outside exclaimed in the direction of the pill. That's right, the person who snatched back the pill was the previous elder of Wood Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin took the pill and sniffed it, then laughed happily. "Not bad, not bad. It is indeed the King Jean pill. This time, Xiao Huai is in luck." Muin, who was on Xiao Songlin's body, swallowed his saliva and said to Xiao Songlin, "Master, can this King Jean pill?" Before Muin could finish, Xiao Songlin glared at him and said, "This is a gift from that child, Xiao Xiao, to your junior brother. If you're not embarrassed, you can take it." After hearing this, Muin laughed dryly and scratched the back of his head like a naughty child, not saying anything else. No one would laugh at Muin, who was already over 100 years old. If it was them, they would probably lose their composure even more than Muin. On the other side, Yun Xiong shouted unhappily, "Men, carry Elder Zhu down and throw him into the prison mountain. Yun Xiong was the sect master after all, and Zhu Ruchang had actually snatched Mu Huai's pill in front of him and the previous elder. If he wasn't severely punished, it would be difficult to convince the masses. Nangong Chengal quickly ran out and bowed to Yun Xiong, begging, "Sect master, please spare my junior brother. I think he also acted on impulse. Please show mercy, sect master." Yang En and Chaonan both stepped forward and begged for Zhu Ruchang. After all, there weren't many people in their medicine peak. Although Zhu Ruchang had committed the crime of offending them, he was still part of their medicine peak. If it didn't stand up, then Zhu Ruchang would be crippled for the rest of his life. Yun Xiong looked at Mu Huai awkwardly. After all, Nangong Chengal's position in the sect wasn't low, so he had to give him face. However, the pill was Mu Huai's, so it was better to let him make the decision. What's the use of keeping such a narrow-minded person in the sect? Mu Huai coldly snorted. His words were not only to feel injustice for Ling Xiao, but also because he was holding back a bellyful of anger. That was a top 4th grade King Gene pill, a top grade pill that couldn't be bought even with profound crystals. It was almost destroyed by Zhu Ruchang, so he definitely wouldn't let Zhu Ruchang off so easily. When Nangong Chengal heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that his junior brother had gone too far, so he was too embarrassed to beg for mercy on his behalf. Just as Yun Xiong was about to send him away, Ling Xiao stood up and bowed to Yun Xiong. "Sect master, please spare Elder Zhu. I think he didn't mean it just now." At this time, the nearby elders all looked at Ling Xiao with puzzled expressions. They all knew that Ling Xiao's expulsion from Medicine Peak was single-handedly caused by Zhu Ruchang. They all knew that Zhu Ruchang was extremely unhappy with Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should hate Zhu Ruchang to the bone, and he should be eager for Zhu Ruchang to be sent to the prison mountain. However, they didn't expect that the one who would stand up for Zhu Ruchang would be Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao continued to speak calmly. "Actually, a 4th grade pill is nothing. As long as there are enough spirit herbs, it won't be a problem to refine it again. Even if Zhu Ruchang consumed it, he wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash of the powerful medicinal power. Now that he has learned his lesson, I believe he will come to his senses, so let's just forget about it, master. Don't you think so?" Mu Huai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud and said, Yes, sect master, I think we should forget about it. Elder Zhu is a pillar of our Purple Sky sect, and he was just muddle-headed for a moment. I think we should spare him this time." Mu Huai was overjoyed. On the surface, it looked like Ling Xiao was letting Zhu Ruchang go, but in reality, he was letting Zhu Ruchang live under the disdain of everyone in the sect. This was even better than directly killing him. Of course, others might not think so far ahead. Yun Xiong looked at Ling Xiao in admiration, then said in a clear voice, "Since that's the case, then punish him by removing him from his position as Elder Zhu Ruchang. He will stay in Medicine Peak for 10 years, and he will not be allowed to come out until he reaches the 4th grade alchemist realm." With regards to Yun Xiong's decision, Nangong Chengal and the others no longer had any interest in discussing it. However, Yang didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao at all. "All right, then let's announce the conferring ceremony for Master Ling Xiao," Yun Xiong said in a clear voice. Conferring ceremony? This time, everyone revealed looks of astonishment and envy. Chapter 263. What is the conferment ceremony? Ling Xiao asked his master, Mu Huai, in a daze. Mu Huai caressed his old beard and said with a smile, "You'll know in a while." Ling Xiao didn't know what gore medicine Mu Huai was selling, but at this moment, everyone looked at him with a different expression. The Jade Spring Pavilion's pavilion master, Wen Haiyan, brought her daughter, Wen Qidi, to Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "Master Ling Xiao, congratulations. Senior brother Mu has truly accepted a good disciple. If I had known earlier, I would have fought for it as well." "Elder Wen is too kind," Ling Xiao said modestly, but he was even more puzzled in his heart. Following that, when Haiyan and Mu Huai began to exchange pleasantries, Wen Qidi had a crafty smile on her face as she walked in front of Ling Xiao with her hands behind her back. A clear fragrance assailed his nose as she chuckled and said, "We meet again. I didn't expect you to be so good at alchemy other than breaking formations. I really admire you." Ling Xiao looked at the pure and cute Wen Qidi in front of him and said with a smile, "Junior sister, you flatter me." To be honest, Ling Xiao had a deep impression of Wen Qidi. Before going to the Flame Valley, Nangong Changle had sent him and Hua Xiaoguwei to the Green Pavilion Spring to retrieve the 1,000-year green pond grass and walked into the Plum Blossom Maze. Originally, Ling Xiao could easily break through the array, but who knew that Wen Qidi would create an obstacle for him, wanting to keep them inside the Plum Blossom Maze. Fortunately, Ling Xiao knew a little about array diagrams, otherwise he would have been played to death by this little girl. Although this little girl looked pretty good, she was indeed a little witch who would not pay with her life. Wen Qidi's body leaned slightly forward towards Ling Xiao, her bulging breasts almost touching Ling Xiao's chest. She said with hidden bitterness, "You promised me back then that you would take me out to play, but it's been so long, and you still haven't come to find me." Wen Qidi's appearance was like a spoiled little wife, causing people to feel extremely sorry for her. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. He took half a step back and said, "Senior brother, aren't you busy?" He really couldn't understand what this little girl was trying to do. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to this young master? "That's good. In 2 days, you must come and find me to play. Otherwise, I will make you suffer." Wen Kudai pouted her tender lips and said, "Junior sister Wen, did he bully you?" A clear and melodious voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He immediately put on his most handsome smile and looked at the person who had come. "Mengqi, senior apprentice sister Yun, you've come. I just wanted this idiot to come and play with me. He promised me before, so you have to be my witness. If he doesn't come and play with me, then you have to help me teach him a lesson." Wen Qidi took 2 steps forward and hugged Yun Mengqi's arm. Yun Mengqi glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, junior sister Wen. Junior brother Ling wouldn't dare to go back on his word." "Hi, I definitely won't go back on my word. When the time comes, senior apprentice sister Yun will accompany us," laughed Ling Xiao. Looking at Yun Mengqi, who was no longer avoiding him, Ling Xiao's mood finally became better. "All right, let's stop chatting for now. The conferring ceremony is about to begin. Congratulations, junior brother Ling." Yun Mengqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. At this time, 8 bronze drums were placed on the plaza. In front of the drums, there were 8 disciples continuously beating the drums. Dong dong. All the intersect deacons standing in the martial arts practice field separated and stood on both sides. The elders also stood up one by one in order. Su Jiannan, who was standing next to Yun Xiong, loudly shouted, "The conferring ceremony begins." Woo-woo. Just as Su Jiannan's voice fell, the disciples holding the bugle horns began to blow. Everyone present became solemn and solemn. When the bugle horns sounded, Su Jiannan continued to shout, "I invite 68th generation disciple Ling Xiao to come forward for the conferring ceremony." Hearing this, Ling Xiao could only brace himself and walk towards the center of the stage. He had never heard of a conferring ceremony for becoming a true disciple. In his heart, he thought, could it be that because I am young and capable, this is a precedent? Since Ling Xiao couldn't understand, he didn't bother thinking about it. In any case, he knew that this should be a good thing and not a bad thing. When Ling Xiao walked in front of the elders, Su Jiannan said, "Ling Xiao kneel for the conferring ceremony." Ling Xiao had no choice but to kneel in front of Yun Xiong, who was sitting in the middle. In his heart, he thought, no matter what, you are my future father-in-law. Kneeling to you shouldn't be considered a loss. If Yun Xiong heard Ling Xiao's words, he would probably skin him alive. Yun Xiong stood up and said in a deep voice, "Ling Xiao, you are the 68th generation disciple of our sect. It is your honor and our sect's honor. Today, you have reached the level 3 and 4 alchemist level. According to the rules of our sect, you will be appointed as the head elder of the 67th and 68th generation, the head alchemist master, and the cabinet elder of our sect. You will be rewarded with a courtyard, 10 guards, 10 maids, and 5,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. You will be qualified to participate in the important business meeting of your peak and the important business meeting of the sect. You will be qualified to cultivate in the gathering spirit peak. Following Yun Xiong's announcement, the more Ling Xiao listened, the more surprised he became. He didn't expect that he would be directly selected as an elder because he refined the king advancement step and would also enjoy all kinds of privileges. He only felt that this happiness came too suddenly. After Yun Xiong finished his announcement, he walked to the deacon who was holding the tray, took a robe off the tray, and walked towards Ling Xiao. Coming to Ling Xiao, Yun Xiong lightly shook the robe. Then he personally put on Ling Xiao and said, "Congratulations to Elder Ling for becoming the youngest elder in our sect's history." Ling Xiao bowed and replied, "Thank you, sect head, for the reward. All right, stand up. Remember to contribute more to the sect in the future and raise the sect's prestige." Yun Xiong praised as he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. The moment Ling Xiao stood up, all the deacons and disciples bowed towards Ling Xiao and congratulated. "Congratulations, Elder Ling. Congratulations, Elder Ling." An earth-shattering voice resounded through the sky. As Ling Xiao enjoyed the crowd's applause, the various elders all walked towards Ling Xiao. Su Jianan was the first to cup his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Elder Ling is truly a young hero. Now that you've arrived in front of us, you will definitely raise the sect's prestige in the future. Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Ling Xiao really doesn't deserve it," Ling Xiao replied modestly. Zhao Mingyuan also walked up and smiled. "Elder Ling is truly an outstanding talent. You really make us old men speechless. Isn't that right? You're not even 20 years old yet. If my useless disciple has even half of your achievements, I'll be happy." Blackcliff Peak's peak, Lord Gusher laughed. The elders of the various peaks surrounded Ling Xiao and congratulated him unceasingly. Only Nangong Changle, who had the herbalism physique, couldn't bring himself to say anything. He sighed, shook his head, and quietly left. Only now did he realize how big of a mistake it was to chase Ling Xiao out of Medicine Peak a few days ago. Originally, half of today's glory belonged to him, but he had given it all to Mu Qifeng. At the same time, he had also been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. His Medicine Peak's face had truly been thrown away by his junior brother. If he had been a bit more forceful and ignored his junior brother Zhu Ruchang's opposition, and still allowed Ling Xiao to stay under his Medicine Peak, then the current situation would have been completely different. Their Medicine Peak would have definitely ushered in its peak. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with them. After Nangong Changle left, Yang Un and Chao Nanxian also left. Originally, Hua Xiaoge wanted to go up and say something to Ling Xiao, but he knew that his status wasn't enough to be compared to those elders. He could only come back later to congratulate his boss. After a round of congratulations, Su Jianan dismissed all of the attendants and disciples, leaving only the Purple Sky Sect's elders and a few of their relatives on the practice field. Yin Xiong returned to his seat and smiled. "Today, I've witnessed Elder Ling's heavenly talent. The heavens have truly blessed our sect. Elder Ling, this sect master will now give you an additional reward. You can make any request of this sect, and as long as this sect is able to do it, we will do our best to satisfy you." Yin Xiong made up his mind that no matter what, he had to make Ling Xiao stay in the Purple Sky sect. At such a young age, he had reached the middle stage spirit master level, and he was also a genuine fourth-grade alchemist. This kind of rare genius definitely had to be of use to the Purple Sky sect. He definitely couldn't be allowed to leave the Purple Sky sect. When Ling Xiao heard Yun Xiong's words, his eyes revealed a burning gaze, and he looked towards Yun Mingqi, who was beside Yun Xiong. Yun Mingqi just so happened to meet Ling Xiao's gaze, and her heart inexplicably began to race. Could it be that he wants to? Ling Xiao's words interrupted Yun Mingqi's thoughts, and he said to Yun Xiong, reporting to Sect Master, "Ling Xiao does have a request that Sect Master would like to agree to." "Oh, tell me about it. As long as this Sect Master can do it, I'll definitely help you." Yun Xiong was slightly astonished. He really hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so honest and actually have a request. Ling Xiao earnestly requests sect master to marry senior apprentice sister Yin to me. Ling Xiao once again knelt to Yin Xiong. He had waited for this moment for a long time, and he finally had the qualifications to say these words to everyone. He definitely had to let everyone in the sect know that Yun Mengqi was his woman. All of the seated elders were startled. They hadn't expected Ling Xiao to make such a request. On the other hand, Xiao Songlin had a benevolent smile on his face. Mengqi isn't bad, and she's a good match for Ling Xiao. Mu Huai really hadn't expected his master to support Ling Xiao, and his heart immediately blossomed with joy. If Ling Xiao really managed to marry the sect master's daughter, then as his master, he would also be greatly honored. Yun Xiong was slightly startled, but his face didn't reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. He said, with Elder Ling's status and natural talent, he's indeed a good match for Mengqi. He then paused for a moment before continuing, but for such an important matter like marriage, we should still respect Mengqi's decision first. Yun Xiong turned to his daughter and lovingly said, Mengqi, do you agree to Elder Ling's request? Following Yun Xiong's question, Ling Xiao nervously looked at Yun Mengqi. For the past 2 years, he had set Yun Mengqi as his goal. Now, with his status, it wasn't as if he hadn't humiliated Yun Mengqi. He really wanted to hear Yun Mengqi admit that she was his woman. Just as Yun Mengqi was about to reply, someone broke the silence. I don't agree to Elder Ling's request. Mengqi can't marry you. If she wants to marry someone, she can only marry me. Chapter 264. All of the elders looked towards the person who spoke. Su Jianan's face was filled with displeasure as he shouted, don't be rude. The one who had just spoken was Su Jianan's son, Su Yi. Su Yi didn't shut his mouth after hearing his father's words. Instead, he boldly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Elder Ling, Mengqi will not marry you. You should give up on this idea because she only belongs to me, Su. Ling Xiao slowly stood up and met Su Yi's gaze. Whether Mengqi marries me or not, I don't have the final say. You also don't have the final say. Only Mengqi has the final say. Mengqi, are you willing to marry me? Ling Xiao avoided Su Yi's gaze and very tenderly asked Yun Mengqi. Yun Mengqi's body slightly trembled. Then she also stood up and walked in front of Ling Xiao. Back then, I said that as long as your strength can catch up to mine, I will marry you. Now that you have become an elder of the sect, your strength can't compare to mine. So, Yun Mengqi hadn't even finished speaking when Ling Xiao's heart tightened and his hands were tightly clenched. Su Yi laughed at the side. Elder Ling, did you hear that? Mengqi doesn't like you, so please respect her decision in the future. Su Yi thought to himself, you want to steal my woman? Don't even think that you can be arrogant just because you are a 4th-rank alchemist. Who would have thought that Yun Mengqi's words would suddenly change, and she would say in a very gentle voice, so right now, I don't want to marry you, but I will wait until the day you surpass me. Then I will be your bride. Then, she made the boldest move of her life. She leaned forward slightly, and her beautiful lips touched Ling Xiao's thick lips. Then, she quickly flew away from the scene. When Yun Mengqi had already disappeared, Ling Xiao came back to his senses and shouted in the direction that Yun Mengqi flew. Mengqi, just you wait. I will definitely catch up to you soon. Although Yun Mengqi didn't agree to marry Ling Xiao, she used her actions to prove her feelings for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already experienced it. Yun Mengqi's words also meant that she hoped that he would continue to strive to become stronger. Su Yi stood there and glared angrily at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I want to duel with you. Don't make a fuss. Quickly apologize to Elder Ling. Su Jianan immediately stood up and shouted at his son. Dad, didn't you and the sect master already agree that as long as I reach the king realm, she would betroth Mengqi to me? Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. Su Yi looked at his father and Yun Xiong unwillingly. Indeed, several years ago, Yun Xiong and Su Jianan had made an agreement. At that time, Su Yi had displayed a powerful cultivation of Tenbin, and Yun Xiong had greatly admired Su Yi. At that time, he had joked with Su Jiannan, "When little Yi becomes a king, I'll marry Meng Qi to him." Su Jiannan had always remembered this matter, and had used these words to encourage his son to work hard and reach the king realm as soon as possible. But now, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would suddenly interfere and ask Yun Xiong to betroth his daughter to him? Yun Xiong had pushed the boat with the current and allowed his daughter to make her own decision. He had originally thought that Yun Mengqi wasn't familiar with Ling Xiao, and he also understood his daughter's personality. Most people wouldn't be able to enter her eyes. But who would have thought that his daughter would actually look at Ling Xiao in a different light? She had even kissed Ling Xiao in front of everyone, proving that her love for Ling Xiao wasn't fake. Su Yi's stubbornness had caused Yun Xiong to be at a loss. But fortunately, Su Jiannan was tactful and coldly said to his son, "Back then, the sect master and I were just joking. Now that the young miss likes Elder Ling, you can forget about it." "No, that's impossible. Meng Qi can only be mine," Su Yi fiercely shouted, then turned to look at Ling Xiao. "It's all your fault. I want to fight you to the death." After saying that, he actually pounced towards Ling Xiao. Pow! However, before he could attack Ling Xiao, Su Jiannan had already knocked his son out from behind. Then he slightly bowed to Yun Xiong and the other elders, then carried his son back to Golden Tree Peak. "All right, Elder Ling, since Meng Qi has chosen you, then you should quickly fulfill her requirements. Otherwise, even if I appear, it will be useless," Yun Xiong said to Ling Xiao, then waved his hand at the elders, indicating that they should all disperse. "Let's go, Xiao." Mu Huai called out to Ling Xiao, then turned around and returned to Wooden Flag Peak with his master, Xiao Songlin. Ling Xiao bowed to Yun Xiong and said, "Ling Xiao will remember the sect master's teachings." After saying that, he also turned around and walked back in the direction of Wooden Flag Peak. Yun Xiong looked at Ling Xiao's figure with admiration and muttered, "If he and Meng Qi are together, then Meng Qi's identity will not be buried." When Ling Xiao returned to Wooden Flag Peak, he was immediately called to the hall of Wooden Flag Peak. Inside the hall, Xiao Songlin sat in the middle, while Mu Huai and Mu En sat on both sides. There were also a few other old men, all of whom were elders of Wooden Flag Peak. As soon as he walked in, Ling Xiao felt a burning gaze. Ling Xiao blushed slightly and said, "Grandmaster, Master, don't look at me like that. I don't like men, especially old men." Puff! As soon as Ling Xiao said this, it immediately shocked everyone in the hall. Xiao Songlin narrowed his old eyes and said with a smile, "You're a good child. Xiao Huai has accepted a good disciple." Mu Huai got up, tidied up his clothes, and scolded Ling Xiao with a smile. "You little rascal, you actually proposed to the sect master without discussing it with your master. Don't you think it's too reckless?" Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Actually, I didn't want to propose to the sect master today, but who would have thought that I would become an elder for no reason? Then I might as well explain it to the sect master." "You stinking brat, you got Ping Yi and you're still pretending to be obedient. Fortunately, Miss didn't reject you, or else our Wooden Flag Peak would have lost all face because of you." Mu Huai continued to scold, but anyone could see that he liked Ling Xiao. "Junior brother, don't show off here. Let senior brother say a few words." Mu En seemed to have something urgent and interrupted Mu Huai's words. He then looked at Ling Xiao and hurriedly asked, Xiao, can you still refine the king advancement pill?" He and Mu Huai were fellow disciples of the same sect, and they both had the wood attribute. Both of their strengths had been at the middle stage of the king stage for many years. In terms of strength, he was a bit stronger than Mu Huai. If he had wanted to be the peak lord back then this position would have been his. It was just that he wasn't interested in the position of the peak lord. Now that Mu Huai had obtained the king advancement pill from Ling Xiao, he would be able to directly advance to the high stage of the king stage in a few days and leave him far behind. How could he not be anxious and envious? So now he could only put down his old face and ask Ling Xiao for the king advancement pill. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and replied, "Martial uncle, Could it be that you suspect that I'm a fake rank for alchemist? No. How could Martial Uncle suspect you? We saw you advance with our own eyes. Mu In immediately waved his hand. Ling Xiao smiled and said, then that's it. I was the one who refined the King Advancement Pill. So of course I can refine it again. As long as I want to refine it, I can refine as many as I want. Really? That's great. Then hurry up and help me refine one. Martial Uncle will repay you. Mu In excitedly stood up and shouted. The elders on the wooden flag all stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ling Xiao. They said, Elder Ling, please refine the King Advancement Pill for us. Elder Ling, please refine the King Advancement Pill for us. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face was filled with black lines. Mu Huai lowered his voice and said, don't get too excited. Xiao is my disciple. If there's me, there will definitely be you. It was rare for him, the Peak Lord, to say such words in such a generous manner. When Ling Xiao heard this again, he almost fell to the ground and died. Xiao Songlin noticed Ling Xiao's expression and lightly snorted. Sit down and listen to what Xiao Xiao has to say. Master, no matter what, I must get Xiao Xiao to refine a King Advancement Pill for me. I can't fall behind Junior Brother. Muon was like a naughty child as he looked at Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin glared at Muon, then smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, look at your martial uncle. He's like an old child. You should refine one for him. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and replied, Great Master, martial uncle, although I can refine the King Advancement Pill, you should know that I need a lot of spirit herbs, and each of them is extremely precious. Even if I have a collection, I don't have many. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone understood. It turned out that Ling Xiao said that he could refine it, but he didn't have any spirit herbs, so there was no way to refine the King Advancement Pill. What Ling Xiao said was the truth. The King Advancement Pill was a 4th grade pill, and every supplementary spirit herb was at least 2nd grade or 3rd grade, while the main spirit herb was at least 4th grade. 2nd grade and 3rd grade spirit herbs were relatively easy to find, but 4th grade spirit herbs were relatively rare. Each of them was extremely precious and not easy to obtain. The reason why Ling Xiao had those 4th grade spirit herbs before was because he had obtained a lot of high-grade spirit herbs from the secret realm of the Earth Emperor Stage Powerhouse. In addition, when he left Priest City, the High Priest also gave him a large number of precious spirit herbs, which allowed him to refine the King Advancement Pill for Mu Huai. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have so many high-grade spirit herbs? Xiao Xiao, what spirit herbs do you need? Martial Uncle has a collection here. Even if Martial Uncle doesn't have it, your great master will definitely have it, Muin said anxiously. Mu Huai looked at his senior brother and couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother, you also have this day, haha. If you laugh again, senior brother will steal your King Advancement Pill, Muin said unhappily to Mu Huai. For a moment, everyone laughed. At the same time, the elders of Wooden Flag Peak all expressed that they had their own collections, and as long as Ling Xiao needed it, he could take it. Their goal was all for the King Advancement Pill. Xiao Songlin also said, Xiao Xiao, why don't you make a list of the materials you need? And if we see who has them, we'll give them to you. Gathering the spirit herbs shouldn't be a problem. Everyone present was a King Stage expert, so their collections were naturally not small. They should be able to gather the spirit herbs for the King Advancement Pill. After hearing Xiao Songlin's words, Ling Xiao also quickly made a list of spirit herbs. When Ling Xiao was about to give him the list, he suddenly had an idea and revealed an awkward expression. Great Master, you also know that refining a 4th grade pill consumes a lot of energy, and it takes a lot of time. Moreover, I'm sure you also know the value of each King Advancement Pill. It's not a problem for me to refine it for Master and Martial Uncle, but for the others. Chapter 265. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone understood what Ling Xiao wanted. You brat, you really don't get up early if there's no profit. Xiao Songlin smiled and continued. But what you said is not without reason. You should be paid. Otherwise, everyone would look for you to do free labor. That would be a big loss. Muin quickly said, Xiao Xiao. As long as you concoct the King Gene pill for me, you can choose from my collection. You can have as much as you want. How about that? Or you can have mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Martial uncle, you are my martial uncle. How can I accept your reward? As long as you gather the materials, Xiao, will naturally refine it for you. He then looked at the elders of Wood Flag Peak and said, Elders are also seniors of my Wood Flag Peak, so naturally won't ask for too much. As long as you gather the materials, I will definitely help you refine it. But you should know what to do, right? One of the elders immediately replied, Don't worry, Elder Ling, we know what to do. As long as Elder Ling can concoct the King Gene pill for us, you can choose from my collection. Another elder replied, That's right. Although we don't have as much as the Peak Lord, we still have a few good things. If Elder Ling doesn't like our collection, we can also do things for Elder Ling. As long as Elder Ling commands us, we will definitely do it. Another elder said. Afterwards, the others also expressed their opinions. They were willing to put down their pride as kings for a King Gene pill. After reaching the king stage, if one wanted to continue advancing, they would need to accumulate energy for a long time. They would also need to absorb a lot of energy from the outside world. Accumulating energy was only a process, and it didn't mean that it would automatically break through after reaching the king stage. They still needed to understand how much energy they could control in order to successfully break through. However, the advantage of the King Gene pill was that it could increase their control of their energy and allow them to directly break through to the next stage. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said, Elders, don't be anxious. Here are the ingredients for refining the King Advancement Pill. Take out whatever you have, and if you don't, go and collect them as soon as possible. I'll help whoever collects enough first. With that said, he passed the list in his hand to the Wood Flag Peak Elder. The elders were like children, constantly fighting to see the grass. It was as if they were afraid that they would suffer a great loss if they didn't see it clearly. Xiao Songlin, Mu Huai, and Mu En, who were sitting on the upper seats, laughed heartily. How many years had it been since their Wood Flag Mountain was this lively? All of this was brought to them by this young man who hadn't even reached the age of 20. They knew that from this moment onwards, this young man would lead their wooden flag body to the peak and overshadow the brilliance of all the other peaks. Xiao Songlin praised Ling Xiao. Fortunately, this old man snatched you from Medicine Peak. It's their loss that Medicine Peak gave up on you. From now on, you should stay at Wood Flag Peak and cultivate. If anyone dares to bully you, Grandmaster will help you take care of them. With that, he flew out of the hall alone and returned to his place of seclusion. Mu Huai saw that his master had left, so he said to everyone, All right, elders and brothers, when you have gathered the materials, hand them over to eldest brother. I will take Xiao Xiao to his cultivation courtyard first. He then left with Ling Xiao. The cultivation courtyard was a remote area of the Purple Sky sect. It was located in the southeast of Wood Flag Mountain, and it was a place for true disciples. The environment here was very elegant. Low-level spirit grass and spirit beasts could be seen everywhere, and the spirit energy was very abundant. Just walking here would make people feel happy. The courtyard that Ling Xiao was assigned to occupied a slightly larger area than the average courtyard. Mu Huai explained to him that Elder Ling Xiao could have been assigned his own mountain as a place to cultivate, but considering that Ling Xiao was still young, he was allowed to stay here with other true disciples for the time being. It was also convenient for young people to communicate with each other. Ling Xiao was not particular about the place to cultivate. As long as he could get by and the spirit energy was not too scarce, he did not mind cultivating in the cultivation courtyard. At the same time, Mu Huai also told Ling Xiao that there was a mountain not far from the cultivation courtyard. It was the forbidden area of the Purple Sky sect, and it was also the place where the Purple Sky sect had always been prosperous. It was called Spirit Gathering Mountain. There was a spirit gathering formation there, and it was the place with the most abundant spirit energy in the Purple Sky sect. One day of cultivation, there was equivalent to 5 days in the outside world. It could be said that the speed of cultivation there was 5 times faster than in the outside world. Every true disciple could cultivate there for 3 months every year, and they could not exceed this time limit. There were nearly 300 true disciples in the Purple Sky sect, and they needed to absorb a lot of spirit energy. If they stayed in the spirit gathering formation all year round, it would cause the spirit energy in the Purple Sky sect to become scarce. Ling Xiao remembered Mu Huai's words. At the same time, he thought to himself that he had to find a chance to go in and take a look. Currently, he was already at the peak of the middle stage Spirit Master, and he was about to break through to the high stage Spirit Master in the near future. Therefore, finding a place with abundant spirit energy to cultivate in seclusion was the most ideal. All right, you can cultivate here in the future. There are 10 outer disciples and 10 servant girls here for you to order around. You can ask them to do some small things. When your martial uncle has gathered enough materials, I'll have him come again, Mu Huai said. I understand, Master. When I have time, I'll go to the peak to see you, Ling Xiao replied with a nod. You're such a filial child. I like the gift you gave me very much. Once you refine the Monarch Gene Pill for your Uncle Masters and the others, our wooden flag peak will be the strongest, Mu Huai praised in satisfaction. He then said, All right, you must be tired. Go and rest first. I'll be heading back first. Xiao respectfully sees Master off, Ling Xiao said with a slight bow. Don't give me that, Mu Huai said with a smile. Just as he was about to take off and leave, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said to Ling Xiao, You now have the privileges of an elder. When you have time, you can go to the Book Depository Pavilion to take a look. There are many good things there, and perhaps there might be something suitable for you. After saying this, Mu Huai finally left the quiet cultivation courtyard. After Mu Huai left, Ling Xiao immediately ordered the servant girls to prepare a bath and a change of clothes for him. After soaking in clear water for a while, Ling Xiao actually fell asleep in the bucket of water. During this period of time, he was really too tired. When he came out of Flame Valley, he encountered the marriage in Guzhai City. Later, he was chased by the Lao family. When he returned to the sect, he still couldn't find peace and was chased out of Medicine Peak. Today, he finally took revenge on Zhu Ruchong with interest and proposed marriage to Yun Xiong in person. These two matters were solved in one bottle, and his whole person reached an unprecedented state of relaxation. Moreover, he had continuously refined medicinal pellets twice before, and his spiritual force had long been exhausted. Ling Xiao slept for a day and a night. He didn't know that the outside of his courtyard was already full of people, and everyone was waiting for him very patiently. While Ling Xiao was sleeping soundly in a cultivation place on Jintong Peak, Su Yi was madly bombarding the rock wall in front of him. Damn bastard, I must kill you. Su Yi seemed to be possessed. He waved his hand and punched out. Each punch was filled with golden spiritual power, and the solid fist shadow hit the rock. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful spiritual power bombarded the rock wall, causing a burst of concentrated explosion sounds. Many stones splashed out and raised a cloud of dust. After venting, Su Yi finally stopped, and his appearance became extremely ferocious and frightening. At this time, a figure appeared behind Su Yi. It was his father, Su Jianan. Have you vented enough? If you have, then kneel down. Su Jianan coldly snorted at his son. Father, Su Yi turned around and clenched his fist, looking at his father in confusion. Kneel. Su Jianan coldly snorted again. Su Yi looked at his father's serious face, and his legs trembled. He heavily knelt in front of his father. Do you know your mistake? Su Jianan faintly asked with his hands behind his back. Father, what did I do wrong? Su Yi didn't understand and asked back. Su Jianan ruthlessly said, Let me ask you, is a woman more important or is strength more important? Su Yi didn't even think before answering. Of course, strength is the most important. That's right. With strength, would you still be afraid of not being able to find a woman? That child Meng Qi is indeed not bad, but she has always been displeased with you. Now that Ling Xiao likes her, why not let him have her? Su Jianan faintly said. He had high hopes for his son, so he naturally didn't want his son to be trapped by love. Right now, he had to wake him up. Su-yi was silent for a while before raising his head and unwillingly saying, "Father, are we just going to give her to Ling Xiao like this? How can he be worthy of Meng Qi? Bastard, do you think you're amazing just because you're a high-rank spirit master? Ling Xiao is already a 4th-rank alchemist at such a young age, and he also has the strength of a middle-rank spirit master. In terms of Tenbin, he's countless times stronger than you. And in terms of status, he's already on the same level as me. If I had a daughter, I would definitely marry her off to a handsome young man like Ling Xiao. In any case, you're not allowed to bother Meng Qi in the future. Do you understand?" Su Jianan angrily explained. "No, I don't understand. Since the sect master told you to marry Meng Qi to me, how could he go back on his word as the sect master? Dad, I'm begging you. Can you bring me to the sect master to ask for my hand in marriage?" He didn't wake up from his father's words. Instead, his thoughts became even more extreme. Su Jianan's face darkened, and he heavily kicked his kneeling son. "You little bastard, do you still not understand that women are just beautiful skeletons? Once you're strong enough, you can have any kind of woman you want. Is it worth it to offend a 4th-rank alchemist for a woman? Furthermore, I'm still thinking of asking him to help you refine a pill for breaking through to the king level. Do you want to be stuck at the spirit master level for the rest of your life?" Su Jianan angrily cursed. In Su Jianan's heart, there was nothing more important than his own cultivation base. He wanted his son to understand that only with strength could he obtain everything. Women were just playthings, and he didn't care about them at all. He lay on the ground in a daze for a long time. His lax gaze became focused, and he said to his father, "Father, I understand. As long as I break through to the king level, Meng Qi will be mine, right? Let's go find Elder Nangong and have him refine a pill for me to break through to the king level." Su Jianan almost fainted from anger when he heard his son's words. He had wasted so much time, but how could his son still not understand his painstaking efforts? Chapter 266. While Ling Xiao was resting in the quiet academy's courtyard on her peak, Nangong Changle's expression was extremely desolate as he stood on top of the peak, allowing the cold wind to sway his clothes and make a series of fluttering sounds. The sound of footsteps broke the silence here. Nangong Changle didn't even turn his head as he said, "Xiao Gui, you're here." The person who came was his disciple and godson, Hua Xiaogui. "Grandpa Nangong, are you looking for me?" Hua Xiaogui asked after slightly bowing towards Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle turned around and slightly nodded his head as he said, "Grandpa might have to close up for a period of time. During this period of time, you should properly study the alchemy manual that I gave you and properly improve your alchemy skills. Understand?" Hua Xiaogui replied, "Xiaogui will definitely properly practice." "That's good," Nangong Changle replied, then lightly sighed and said, "Xiaogui, is Grandpa's eyes blurred from old age? Did he really expel your senior brother Ling from her peak?" Hua Xiaogui revealed a complicated expression as he said, "Grandpa, you were also bewitched by the elders. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done this." Nangong Changle lightly shook his head and said, "No, this is Grandpa's decision. Otherwise, even if your martial uncle strongly opposed it, I would still have kept your senior brother Ling." Hua Xiaogui was puzzled by Nangong Changle's words. He had originally thought that his grandfather had been incited by Zhu Ruchong to expel Ling Xiao from her peak. Nangong Changle continued, "Your senior brother Ling is a disciple of 2 masters. Half of his time is spent on concocting medicine, and the other half is spent on cultivating. Although he is outstanding in both areas, I feel that his achievements will be limited if he splits his attention between 2 things. Furthermore, Grandfather has always hoped that you will inherit my legacy. Do you know that? However, I've discovered that I've still underestimated your senior Ling's Tenbin. I presume that when he entered the sect, he was already a grade 3 alchemist. Otherwise, how could he have such a high success rate? Normally, in order to reach grade 4, one would need to reach the king level. But now, Your senior Ling has reached grade 4 at the Spirit Master level, and the quality of the pills he has refined are not any worse than your grandfather's. With his current growth rate, in less than 5 years, perhaps he will reach a realm that your grandfather will find difficult to reach. He really can be called a ghost of an alchemist, but your grandfather, I forced such a ghost out of Medicine Peak. If I'm not blind, then what is? Nangong Changle said self-deprecatingly, his heart filled with an indescribable bitterness. Grandfather, why don't we ask Senior Ling to come back? Hua Xiaogui suggested. He knew that his grandfather was currently regretting the decision he had made back then. Nangong Changle smiled bitterly and said, "That's impossible. Your Senior Ling is full of pride, and he definitely won't come back. Grandfather can't put down his old face and ask him to return to Medicine Peak." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I just hope that you can continue to maintain a good relationship with your Senior Ling like before. This might be of great benefit to you in the future." "Grandfather, don't worry. I know what to do," Hua Xiaogui replied. He didn't need Nangong Changle to say anything. In his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as his boss. Within the quiet cultivation courtyard, a large portion of the Purple Sky Sect's inner court attendants had gathered. Among them, there were also quite a few elders from the various peaks. All of them had nervous expressions on their faces as they waited for something. "Just how long is Elder Ling going to rest?" one of the attendants asked impatiently. Following that, another person added, "Isn't that right? I've already been waiting here for a long time. He's just too arrogant." Youngsters have always been somewhat arrogant. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to force our way in. Each and every one of them became more and more impatient. "Stop arguing. If you don't have the patience, then scram. No one told you to wait here," the inner court attendant, Chief Steward Xing Zhantian, shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone obediently shut their mouths. Xing Zhantian was their leader, and at the same time, he was half a step into the king's stage. No one dared to offend him. Just at this moment, two figures descended from the sky. "Greetings, Elder Mu, Elder Zhang." The attendants greeted the two people who had just arrived. These two people were Ling Zhao's martial uncle, Muin, and Scarlet Flame Peak's Elder Zhongli. What's going on? Muin looked at the dozens of people in front of him in confusion. An elder from Black Rock Peak pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Muin. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu, you've come at the right time. We were all waiting for Elder Ling to come out." Hearing this, Muin knew what these people were here for. He frowned and said, "Xiao Xiao is really something. How could he let you guys wait here? I'll go in and scold him." The Black Rock Peak elder smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu is too serious. We all volunteered to wait here. Elder Ling must be too tired and needs to meditate. That's why we didn't go in and disturb him." Muin understood when he heard this, but he still waved at the outer court disciple who was on duty in the courtyard and said, "Go quickly. Elder Ling is calling him out." The disciple didn't dare to be careless. He bowed slightly and ran to Ling Zhao's room to call him out. When Ling Xiao walked out of his room, he found that his courtyard was full of people. He couldn't help but be stunned. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked the outer court disciple next to him. The outer court disciple said, "They're all looking for Elder Ling." Ling Xiao slightly frowned and waved his hand to let the outer court disciple leave. He then walked towards Muin and the other deacons. "Look, Elder Ling is out." A deacon saw Ling Xiao and immediately cried out in surprise. For a moment, all the deacons bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. "You've just become an elder, and you're putting on airs. You made so many people wait for you here." Muin reprimanded. Ling Xiao bowed slightly and then said to Muin, "Martial uncle, what are you talking about? I consumed too much energy refining pills yesterday and fell asleep. I didn't know that everyone was waiting here." He paused for a moment and asked, "By the way, elders and deacons, why are you looking for Ling Xiao? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Muin asked, "I really don't know. Martial uncle, please explain." Ling Xiao was confused. "All right, I don't care about you. Let them tell you what's going on." Muin saw that Ling Xiao was stunned and believed that he still didn't know what was going on. He didn't say anything more and let him handle it himself. As soon as Muin said this, one of the deacons immediately called out, "Elderling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me. Elderling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me. Elderling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me." For a moment, the deacons all crowded towards Ling Ji and called out. Ling Xiao finally knew what they were talking about. "Everyone calm down first. You should go to Medicine Peak to refine pills. Why did you come to me?" Ling Xiao said gloomily. The deacons in front of him were all high spirit masters. They all wanted Ling Xiao to refine a grade 4 king rudiment pill for them. The king rudiment pill could increase a high spirit master's chances of breaking through to the king level by 50%. Even if they failed, their strength wouldn't be affected. One of the deacons replied, "Only Elder Nangong can refine a grade 4 pill, but he doesn't have the recipe for a king rudiment pill. Elderling, please refine one for us. Elderling, please refine one for us." The deacons all bowed towards Ling Xiao and called out in unison. Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. He thought gloomily, "Is a grade 4 pill really that easy to refine?" At this moment, Xing Zhantian walked up to Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. "Elderling, everyone has been stuck at the Spirit Master level for many years. Please help us." Ling Xiao shook his head and said clearly, "Deacons, you can go back first. Although I can refine a grade 4 pill, you should know how many spirit herbs are needed to refine a single one. Do you think I have that many spirit herbs in my collection? Moreover, every time I refine a grade 4 pill, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to help me for now." Listening to Ling Xiao's words, everyone wore a distressed expression. They had originally thought that since Ling Xiao could refine a grade 4 king advancement pill, it shouldn't be a problem for him to refine a king rudiment pill that was slightly inferior to the king advancement pill. However, they had ignored the spirit herbs that Ling Xiao had mentioned. Every 4th grade medicinal pill required the consumption of a large number of high-level spirit grasses. Moreover, every spirit grass was extremely precious. How could Ling Xiao have so many in his collection? At this moment, Muin stood up and said, "Everyone, go back first. Elderling can't refine pills for you for now. After all, refining pills is a matter for Medicine Peak, and Elderling can't exceed his authority. If you really need Elderling to refine pills, you must first ask the sect leader." At this moment, all of the deacons' faces drooped, and they left Ling Xiao's courtyard dejectedly. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. If he had to refine so many pills at once, he probably wouldn't have the time to cultivate. This wasn't something that Ling Xiao wanted to see. After all, Yin Mingqi had already acknowledged his existence in front of everyone. As long as he surpassed her, she would marry him. Thus, he had to increase his cultivation speed. Watching the deacons leave one by one, Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of Xing Zhantian, who was walking at the back. He immediately transmitted a message to him. "Deacon Xing, you can stay behind." Xing Zhantian's body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded at him, then said to Mu In, "Uncle Master, elders, please come in." The remaining people were all elders of the various peaks, and all of them had the strength of a king. Ling Xiao led the dozen or so people into the main hall, and as the host, he asked the maidservants to serve tea. He then said leisurely, "Everyone wants Ling Xiao to help you refine the King Gene pill." Ling Xiao didn't need to guess to know what these people were trying to do. Everyone nodded at the same time, indicating that Ling Xiao's guess was correct. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd, then said indifferently, "Everyone here is the pillar of the sect, and also Ling Xiao's uncle master. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should help everyone refine the King Gene pill." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, all of the elders were overjoyed. Who knew that Ling Xiao's next words would make them all depressed again? "Elders, just as I said, refining a 4th grade pill requires a large amount of materials. How could Ling Xiao have so many? The King Gene pill that I refined for my master has almost used up all of my stock, so everyone should understand Ling Xiao's difficulties. Ling Xiao said tactfully. Chapter 267. When Ling Xiao said this, the hall became silent. Muin wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao's gaze. At this time, an elder of Golden Tong Peak looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Elder Ling, you're right. A fourth-grade medicinal pill is extremely precious, and the required spiritual herbs are all exceptionally rare. We also understand Elder Ling's difficulties. How about this? Elder Ling, you make a list of spiritual herbs, and we'll go gather the spiritual herbs ourselves. Then, Grandmaster Ling will refine the pill for us. How about this?" Ling Xiao did not expect his words to make these old fellows retreat, and now someone had indeed made a request. However, this was the result he wanted to see. Ling Xiao lightly nodded his head and said, "This elder is right. If you have the spirit herbs needed for the King Jin Dan, I can help you refine it." As soon as he said this, the elders all became excited. The elder who spoke just now said, "Then please, Elder Ling, write down the spirit herbs you need, so that we can go back and gather them." Ling Xiao revealed a difficult expression and said, "Elders, please listen to me first. You should know that I have just advanced to the fourth-grade alchemist realm. The requirements for refining the King Jin Dan are very high, and the energy consumption is huge. When refining the pill, the slightest mistake may cause all the spirit herbs to be wasted. So, I hope everyone will think twice before acting." The elder of Jin Tong Peak asked, "Elder Ling, you mean that even if we gather the materials, you are not 100% sure that you can refine the King Jin Dan in one go?" "That's right. I believe everyone knows that refining medicine is an extremely complicated and detailed process. If Ling Xiao were to ruin everyone's spirit herbs, it would be a sin." Ling Xiao nodded and replied. This time, everyone became silent once again. It was not easy to gather the ingredients for a King Jin Dan. If it was really as Ling Xiao said, what would they do if it was really broken? They were all thinking about it in their hearts. At this time, an elder of Scarlet Flame Peak asked, "Then we should gather 2 sets of spirit herbs to refine the King Jin Dan in one go, right?" Ling Xiao said in his heart. Finally, there is someone who is enlightened. He pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "If this is the case, then the problem is not too big, but what?" "Elder Ling, just say it." The elder of Scarlet Flame Peak asked again. "It's just that refining the King Advancement Pill consumes an enormous amount of time and energy. That will affect my cultivation speed. Moreover, you should know that I'm currently thinking of a way to surpass Senior Apprentice Sister Yin, so that she can become my wife. If I were to delay my life's greatest loss for the sake of refining a pill, then I, Ling Xiao, would be in a difficult position," said Ling Xiao in an extremely contradictory manner. At this moment, Muin finally knew what Ling Xiao was planning. He cursed in his heart, "This little rascal won't wake up early if there's nothing to gain." The elders in front of him were all old and experienced, and when Ling Xiao said this, they all understood Ling Xiao's intentions. One of the elders generously said, "Elder Ling, as long as you help me refine the King Jin Dan, your reward will definitely not be a problem." "That's right. If Elder Ling has any requests, as long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best to help you." "That's right. Elder Ling, please refine the King Jin Dan for us." For a moment, all of the King Stage experts who were over 100 years old were in front of Ling Xiao, trying their best to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao finally felt the glory of being an alchemist, and he also knew why alchemists were respected by so many people. Wasn't this the best explanation? Every martial artist pursued extreme power, and when they were unable to break through or were thinking of ways to reduce the time needed to break through, they would need to find a suitable high-grade pill. Thus, they had no choice but to curry favor with alchemists, and this was the true reason why alchemists were noble. Ling Xiao had tactfully said so much, and his goal had been achieved. Thus, he very straightforwardly listed out the spirit herbs needed for the different attributes of the King Jin Dan for these elders. Ling Xiao even wrote down the spirit herbs that were not required for the King Jin Dan. These spirit herbs were all things that he needed for himself, and it could be considered as a reward for them. At the same time, it would prevent the King Jean Dan's pill formula from being leaked out. It had to be known that the higher the grade of the pill, the harder it was to obtain it with 10,000 crystals. Ling Xiao couldn't let others take advantage of this opportunity. All right, elders, whoever is the first to collect 2 sets of King Advancement pills, I will refine them for that person. As for the reward, I naturally won't make things difficult for everyone, so don't worry, said Ling Xiao straightforwardly. All of these people had gone crazy thinking about the King Jean Dan, so they naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had obtained half of the spirit herbs from them. All of them acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and after repeatedly thanking Ling Xiao, they immediately left Ling Xiao's courtyard and went back to gather the spirit herbs. After watching everyone leave, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. In the main hall, only Mu In, Zhang Li, and Xing Zhantian remained. Mu In jokingly scolded, "You little rascal, you're too greedy." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Martial uncle, you should know how precious the King Jean Dan is. If I were to auction it off, I'm afraid I would be able to sell it for a sky-high price. For me to take one portion of the spirit herbs from them is already extremely cheap." Mu In also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, so he no longer scolded him. The space ring in his hand flashed slightly, and a pile of spirit herbs appeared on the ground. "Here are 2 portions of the spirit herbs for the King Jean Dan. Put them away first and quickly refine them for our Wood Flag Peak," Mu In said. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them and immediately put away all the spirit herbs. He then said to Mu In, "Martial uncle, rest assured, I will refine them as soon as possible." "Good. It's good that you understand. Right? Elder Zhang also wants you to refine a King Jean Dan for him. Out of respect for Martial uncle, you can refine one for him," Mu In said as he pointed to Zhang Li. "Please help me, Grandmaster Ling." Zhang Li didn't dare to put on any airs and immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned the courtesy and said, "Elder Zhang is too polite. It was all thanks to Elder Zhang's help in Flame Valley, but Elder Zhang still needs to prepare the spirit herbs himself. This is something that Ling Xiao is unable to do." Naturally, Zhang Li was overjoyed and immediately agreed. After everything was settled, Mu In and Zhang Li immediately left. Only Ling Xiao and Xing Zhantian remained in the hall. Ling Xiao looked at Xing Zhantian and asked, "Chief Steward Xing, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ling Xiao had a very good impression of Xing Zhantian. Although Xing Zhantian hadn't helped him since he entered the sect, Ling Xiao greatly admired his upright and outspoken character. Xing Zhantian cupped his hands and smiled. "Elder Ling is truly a dragon among men. You have only been in the sect for less than 2 years, and your name has already spread far and wide. This Xing truly admires you." Chief Steward Xing is too kind. Ling Xiao just happened to be at the right time, Ling Xiao replied modestly. He then asked, "Chief Steward Xing needs Ling Xiao to refine the King entering pill?" Xing Zhantian nodded. "That's right. I have been half a step into the King level for many years now, but I have never been able to take the final step. I hope that Elder Ling can help me." "Don't worry, Chief Steward Xing. I will definitely help you. However, you will still need to gather the spirit herbs yourself." Ling Xiao immediately agreed. Xing Zhantian was overjoyed and immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Many thanks for your help, Elder Ling." Following that, Ling Xiao gave Xing Zhantian a list of the spirit herbs needed to refine the King entering pill. Xing Zhantian took the list and thanked Ling Xiao again before hurriedly leaving. After sending everyone away, Ling Xiao made some adjustments and cleared out a room for his alchemy room. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and took out the spirit herbs that Mu Un had given him. Then, he began to refine the King entering pill. Once again, Ling Xiao used the medicine refinement rain alchemy technique to refine the medicinal essence of all the spirit herbs at an extremely fast speed. Actually, Ling Xiao had not truly reached the realm of medicine refining rain. The only reason he could use this technique was because of the obsidian cauldron. As a heaven-ranked divine cauldron, the cauldron had long since been refined into a soul. It was familiar with human spiritual chi and could display all sorts of wondrous uses. Medicine refining rain required controlling the spirit herbs to float in the air and then using the fire to refine them, allowing them to reach the realm of refining at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao was only an intermediate spirit master, so it was impossible for him to control the spirit herbs to float in the air. In reality, it was all controlled by the soul of the obsidian cauldron. Ling Xiao only needed to control the fire from the side. Back then, when Ling Xiao found out about this wondrous use, he was pleasantly surprised. This time, he spent an entire day refining the 2 king entering pills. He used up a lot of mental energy and spiritual power to complete the task. When Ling Xiao brought the pills back to Wooden Flag Peak, Muin was so moved that he almost cried. He had finally obtained a king entering pill, and the other king entering pill was given to another elder of Wooden Flag Peak. This elder was of the same realm as Muon, but he was already very old. If he didn't break through soon, he would soon reach the end of his lifespan. Now, Ling Xiao's king entering pill could be said to have saved his life. At the same time, Wooden Flag Peak would have 3 more high-level king stage cultivators. The overall strength of the peak would greatly increase. Elder Ling, many thanks for refining the pills for this old master. This old master has a collection here. If Elder Ling takes a liking to them, please feel free to take them, the elder said very happily. At the same time, he released a lot of spirit herbs above tier 3 from his space ring. Ling Xiao said modestly and began to look at the spirit herbs released by the elder. Ling Xiao selected a dozen or so tier 3 to tier 4 spirit herbs and put them away. This could be considered a reward for refining the pills. The elder allowed Ling Xiao to choose as he pleased, not showing any sign of distress. Just when Ling Xiao thought it was enough, Lu Wang's urgent voice sounded in Ling Xiao's knowledge. "See, little friend, help me take that Senshu Gen." Senshu Gen? Puzzled, Ling Xiao followed Lu Wang's instructions and found an inconspicuous spirit herb. This spirit herb looked like a withered tree root and was quite inconspicuous. Ling Xiao really didn't know why Lu Wang had taken a fancy to it. However, he knew that Lu Wang wouldn't casually mention it, so he put away the inconspicuous spirit herb and did not take anything else. The elder put away the rest of his spirit grass and thanked Ling Xiao. Then, he hurriedly left and closed the door. Muin wasn't stingy and also took out a lot of spirit herbs for Ling Xiao to choose from. At the same time, he also gave some spirit herbs that he didn't normally use to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't refuse and naturally accepted them all. After Ling Xiao returned to his cultivation courtyard, he wanted to find some time to go to Spirit Gathering Peak and seclude himself for a while to break through to the high-ranked Spirit Master realm. Chapter 268. In a bed, a young man was sitting cross-legged on a soft bed with his upper body bare. This young man was extremely handsome, with sharp edges that seemed to have been carved by a knife. His entire face exuded a resolute yet heroic spirit. It was the kind of face that would cause the hearts of young women and girls to palpitate upon seeing it. Looking at his sturdy body that seemed to be forged from gold, each of his muscles seemed to be filled with explosive energy, adding a bit of wildness to his appearance. The young man sat with his eyes closed, not emitting any aura. He was currently conversing with an old man whose entire body was covered in green in his spiritual sea. Beside the two of them were 2 beads, one gray and one blue, appearing extremely strange. "Old Lu, what use does this Senshu Gen have?" Ling Xiao asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang stroked his beard and said, "It can help me recover my vitality, but it doesn't have much use for you human cultivators." "It has the same effect as the green needle root?" Ling Xiao asked. Back in Meteor City, during the Luo clan's auction, Ling Xiao had bought a spirit grass called the green needle root for Lu Wang. At that time, Lu Wang had used a drop of 10,000-year tree sap to exchange for it. It's not the same. It's not the same. Lu Wang hastily shook his head. He naturally knew what Ling Xiao was planning, but he obviously couldn't admit it. Otherwise, he would be squeezed dry again without even knowing what was going on. Ling Xiao laughed mischievously and said, "It's not the same." "Then forget it. I'll keep it for now." "Little friend, you can't be like this. The Shu Jin has to be given to this old man," Lu Wang immediately said. Ling Xiao revealed a proud smile. Just by looking at Lu Wang's appearance, he could tell that Lu Wang cared a lot about the Shu Jin. "AI, this old man has been tricked by you again." Lu Wang couldn't help but sigh and shake his head when he saw Ling Xiao's proud expression. Seeing Lu Wang's distressed expression, Ling Xiao withdrew his smile and said, "Elder Lu, what kind of person do you think I am? If I say I'll give it to you, then I'll give it to you. I just want to know what use it has. Can you tell me?" Seeing Ling Xiao's sincerity, Lu Wang no longer hid anything and said, "The Shu Jin is indeed of some use to this old man. It can replenish this old man's lost vitality and has the same effect as the green needle root." Ling Xiao asked again, "What kind of spirit herb do you need to speed up the recovery of your vitality? Perhaps you can tell me, and I can help you find it. Wouldn't that be better?" Lu Wang shook his head and said, "To be honest, as long as I can sense something suitable, I'll tell you. These are all extremely rare spirit roots, and they all contain wood attribute origin. They're different from most spirit grasses, and only someone like me can absorb their origin." "What is the original spiritual power?" "Elder Lu, can you explain it more clearly?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. He had heard Lu Wang talk about it several times before, but he didn't know what the original spiritual power was. "All right, since you've asked, I'll tell you. In any case, this is also beneficial to you." Lu Wang hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The so-called original spiritual power is the purest form of energy. The 5 elements, light, darkness, wind, thunder, and all other attributes all have their own original spiritual power. It has existed since the beginning of the world, when yin and yang were separated. But through the passage of time, countless humans, spirit beasts, and spirit creatures have absorbed and destroyed it, causing the energy to become turbid. The original spiritual power has gradually become extremely sparse, but there are still many places that contain the original spiritual power. It's just that those places are extremely rare and dangerous. For example, the 2 strange pearls you have here are both natural treasures formed from the accumulation of the original spiritual power over tens of thousands of years. So that's how it is." Ling Xiao faintly grasped something after hearing Lu Wang's words. The original spiritual power seemed to be the goal of all martial artists. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that Lu Wang's words had opened a new path to the peak of martial arts for him. Ling Xiao no longer had any ideas about Lu Wang's 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree root, so he let Lu Wang absorb the Shuin. In truth, he knew that Lu Wang's words weren't completely true. Human martial artists could also absorb the original spiritual power of the Shu Jin, and it could greatly increase the purity of a martial artist would attribute. However, Ling Xiao knew that Lu Wang was extremely eager to absorb the Shu Jin, so he didn't say anything else. In any case, Lu Wang had helped him quite a bit, so he couldn't disappoint this old man. At the same time, he also felt that Lu Wang was most likely a natural spiritual tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so mysterious and understand so many things. Just as Ling Xiao was about to withdraw from his consciousness, Lu Wang said, "Little friend, wait a moment. Does Elder Lu have any other instructions?" Ling Xiao asked. "In the future, when you have time, come more often and chat with them. This will be very beneficial to your growth." Lu Wang pointed to the 2 beads to the side. Ling Xiao glanced at the Xiantian Yin Wind bead and Blue Demon Flame bead, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. If he were to combine their Xiantian Yin Wind bead and Blue Demon Flame bead, what kind of effect would there be? However, this was just a thought for now. If the 2 beads started fighting again, he wouldn't even know how to write the word death. Ling Xiao nodded before withdrawing from his consciousness. Previously, Ling Xiao had already made up his mind to increase his cultivation speed. But during the conferring ceremony, Yin Mingqi had once again stated that she would only agree to be with him if he surpassed her. Thus, Ling Xiao decided to head to Spirit Gathering Peak. Although he had promised the elders of the various peaks that he would help them refine the stage advancement pill, they wouldn't be able to gather the 2 sets of spirit herbs in a short period of time. At the same time, he also wanted to suppress their emotions. If they all came to him to refine pills, where would he have the time to cultivate? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he had to make good use of his status as an alchemist. In the future, when he wanted to roam the continent, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. It would be bad if he didn't have a decent helper by his side. As Ling Xiao walked out of his courtyard, he saw a person walking back and forth outside. "Senior Shi, why are you here?" Ling Xiao called out to that person. This person was the Black Cliff Peaks' Shi Tianhou. During the trip to Blaze Valley, Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou had become good friends. When Shi Tianhou saw Ling Xiao suddenly walk out, he immediately bowed respectfully towards Ling Xiao and said, "Greetings, Elder Ling." Ling Xiao laughed involuntarily and said, "Senior brother, don't make fun of me. Just call me Ling Xiao. The word elder makes me old." No, how can I do that?" Shi Tianhou repeatedly waved his hand. "If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Could it be that senior brother is looking down on me?" Ling Xiao said seriously. Although Ling Xiao's status had risen, he would never put on any airs in front of his friends. This was one of his strong points. Shi Tianhou scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Then senior brother is too arrogant." "What are you talking about?" "Oh right, senior brother, are you here to find me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, I want to ask if you want to go to Spirit Gathering Peak to cultivate together." Shi Tianhou said. "That's what I was thinking," Ling Xiao replied. He was just about to go to Spirit Gathering Peak, but Shi Tianyin came looking for him. Just as the two were about to leave together, a sweet voice came over. "Elder Ling, senior brother Shi, can I wait for you?" A beautiful figure walked towards Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou with a graceful duo fa. Ling Xiao looked back and saw that it was Yulayan. She was dressed in gorgeous silk, which vividly outlined her devilish material. That charming and pretty face had a hint of a smile, like a blooming rose, and that pair of soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes made any man unable to help but be captivated by it. Like a light breeze, she directly came in front of Ling Xiao and made a coquettish gesture, saying in a coquettish voice, "This little girl, Yulayan, greets Elder Ling." Goosebumps appeared all over Ling Xiao's body, and he thought to himself, "This girl, Yulayan, greets Elder Ling, senior apprentice sister. You're too polite. Just call me Ling Xiao or junior apprentice brother," said Ling Xiao. Yulayan stood up straight and smiled. "That's good. I don't want to call you old. Let's go to Spirit Gathering Peak together." Yulayan stood up straight and smiled. "That's good. I don't want to sound old. Let's go to Spirit Gathering Peak together." After saying that, Yulayan really didn't stand on ceremony and took Ling Xiao's arm. Whoosh! Ling Xiao felt a surge of lust being rubbed against that plump, soft flesh, and he had to quickly circulate his ice force to keep himself calm. Otherwise, he really wanted to drag this girl into his room and eat her up. Ling Xiao turned to Yulayan and said, "Senior sister, don't be like this. If other brothers see this, they'll misunderstand." Yulayan raised her head slightly and met Ling Xiao's gaze. "What misunderstanding? I just like you, junior brother. Can't you do that?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Yulayan to be so straightforward, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Yulayan pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, I know you like senior sister Yin, but I don't mind being the second." Shi Tianhou, who was walking to the side, almost stumbled when he heard this. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's charm to be so great, but when he thought about Ling Xiao's current achievements, he didn't think it was that surprising. After all, Ling Xiao was a fourth-grade alchemist, and no matter where he went, he would be treated as a distinguished guest. With such an illustrious identity, there were naturally more women who liked him. Ling Xiao didn't mind Yuliyan's words, and instead thought to himself, My charm really isn't just for show. An hour later, the three of them arrived at the foot of the spirit-gathering peak. This mountain peak wasn't as tall as the 9 main peaks of the sect, but the spiritual energy around it was denser than anywhere else. It was as if taking in a breath of the spiritual energy would make one feel much more comfortable. Looking up, there was a tall tower at the top of the peak. This pagoda had a total of 18 levels, and it towered into the sky and pierced straight into the sky, causing it to seem lofty and magnificent. Its surroundings were coiled with glistening and sticky spirit energy, and it emitted a faint multicolored glow. When looked at from afar, it was like a 7-colored spirit pagoda that was filled with a misty and mysterious feeling. This is the Spirit Gathering Tower. Sure, Tian-ho looked up at the tower with yearning in his eyes. Senior brother, you've never been here before? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I've been here many times, but I've never gone up. Sure, Tian-ho answered a little embarrassedly. Let's go up together. Ling Xiao didn't ask anymore and strode up the spirit-gathering peak. Chapter 269. The spirit-gathering peak was only open to the true disciples of the sect. The ancestors of the Purple Sky sect had set up a spirit-gathering formation here, so that the spiritual energy gathered on the peak was several times denser than in other places. It was a training ground prepared for each generation of the sect's outstanding talents. The Spirit Gathering Tower was the foundation of the Spirit Gathering Peak, where all the spiritual energy gathered was the densest. At the same time, it was also the eye of the Spirit Gathering Formation. The three of them arrived in front of the Spirit Gathering Tower, feeling refreshed. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the flow of spiritual energy, and the Xian Qi in his body began to circulate. The 3 treasures in his Yi surged at the same time, and spiritual energy rushed towards him like swallows returning to their nest. For a moment, Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianho looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Then 2 figures flew out of the spirit-gathering tower, and one of them shouted, "Who are you?" Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianho bowed to the newcomers. "We are true disciples of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Black Crag Peak, and we came to the Spirit Gathering Peak to train." The 2 took out their tokens at the same time and handed them to the newcomers. Both of them were old men with white hair, and no one could feel the spiritual energy fluctuations from them. They gave people the feeling that they were no different from ordinary old men. However, their eyes were shining with an imperceptible light, and no one dared to underestimate them. The 2 old men only glanced at Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianho's tokens, and then looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao had his eyes closed, and he was surrounded by dense spiritual energy. It seemed that the spiritual energy was gradually covering his body. His hands were gently waving without any pattern, and the spiritual energy also flowed in the direction he waved, as if he was constantly stirring it. Seeing this, the 2 old men's eyes lit up. Yu Laiyan stepped forward and said to the 2 old men, "Elders, he is..." She was just about to explain Ling Xiao's identity to the 2 old men, but was interrupted by one of them. "Don't argue." Yu Laiyan hesitated for a moment, and then obediently shut her mouth and retreated to Shi Tianho's side. For a moment, a strange scene took place. The 2 elderly men stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, who was enshrouded in spiritual qi, and expressions of incredulity appeared on their faces. Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianho stood, rooted to the spot, not daring to make a sound. After an indeterminate period of time, the spiritual qi around Ling Xiao grew denser and denser, until he was completely obscured by the spiritual qi, and all of the spiritual qi around the spirit-gathering pagoda surged toward him. What happened? Why has the spirit energy decreased so much? A cry of surprise rang out from within the spirit-gathering tower. Following that, a series of exclamations rang out. Could it be that the spiritual qi has been sucked dry? That's impossible. Let's go out and see what's going on. Several dozen figures flew out of the spirit-gathering pagoda. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the scene in front of the tower. What's going on? Why is all this spiritual energy here? What the hell? Could it be that there's a problem with the spirit convergence formation? Look, the 2 second elders are over there. They should know what's going on. All of you, get back into the pagoda. An elderly man glared at the screaming true disciples and shouted. The dozens of true disciples were stunned, but they didn't hesitate and rushed back into the pagoda again. At that moment, Ling Zhao's body trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes in confusion. What's going on? Just as he came back to his senses, most of the spiritual qi around him dispersed, and only a small portion continued to pour into his body. Junior brother, are you all right? Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou asked at the same time. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm fine. He was indeed fine, but he felt that his spiritual qi seemed to have increased by a lot, and the 3 parts returning qi was still being absorbed. At this rate, he would be able to break through to the next stage very soon. Kid, how did you feel just now? 2 elders walked over to Ling Xiao, and one of them asked Ling Xiao in a friendly manner. Ling Xiao looked over and found that he couldn't see through the 2 elders' realms. He knew that they were elders from the previous generation, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, Ling Xiao of Wooden Flag Peak greets the 2 elders. There's no need to be so polite. Tell me, how did you feel just now? The elder who had spoken earlier urged again. Ling Xiao was a bit confused, but he still answered honestly. I felt that my spiritual qi increased by a lot. The old man asked again, Other than this, don't you feel anything else? Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, I felt a fluctuation of spiritual qi. So it's like that. You really are a good kid. The elder suddenly laughed. The other elder also stroked his white beard and looked at Ling Xiao with a kind face. His eyes were full of light. Senior brother Xiao is really lucky to have such a grand disciple. I'm a bit jealous, the elder who spoke said to his companion. The other elder smiled and said, Yes, that's right. Ling Xiao asked the 2 elders in confusion. Elders, what are you talking about? Although the 2 of them were praising him, he couldn't figure out what was going on. The 2 elders were stunned for a moment, and the elder who had spoken first said, Kid, who is your master? Didn't he tell you what it means to feel a fluctuation of spiritual qi? After the elder's reminder, Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou both looked at Ling Xiao enviously, as if they already knew what was going on. Only Ling Xiao shook his head in confusion. He hadn't spent much time cultivating at Wooden Flag Peak before, and he'd spent most of his time cultivating by himself. He didn't need much guidance from Mu Huai, so he didn't know what was going on. I really don't know how you cultivate, you silly brat. You don't even know what's going on when you sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the old man grumbled, then continued. Sensing the existence of spiritual energy proves that you already have the qualifications to step into the king's step. I'm qualified to step into the king's step? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. That's right. To suddenly go from the spirit master level to the king's step, you must be able to feel the existence of spiritual qi and be able to control it as you wish. This is a necessary condition for entering the king's step. Normally, to feel the fluctuation of spiritual qi, one must reach the peak of the high spirit master level before slowly comprehending and feeling the fluctuation of spiritual qi. In the end, one must learn to control it and step into the king's step. This step seems very simple, but who knows how many people are stuck at this step and have no chance of entering the king's step. Kid, you're only a middle spirit master, yet you can feel the fluctuation of spiritual qi. This means that after you break through to the high spirit master level, you should be able to break through to the king's step very quickly. So, silly boy, you really have some dog shit luck, the elder explained. So that's how it is. Thank you, elder, for your guidance. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this. He hadn't thought that he would be able to enter the king's step in advance. He had originally thought that reaching the king's step would require a long period of accumulation. After all, back in Meteor City, his family's grand elder had spent dozens of years to break through from the high spirit master level to the king's step. In the entire Meteor City, he was the only king's step expert. So he had always thought that entering the king's step would be extremely difficult. In actuality, Ling Zhao's thoughts weren't wrong. Entering the king's step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for most people. But to someone like him who had 3 natural, unique treasures, it was nothing to be afraid of. Right now, his wood, fire, and wind attributes were all 100% pure. He already possessed the most monstrous tenbin when it came to cultivation. Furthermore, the 3 natural unique treasures could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, allowing him to sense spiritual qi earlier than others. This was a matter of course. If he didn't have the 3 natural treasures in his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of spiritual qi so early. All right, don't just stand there. Are you all going to the spirit gathering tower to cultivate? The elder asked with a light wave of his hand. Ling Xiao and the others nodded in unison. Then let's go in. This spirit gathering tower has a total of 18 floors, and the density of spiritual qi on each floor is different. I suggest that you 2 cultivate on the first 5 floors. You silly brat, you should be able to cultivate on the first 10 floors. The elder pointed at Yu Yin and Shi Tianhou. He then paused for a moment before continuing. It's up to you how many floors you can cultivate on, but don't force yourself. The 3 of them didn't understand what the elder meant. Yu Yin's beautiful eyes shifted as she asked, "Are there restrictions on every floor?" The 2 elders smiled at the same time. One of them replied, "There won't be any restrictions, but there will definitely be some trouble." "All right, you'll know once you go in." With that, the 2 elders disappeared before the 3 of them. Ling Xiao said, "Let's go in and have a look. There shouldn't be any danger." Yu Yin and Shi Tianhou nodded and followed Ling Xiao into the spirit gathering tower. After the 3 of them walked in, they found that the cultivation rooms on the first floor were all empty. The 3 of them knew that the other true disciples should be on the higher floors. After all, the 2 elders had said that the higher the floor, the denser the spiritual qi would be. Everyone wanted to cultivate in the places with the densest spiritual qi. The 3 of them didn't stop and went straight to the second floor. The cultivation rooms on the second floor were also empty. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd floor that they found a few closed doors. There were probably people cultivating inside. At the same time, there were a few empty cultivation rooms beside them. The spiritual qi here is much denser than on the 1st and 2nd floors. Do you want to cultivate here? Ling Xiao asked the 2 beside him. Yu Yin was the first to answer. The elder said that the higher we go, the denser the spiritual qi will be. Let's go up. I think so too, Shi Tianhou agreed. Then, the 3 of them went up to the 4th floor. After reaching the 4th floor, there were clearly fewer cultivation rooms than on the 1st to 3rd floors. The higher one went, the smaller the space would be, and the fewer cultivation rooms there would be. When the 3 of them reached the 4th floor, they found that all the cultivation rooms were closed. Not a single one was empty. Let's go take a look at the 5th floor, Ling Xiao suggested. The 3 of them went up to the 5th floor. Unexpectedly, the cultivation rooms on the 5th floor were also closed. This made the 3 of them very depressed, so they went up again. Who knew that at this moment, someone would block their way? Chapter 270. The one who stopped Ling Zhao's group was a middle-aged man. His strength had already reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm, or perhaps even surpassed the Spirit Master realm, and was half a step into the King realm. The middle-aged man indifferently said to Yu Yin and Shi Tianhou, "You 2 can only cultivate on the first 5 floors." He then pointed at Ling Xiao. "You can go up there." "Why can he go up, but we can't?" Yu Yin asked in confusion. "It's because of the difference in strength," the middle-aged man replied indifferently. The 3 of them immediately understood what he meant. Low-rank spirit masters could only cultivate on the lower 5 floors, while the upper floors were for mid and high-rank spirit masters. "All right, you guys can stay down there. I'll go up first," Ling Xiao said, and was about to walk up the stairs. "Junior brother, you're going up just like that? What about us?" Yu Yin pulled Ling Xiao's hand and asked, "Can't you guys just cultivate down here? Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao asked again. "But the 4th and 5th floors are already full, and the spiritual energy on the 1st to 3rd floors isn't as good as the ones above," Yu Yin said again. Oh, Ling Xiao nodded, then turned to the middle-aged man and asked, Deacon, are there any other cultivation rooms here? The middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly, and he said faintly, There are cultivation rooms everywhere. But aren't they all full? Yu Laiyan interjected. Yes, but the first and second floors should still be empty. The Chinese man said indifferently. He paused for a moment before continuing, If you want to cultivate in the higher floors, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. With that, the middle-aged man returned to his post and went to sleep. What's that supposed to mean? Shi Tianhou asked in a daze. Ling Xiao didn't answer him. Instead, he said to Yu Laiyan, Senior sister, I'm sure you know what to do. Do as you see fit. I can't help you with this. With that, Ling Xiao walked up to the 6th floor without looking back. Shi Tianhou asked Yu Laiyan in confusion, Junior sister, what's going on? Yu Laiyan rolled her eyes at Shi Tianhou and said, If we want to cultivate here, we'll have to defeat one of the people in the cultivation room. That way, we can occupy this cultivation room. Otherwise, we can only cultivate on the 3rd floor. Shi Tianhou understood Yu Laiyan's explanation, and he said dejectedly, Then let's go to the 3rd floor to cultivate. The spiritual energy there isn't weak either. In the spirit gathering tower, the spirit chi would be much denser with each floor. Everyone wanted to cultivate on the higher floors, but the sect clearly stipulated that low-rank spirit masters could only cultivate on the first 5 floors. Middle-rank spirit masters could cultivate from the 5th to the 10th floor. Any higher was where high-rank spirit masters cultivated. As a true disciple of the sect, every Tenbin was a cut above the rest and was the future pillar of the sect. Moreover, they who had a halo over their heads for a long time naturally had their eyes on the top of their heads, and the things they wanted to possess would definitely be the best. Just like in the spirit gathering tower, they were all the cream of the crop of their respective peaks, so of course they wanted the best place to cultivate. Thus, the spirit gathering tower had set a rule that whoever managed to snatch a cultivation room could cultivate. Otherwise, they could cultivate on the 1st to 3rd floors, where there would always be an empty cultivation room. Of course, they could repair the cultivation room, but they couldn't kill anyone or they would be severely punished by the sect. Shi Tianhou was an honest person, so of course he didn't want to fight with others. However, Yu Laiyan didn't think so. She rolled her eyes at Shi Tianhou and directly walked towards one of the cultivation rooms. Yu Laiyan lightly knocked on the 1,000-year wooden door of the cultivation room. Then, an angry roar came from inside. If you don't want to die, then piss off. The person's voice was so loud that it shook the entire floor. At the same time, a few true disciples walked out of the cultivation rooms on the 5th floor. I didn't think someone would dare to challenge Huang Feng, and a delicate beauty at that. I wonder which peak she's from. She should be a new true disciple. How courageous. Huang Feng isn't weak at all. Maybe the newcomers don't know the rules, so they'll obediently leave after suffering a bit. Junior, sure, you can go down. The one in the cultivation room is your senior brother Huang Feng. A Black Rock Peak true disciple recognized Shi Tianhou and walked over to remind him. What? Senior brother Huang is in there? Shi Tianhou was surprised. He then turned to Yu Laiyan and said nervously, Junior sister, let's go down. My senior brother is in there. From Shi Tianhou's expression, it seemed that he was a little afraid of this senior brother Huang. Unfortunately, it was too late for Shi Tianhou to say this. The door to the cultivation room had already opened. A burly man walked out with large strides. This man was around 28 years old, and he was extremely tall and muscular. His arms were covered with snake-like veins, making him look extremely sinister and frightening. He looked down at Yu Laiyan and said loudly, Are you the one who wants to challenge me? Before Yu Laiyan could speak, Shi Tianhou rushed to speak first. Senior brother Huang, junior sister just came to the wrong place. Shi Tianhou was honest by nature and wasn't good at lying. Anyone who heard it would know that it was a lie. Huang Feng glanced at Shi Tianhou and then back at Yu Laiyan. He said faintly, I won't bicker with you for my junior brother's sake. Hurry up and get out of my way. Oh, senior brother, you're so fierce." Yu Lian's expression changed. Her charming face was like a flower in June, and her smile was so gorgeous and beautiful. Moreover, her slanted eyes were faintly suffused with a trace of bright light. Huang Feng was about to get angry, but who knew that when he met Yu Lian's eyes, his expression would become sluggish and he would laugh foolishly. "Senior brother is wrong. Junior sister, you can punish me however you want." Huang Feng's expression became lecherous, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. Damn, isn't Madman supposed to stay away from women? Why is he acting coquettishly when he sees a junior sister? That's right, but this junior sister is really not bad. It would be great if I could dual cultivate with her. Forget it. Lower your voice. I think she's a junior sister from Scarlet Flame Peak, and she has a fiery temper. Looks like Madman is going to be out of luck. A few true disciples whispered to the side. Only Shi Tianho stared blankly at Yu Lian and Huang Feng, thinking to himself, "Junior sister likes junior brother Ling. Wouldn't it be troublesome if senior brother Huang took a liking to her?" Just as Shi Tianho was about to step forward and persuade her, he saw Yu Lian's hand already pressed against his senior brother's chest. Could it be that junior sister has fallen in love with senior brother Huang again? Shi Tianho thought to himself. However, the next moment, his senior brother was pushed lightly by Yu Lian, and he fell to the ground. Senior brother, you giving up your cultivation room to me? That's great," Yu Lian exclaimed. He didn't even look at Huang Feng, who was lying on the ground, and then flashed into Huang Feng's original cultivation room. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Senior brother, why did you fall asleep?" Shi Tianho squatted down and checked Huang Feng's nostrils. Seeing that his breathing was normal, he called out twice, but Huang Feng didn't wake up. The middle-aged man who was clinging to him said impatiently, "Take him downstairs. Don't disturb everyone's cultivation. He's already been defeated by that girl." Shi Tianho thought to himself, "Junior sister is really strange." He then picked up Huang Feng and hurried downstairs. Only the crowd looked at the cultivation room that Yu Lian had entered with some fear in their eyes. They still didn't understand how Huang Feng had fallen. If she had tried to kill him, Huang Feng would probably be dead already. They all thought to themselves, "This woman is really scary." Ling Xiao didn't know what happened downstairs because every floor was isolated by formation, so he didn't know what was going on downstairs. Ling Xiao didn't stop and went straight to the 10th floor, which was the highest floor a mid-level spirit master could stay in. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was many times denser than below. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. "If I can cultivate here for a year, I believe reaching the peak of a high-level spirit master won't be a problem." He had already reached the 10th floor, so Ling Xiao planned to cultivate here. There were only 3 cultivation rooms on this floor, and each one was tightly shut. There should be a master cultivating inside. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to cultivate here, he had to defeat one of them. "All right, let's see if we can negotiate. Tell them to give up a spot for me. I'm not the kind of person who would resort to violence." Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he shook his head. Then he walked towards the first training room on the far right side of the room. Dong dong. Ling Xiao very gentlemanly knocked on the 1,000-year-old wooden door a few times. Ling Xiao waited for a while, but there was no movement inside, so he knocked a few more times and asked, "Is anyone there?" Who knew that there would still be no movement inside? "I don't think there's anyone inside." "Then I'll choose this room to cultivate," Ling Xiao muttered to himself. At this time, a hoarse voice came from inside. "If you don't want to die, scram." These words were the same as what Huang Feng had said downstairs, but he didn't know if the outcome would be the same. Your temper really isn't small." Ling Xiao laughed lightly and continued to knock on the door. "Brother, let me borrow your room. I'll return it to you for 3 months." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the cultivation room's wooden door opened. "I knew you were a good person," Ling Xiao said with a grin. "Not bad. I'm a good person. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll let you go." A strong man walked out of the cultivation room. This person was only around 27 years old. He wasn't tall, and his appearance was ordinary. However, his aura had already reached the peak of a mid-level spirit master. This made Ling Xiao look at him in a different light. 3 kowtows? I kneel to the heavens, the earth, and my parents, but I don't have the habit of kneeling to others. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. The young man glared at Ling Xiao and was just about to start cursing again when he said with a surprised expression, Elder Ling? You know me? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before replying with a question. He thought to himself, so this young master is also this famous. Everywhere I go, people know me. Chapter 271. The strong young man's anger immediately turned into respect. He said to Ling Xiao in an ingratiating tone, It really is Elder Ling. You look familiar. Please forgive me if I offended you just now. Oh, right. Didn't Elder Ling want a training room? I'll give it to you right now. Elder Ling, please. In the face of this young man's 360-degree change, Ling Xiao couldn't get used to it. Yes, not bad. You have a bright future. Which peak are you a disciple of? When we get back, I'll tell your peak master and have him look after you. Ling Xiao's body shook, and he raised his head and put his hands on his hips. He looked like a big boss, and he seemed exceptionally pleased with himself. Ling Xiao felt great. So this was what it felt like to be a master. The young man didn't mind Ling Xiao's attitude. He said respectfully, Elder Ling, I'm from the same peak as you. My master is Elder Muin. Damn, so you're one of us, Ling Xiao said. So you're Master Muin's disciple. Are you that powerful? All right, don't call me Elder Ling. I joined the sect later than you, so just call me Junior Ling. If Master Muin makes things difficult for you in the future, just tell me. Master Muin and I have a good relationship. Thank you, Elder Ling. I'm called Chen Wenyu, the young man replied. So it's Senior Chen. Since you're one of us, you can continue to cultivate here. I'll see if there are any other rooms for you. Ling Xiao patted Chen Wenyu's shoulder. Since he was one of them, Ling Xiao couldn't steal his cultivation room. He had to be kind. How can I do that? I've been in seclusion for a long time. Elder Ling, you can cultivate here, Chen Wenyu said in an ingratiating manner. In fact, he had only come here yesterday. This was the cultivation room he had reserved for himself. No one else dared to come here to cultivate. However, Ling Xiao's status was not ordinary. During the conferring ceremony, Chen Wenyu had personally witnessed Ling Xiao concoct a Tier 4 medicinal pill, the King Advancement Pill. The King Advancement Pill was a high-grade pill that even King rank experts yearned for. So long as Elder Ling was willing, countless King rank experts would follow him. And he, Chen Wenyu, was merely a middle spirit master. What qualifications did he have to put on heirs with him? Other than being good at cultivating Tenbin, Chen Wenyu was also quick-witted. Therefore, he had to curry favor with Ling Xiao first. In the future, if he needed help from Ling Xiao, Chen Wenyu believed that Ling Xiao would help him since they were from the same sect. He had already thought it through. Once he broke through to high-rank spirit master, he would think of a way to ask Ling Xiao to refine a king opening pill. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what Chen Wenyu was thinking, so he reluctantly entered Chen Wenyu's cultivation. 3 months' time was limited, so Ling Xiao had to make every second count. Moreover, the feeling outside the tower just now made Ling Xiao feel as if he had grasped something. This was related to the conditions for entering the king rank in advance. When Ling Xiao entered Chen Wenyu's cultivation room, Chen Wenyu smiled and turned to look at the cultivation room beside his. He muttered, These two fellows actually came to cultivate at the same time. It looks like they're both preparing for the sect oath assembly. Forget it, cultivating on the 9th floor is the same. Although the spiritual energy can't compare to the 10th floor, it's enough. Ling Xiao walked into the cultivation room and found that it was very clean. After all, there was only a stone bed here, so how could it be dirty? Ling Xiao entered the cultivation room, but he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he calmed his heart and adjusted his state of mind. This was Ling Xiao's habit. Every time he cultivated or refined pills, he would do his best to calm his state of mind. Only then would he be able to cultivate or refine pills with double the results. In order to catch up to Yun Mingqi as soon as possible, Ling Xiao put in 120% of his concentration. He made up his mind that he wouldn't come out until he reached the high-ranked Spirit Master level. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao finally adjusted his state of mind to its peak. The 3 parts restoration chi in his body gradually sped up. The Vajra 5 transformation art also circulated around his body, and the 3 strange treasures in his sea of consciousness began to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world. In view of the commotion just now, Ling Xiao sent a message to the 3 strange treasures in his sea of consciousness, telling them to slow down their absorption. Otherwise, if they caused another big commotion, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate here. Even so, the spiritual energy gathered in Ling Xiao's room was even denser than the spiritual energy gathered in the highest level. Ling Xiao didn't think about it, and quickly guided the absorbed spiritual energy into his dantian. His dantian had long since solidified, and now it was growing larger and larger. A few different colors flickered, revealing a strangely noble color. Now Ling Xiao had already entered the 4th stage of the 3 parts restoration chi, spirit consolidation. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't understand how to cultivate in the spirit consolidation realm. Ever since he reached the spirit master level, Ling Xiao gradually understood that the spirit consolidation realm was related to breaking through to the spirit master level. That was to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world to consolidate and strengthen the dantian, making the dantian form a strong protective barrier. This way, when one fought with others, the dantian wouldn't be easily broken by the opponent. The dantian was the foundation of any martial artist cultivation. Without the dantian, one would lose the right to cultivate. The 3 parts restoration chi could not only strengthen the ability of the dantian to circulate, but could also give Ling Xiao's dantian an extra layer of protection. This kind of effect could not be found in any Xian method. With regards to the magic of the 3 parts restoration chi, Ling Xiao was already used to it. He felt that if he could cultivate the 9th stage of the 3 parts restoration chi, even if he didn't become the number 1 expert in the continent, he should be able to become one of the top experts. The only pity was that he only had 1/3 of the spirit controlling art. Now that he had cultivated it, as long as he had enough mental energy in his sea of consciousness, he could even kill a king stage expert in an instant. He felt that it was a pity that he didn't know where the remaining chants of the spirit controlling art were. If he knew, he would definitely think of a way to get it. This spirit controlling art was not any weaker than the 3 parts restoration chi, and could even be more powerful. The mental energy that could kill people without leaving a trace made Ling Xiao feel great. In addition, the 4th stage of the Vajra 5 changes art, bone refining, made Ling Xiao temporarily helpless. In order to cultivate this 4th stage, the spirit herbs and medicinal pills needed were all 5th stage and above. Moreover, there were also several vital materials that made Ling Xiao flinch at the moment. But this didn't mean that Ling Xiao would give up on cultivation. He just had to wait until he was strong enough and then think of a way to get the necessary supplementary materials before he could continue cultivating. Ling Xiao sat in the cultivation room for 7 days. On the 7th day, Ling Xiao broke through to high-level spirit master without any mishaps. After all, the spiritual energy here was several dozen times denser than outside. With the power of the 3 parts restoration chi and the assistance of the 3 great treasures, it was unknown how many times faster he could absorb spiritual energy than others. Moreover, before Ling Xiao went into seclusion, he and Ji Beixin had done the acacia cultivation, causing him to reach the peak of middle-level spirit master. Thus, breaking through in 7 days wasn't much to Ling Xiao. If he hadn't compressed and purified the spiritual energy several times, he probably would have broken through 3 days ago. Of course, breaking through to high-level spirit master didn't mean that Ling Xiao's seclusion was over. Next, he didn't continue cultivating. Instead, he closed his eyes and cast away all distracting thoughts, slowly feeling and comprehending the spiritual energy flowing in the air. In the beginning, Ling Xiao didn't feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy like when he was outside the tower. It was as if he couldn't find that feeling. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He knew that this process required patience. When the time came, he would be able to control it as he pleased. Another 3 days passed. Ling Xiao's expression was still tightly closed, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. His hands, which were placed flat on his knees, slowly spread out and then waved without any pattern. After who knew how long, Ling Xiao opened his eyes slightly and murmured, "So spiritual energy is a part of the air. I have to use my own spiritual energy to respond to it in order to summon it and make it work for me. This doesn't seem that hard to control." If other King Stage experts heard these words, they would probably be so angry that they would swallow blood on the spot. Comprehending the existence of spirit energy was only a prerequisite to entering the king rank. But in order to truly break through, one had to be able to control spirit energy at will and make use of the spirit energy in the surroundings. Only in this way would one be able to exert formidable might in battle. This seemed very simple, but it was extremely difficult to truly feel the existence of the spiritual energy, let alone control it as one pleased. After all, spiritual energy was formless and colorless. It couldn't be sensed with the naked eye or mind. Instead, one had to rely on a martial artist's own comprehension and affinity in order to have a chance to feel its existence. Comprehension naturally referred to a martial artist's own ability to understand and feel. This was extremely important to any martial artist. For example, a martial artist with excellent comprehension in Tenbin would be able to reach a height that others would find difficult to reach. Tenbin, on the other hand, was good, but his comprehension was poor and simple-minded. This martial artist's accomplishments would be extremely limited. As for affinity, it referred to whether or not a martial artist had a close relationship with spiritual energy. This relationship wasn't something that everyone had. It was something that could only be sensed by people who were extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. What kind of person would be able to develop a keen sense of spiritual energy? This was related to the purity of a martial artist's attribute. It had been said before that the higher the purity of a martial artist's attribute, the further they would go in the future. These words actually hinted at the martial artist's own affinity with spirit chi. For example, if a martial artist with a fire attribute had an attribute purity of only 30%, then the chances of him sensing fire attribute spiritual energy would be quite small. If his attribute purity reached 80%, then he would develop a keen sense of fire attribute spiritual energy, and he would be able to sense the existence of spiritual energy a step earlier than the former. Ling Xiao cultivated the 5 attributes of metal, wood, fire, ice, and wind at the same time. Each attribute's purity was more than 90%, and 3 of them had even reached 100%. Therefore, it could be said that his affinity with spiritual energy was extremely close. Additionally, his comprehension was shocking. As long as he calmed down slightly and used his own attribute spiritual energy to form a connection with the spiritual energy in the outside world, then he would be able to easily feel the existence of spiritual energy. As for the control of spiritual energy that he spoke of, it was still far from true king-level control. Right now, he could only move the direction of spiritual energy a bit. Just like playing with water, he could shake it a bit, but he was still far from reaching the realm of going against the flow. However, for a high-level spirit master like him, this state was indeed very good. One had to know that other people couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy their entire lives, but he could already feel it as a middle-level spirit master. Yet, that guy Ling Xiao actually said it wasn't hard. To others, this was indeed a huge blow. Chapter 272. On the 16th floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower, 2 old men were sitting in front of a tea table, leisurely enjoying a pot of tea. These 2 old men were the ones who had appeared in front of the Spirit Gathering Tower. The gray-robed old man picked up his teacup and took a sip, Senior brother, that kid is a bit strange. The blue-robed old man stroked his beard and smiled. Everyone has their own opportunities. That kid must have some secret that no one knows. Why should we be so stubborn? It's fine as long as he is a member of our Purple Sky sect. Senior brother, I went out to ask around 2 days ago. That kid was almost expelled from our sect, said the gray-robed old man. What? This kid is so good at Tenbin, and his comprehension is even more outstanding. How could he be expelled from a sect? Did he make a mistake? The blue-robed old man was slightly moved. No, he made a great contribution, but he offended an elder who thought too highly of himself. The gray-robed old man shook his head. Tell me in detail. What's going on with that kid? The blue-robed old man asked with interest. Thus, the gray-robed old man sipped his tea while slowly telling the blue-robed old man the information he had inquired about. The blue-robed old man became more and more excited as he listened. Senior brother, do you think this kid's merit is greater than his fault? The gray-robed old man asked the blue-robed old man. You said that kid killed a king-level elder of the moon-worshipping sect? The blue-robed old man said excitedly. That's right. The sect master told me personally, so I believe it's true. The gray-robed old man replied. Wow, this kid is so powerful. He's not much weaker than I was back then. The blue-robed old man rubbed his hands together. When the gray-robed old man heard this, he almost spat out the tea he drank. He remembered that 200 years ago, when he and his senior brother were both spirit masters, they didn't seem to have killed a king-level elder. Instead, they were almost beaten into a cripple. If it wasn't for their master rushing over, they would have died on the spot. Fortunately, that kid wasn't expelled from the sect. He was just expelled from Medicine Peak, the gray-robed old man said again. Yes, it doesn't matter whether he stays on Medicine Peak or not. It's fine as long as he's still in the sect. Senior brother Xiao has taken in a good disciple. Even I'm a little jealous, the blue-robed elder replied. He really is a good grand disciple. You don't know that kid has another shocking identity, said the gray-robed elder enviously. The blue-robed old man's interest grew, and he asked in surprise again, Quickly tell me, what identity does that kid have? That kid is now our sect's new elder, said the gray-robed elder. What that? How old is that kid? How could he become an elder? The blue-robed old man cried out, losing his composure. To be able to become an elder, there wasn't a single person who wasn't a king-rank expert or a third-rank alchemist or above. In his eyes, that kid was only a mid-rank spirit master. Although Tenbin wasn't bad, it didn't mean that he could become an elder. Senior brother, don't be in such a hurry. Let me finish. That kid is already a fourth-rank alchemist, so there's nothing wrong with the sect master making him an elder. The gray-robed elder smiled. He hadn't seen his senior brother lose his composure like this in many years. That's impossible. The blue-robed elder gulped and said in disbelief. And so, the gray-robed elder wasted some more time explaining the situation to the blue-robed elder. This time, the blue-robed elder's mouth was wide open. How old is that kid? He's at most 20, but he's already so amazing. In the future, he'll definitely soar into the sky, said the gray-robed elder very firmly. Not bad. That kid has already touched the edge of the king rank, and becoming a king is just around the corner. In the future, he'll at least become a fifth-rank alchemist or above. Then our sect's strength will definitely greatly increase, and perhaps one day we'll be able to step over that heavenly threshold. The blue-robed elder's eyes shined brightly. Then he said, Junior brother, go tell the sect master that no matter what, we have to keep that kid here. No matter what he wants, we have to do our best to satisfy his requests. Senior brother, I know what to do, but that kid's appetite isn't small either. He's actually thinking about Meng Qi. The gray-robed elder nodded. Hi, you got guts. That kid really isn't bad, laughed the blue-robed elder. Just as the gray-robed elder was about to say something, a rumbling sound rang out, and the entire spirit-gathering tower shook intensely. The tea table in front of the two elders began to sway. The gray-robed elder gently waved his sleeve, and a wave of spiritual energy descended, once more stabilizing the tea table. "It's coming from the 10th floor." The blue-robed elder frowned and immediately disappeared. The gray-robed elder didn't mind and instantly disappeared as well. His speed wasn't any slower than the blue-robed elder's. When the two old men arrived at the 10th floor, they were horrified to find that the door of a training room on the 10th floor had been turned into powder, and the wall facing the door had also been blasted into a huge hole that was more than a meter wide. The surrounding walls were cracked, and the cold wind kept blowing in from the outside. The two true disciples on the 10th floor were dumbfounded at the destruction caused, and they were extremely shocked. There was also a middle-aged half-step king who was dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know that the two elders from the previous generation had appeared here. Just as they were about to greet them, the blue-robed elder waved his hand and said, "Go back. Pretend you didn't see anything." The two disciples and the half-step king didn't hesitate, and after bowing, they returned to their original positions. The gray-robed elder circulated his chi and quietly said, "Everyone, don't panic. It's fine." His voice echoed in the spirit-gathering tower. Everyone who was alarmed was puzzled, but they all calmed down and continued to cultivate. The two elders walked towards the broken door of the training room and saw Ling Xiao lying on the ground, looking at the two elders with a pale face. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Two elders, I didn't do it on purpose." The two elders' faces darkened. "You didn't do it on purpose?" Although the spirit-gathering pagoda's main function was to gather spirit energy, there were also restrictions set up around the walls. Even a half-step king would find it difficult to cause any damage to the pagoda, but now, a huge hole had been blasted into it. Ling Xiao was only a high-level soul master, and a newly advanced high-level soul master at that. His strength wasn't too stable yet. How could he have suffered such destructive power? He would have to go back to 4 hours ago. Ling Xiao had been in the spirit-gathering tower for half a month. During this time, not only did he break through to a high-level soul master, but he could also feel the fluctuations of spirit energy at any time. He still needed to further master the usage of spirit energy. Thus, in a moment of boredom, Ling Xiao remembered that he could already cultivate the Three Divine Finger. The Three Divine Finger was a finger technique that could only be cultivated with the assistance of the Three Divine returning energy. It was divided into 3 styles: Jade splitting gold, 3 world splitting, and 10,000 urgent. Each style had the power to shock the world and make the gods weep. It was a secret technique that Xiongba used to restrain wind and cloud. It was enough to show how terrifying its power was. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the first 3 levels of the Three Divine returning energy, so he could now cultivate the first style of the Three Divine Finger, Jade splitting gold. Ling Xiao began to cultivate according to the chant, and then he adjusted all the spirit energy to his index finger. Previously, Ling Xiao had the experience of cultivating the Li family scorching finger, so he had some experience in cultivating the Three Divine Finger. They were both divine techniques that had some similarities. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the Three Divine Finger separation would give him such a big surprise. This was because he discovered that when he began to mobilize the spiritual power was unexpectedly drawn out from his dantian in an endless stream. Even he had no way to control the spiritual power and reduce its output. At the same time, he also felt that the spirit energy around his aura was actually moving toward his index finger. Finally, a 3-colored light source formed on his index finger. 1 red, 1 white, and 1 blue intersected with each other, making a sizzling sound like electric currents. It created a great pressure and a sense of threat around him. Ling Xiao's finger was pressed by the energy until it was white and uncomfortable. He immediately lost control and pointed his finger forward. Then, there was an earth-shattering sound. The 1,000-year-old wooden door of his cultivation room was blown to pieces, and the front of the door, which was the wall of the spirit-gathering pagoda, also suffered a disaster. It was blasted into a giant hole more than a meter wide. If it wasn't for the restriction under the spirit-gathering pagoda, It was afraid that this finger would have already smashed the pagoda into pieces. After Ling Xiao took a medicinal pill and rested for a while, his whole body recovered a bit. Two old men sat in front of Ling Xiao, staring at Ling Xiao without blinking. After Ling Xiao opened his eyes, he couldn't help but blush when he saw the two old men's gazes. He shyly said, Two elders, don't stare at me like that. I'm not interested in men, especially old men." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the two old men suddenly fainted. Elders, are you all right? Even if I don't like you, don't take things too hard," Ling Xiao called out. The two old men crawled up from the ground, and the blue-robed old man laughed. "You're quite humorous, kid, but you broke the spirit-gathering pagoda's restriction. How are you going to settle this?" "Ugh, this is my fault," Ling Xiao innocently asked back. "If not you, then who is to blame?" The blue-robed old man narrowed his eyes. "Of course it's your two elders' fault," Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. The gray-robed old man asked with interest, "Why are you blaming us again? The spirit-gathering tower should have been guarded by the two of you, right? The restriction here should have been set up by the two of you, but look, the restriction you set up couldn't even withstand a single attack from me. Who else can I blame but you?" Ling Xiao splayed his hands open in response. The two old men's faces darkened when they heard this, but then they thought that this kid's words seemed to make some sense. Even a mid-stage king rank martial artist wouldn't be able to destroy the restriction they set up with a single attack, but this kid in front of them was able to directly blast a large hole in the spirit-gathering pagoda. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the restriction has been set up for too long? But is that even possible? Chapter 273. After Ling Xiao's coaxing, the two elders decided to let Ling Xiao off the hook for ruining the place. However, Ling Xiao knew that the two elders didn't have any ill intentions towards him. They were just curious and wanted to ask about his technique. Ling Xiao obviously couldn't reveal his trump card to them, so he could only confuse them. The two elders already had a certain understanding of Ling Xiao. They had already decided to let Ling Xiao stay in the Purple Sky sect no matter what, so they definitely wouldn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about this. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivating in the spirit-gathering tower was several times faster than cultivating in the outside world. 3 months of cultivation was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for more than a year. Not only did Ling Xiao break through to high-rank Soul Master, but he also used this time to completely consolidate his strength. At the same time, he also began to practice his control of spirit energy. Now he could feel the presence of spirit energy at any time, and at the same time, he could slightly condense spirit energy. However, the effects of his attacks weren't very strong. Ling Xiao knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. As his realm and strength increased, he would be able to completely control spirit energy and reach the king stage as soon as possible. During this time, Ling Xiao didn't dare to cultivate the three divine finger again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control it and really destroy the spirit-gathering tower. That would be a real sin. He wanted to come out of seclusion and return to Wood Flag Peak to continue cultivating. After closing, Ling Xiao walked out of the spirit-gathering tower. He didn't expect that there were already people waiting for him outside. It was Yu Laiyan, Shi Tianhou, and Chun Wenyu who gave the cultivation room to Ling Xiao. "Why aren't you guys going back?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao found that Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou had reached the peak of low-rank Soul Master, and Chun Wenyu had actually broken through to high-rank Soul Master. It seemed that this person's future achievements wouldn't be low. Yu Laiyan didn't care about other people's eyes. She put her arm around Ling Xiao's and said coyly, "Of course I'm waiting for you." Ling Xiao awkwardly wanted to pull his hand back, but when he felt the throbbing of her soft flesh, he let her do as she pleased. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that this girl really likes me? Before this, Ling Xiao and Yu Laiyan had always been flirtatious, but that was all because Yu Laiyan had used her charm to seduce him. Right now, he was not afraid of Yu Laiyan's seduction technique at all, but she was still clinging to him like this. That was why he had this idea. Shi Tianhou, who was at the side, looked at Ling Xiao in a daze and asked in astonishment, "Junior brother, how much has your cultivation improved? I find that you have become even more unfathomable." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, "I didn't improve much." Hearing Ling Xiao's answer, Shi Tianhou didn't pursue the matter any further. If he knew that Ling Xiao had advanced to the first level, but Ling Xiao said that he hadn't advanced much, Shi Tianhou would probably be so angry that he would smash his head against the wall. Ling Xiao turned to Chen Wenyu and said, "Senior brother Chen, is there anything else?" Chen Wenyu was his martial uncle Mu Un's proud disciple, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't neglect him. Moreover, he had given him the cultivation room. Chen Wenyu was a bit embarrassed and said, "Elder Ling, you can just call me by my name. Senior apprentice brother Chen, you're treating me like an outsider. Your master is my uncle master, and the two of us belong to the same sect. You calling me Elder Ling is too distant. You can call me Ling Xiao or junior apprentice brother like the others," said Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to trouble you. Junior brother Ling, I have something to ask of you." Chen Wenyu hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so easy to talk to. Moreover, he discovered that Ling Xiao was already a high-level soul master like him, so he felt even more respect for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao casually said, "Tell me about it. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to satisfy you." Chen Wenyu rubbed his hands and said nervously, "Junior brother, I want to ask you to help me refine a king pill." Chen Wenyu knew how precious a grade 4 pill was. He looked at Ling Xiao anxiously, afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't agree. Although Nangong Changle was a 4th-grade alchemist in the sect, the number of 4th-grade elixirs he could refine was limited. Most of them were elixirs used for healing. Moreover, he didn't have the recipes for the King Advancement Elixir or the King Advancement Elixir, so he didn't know how to refine them. This was also the reason why so many people had come to ask Ling Xiao to help them refine the King Entering Pill and the King Advancing Pill. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that the pill formulas recorded in the pill refining method would cause a bloodbath, no matter where it was placed on the continent. Hearing Chen Wenyu's words, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and said, "That's not a problem. When you reach the peak of the Spirit Master level, just have Martial Uncle bring me the spirit grass and beast cores needed for the pills." Chen Wenyu didn't think that Ling Xiao would agree so easily. He immediately said, gratefully, "Thank you, Junior Brother Ling. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't be so polite." Chen Wenyu once again responded politely and didn't pester Ling Xiao anymore. He quickly left the spirit gathering peak. Yu Laiyan gently shook Ling Xiao's arm and said, "Xiao, you have to help me refine the King Entering Pill." Now, Yu Laiyan even changed the way she addressed him. Ling Xiao felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He thought in his heart, "If this goes on, I'll push you down." Ling Xiao only thought about this in his heart. He never liked to force others. So he immediately said to Yu Laiyan, "We'll talk about it when you reach the peak of the Spirit Master level." "You said it. Don't go back on your word." Yu Laiyan smiled. Ling Xiao nodded, "Of course not." Then he said to Shi Tianhou, "Senior brother, you can find me when the time comes. I'll refine it for you. But you're still low-level spirit masters, so it'll take a long time." Shi Tianhou smiled. "Thank you, junior brother. I'll reach high-level spirit master as soon as possible. And, senior brother, timid is not bad. Good luck." Ling Xiao said encouragingly to Shi Tianhou, then took the opportunity to break free from Yu Lian's arm and quickly headed in the direction of Wooden Flag Peak. Although he really wanted to take Yu Laiyan in, he had just announced to Sect Master Yin Xiong that he was going to marry Yun Mingqi. If others found out that he and Yu Laiyan were to hook up, it wouldn't be good. Yu Laiyan angrily stomped the ground and cursed, "Damn you, I'll make you submit to me." With that, she floated away. Ling Xiao went all the way to Flagwood Peak. Everyone recognized Ling Xiao, and all the attendants and disciples respectfully bowed to him. Ling Xiao had a good feeling about this. He had finally obtained the sect's approval, and as long as he could surpass Yun Mingqi in terms of strength, his goal of joining the Purple Sky sect would be achieved. Ling Xiao went directly to Mu Huai's residence and saw him chatting happily with his Uncle Master Muin. "Shower, you've come out of seclusion. Oh, you've actually broken through to high-level spirit master." Muin was the first to praise. Muin and Mu Huai had both obtained the king advancement pill that Ling Xiao had refined. They had both broken through from mid-level king to high-level king, and their strength had increased by more than 10 times. "I was just lucky," Ling Xiao replied. He then said, looking at Master and Uncle Master's happy faces, "Something good must have happened to my flagwood peak." "Haha, isn't it all because of you, kid? Thanks to you, your Uncle Master and I have advanced a level. Now, our flagwood peak strength is above the other peaks," Mu Huai said with a carefree laugh. "Then congratulations, Master and Uncle Master." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Oh right, Master, do you have any zither music-related profound skills?" Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise and asked, "Why do you want to find zither music Xian skills?" Ling Xiao replied, "I want to give it to a friend of mine." Mu Huai softly said, "Oh." He then said, "Zither music Xian skills are not common. I don't have them here, but you can go to the sect's library pavilion to take a look." Library pavilion. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Muin explained from the side, "You are now an elder, so you can go in and out of the library pavilion at will. It contains the collections of our ancestors, so maybe there is a zither music Xian you need. So that's how it is. Then I will go to the library pavilion to take a look," Ling Xiao suddenly replied. "Don't be in such a hurry. Master still has something to tell you." Mu Huai stopped Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao heard Mu Huai's words, he was no longer in a hurry, so he sat down and waited for his master's instructions. "You are now a 4th grade alchemist, and the elders of the other peaks all want to ask you to refine the King Gene pill. They have already gathered a lot of spirit herbs during this period of time, and the sect master has already spoken. He hopes that you can help the other elders as much as possible. How about it?" Mu Huai asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "As long as they gather 2 sets of spirit herbs to refine the King Gene pill, it will naturally not be a problem." Previously, when the elders came to the meditation courtyard, Ling Xiao had already told them this. Mu Huai was a little embarrassed. You should know that level 4 spirit herbs are not that easy to find. The sect master hopes that you can lower your requirements a little. Can you gather a set of spirit herbs and refine it for them? Or can you write a copy of the pill formula for that old man Nangong and let him share the burden for you?" Ling Xiao sneered and replied, "Master, don't mention this in the future. If Elder Nangong wants the pill formula, he will have to come and beg me himself. However, even if he comes to beg me, I might not agree to give it to him. Also, I can't do the sect master's request. The spirit herbs needed for the King Gene pill must all be in 2 sets, or else I won't do it." Ling Xiao was already completely disappointed in Nangong Changle. So how could he write the pill formula for him? There was also the spirit herbs for the King Gene pill. Although his success rate was very high, he wanted an extra set of spirit herbs. That was the reward he needed. If there was no reward, who would he work for? Mu Huai smiled bitterly and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. Master, is there anything else? Otherwise, I'll go to the library pavilion first." Ling Xiao asked again. "Wait a moment, there's one more important thing I need to tell you." Mu Huai called out, then continued, "The sect oath assembly that happens once every 5 years will be here in a month. At that time, you will lead our Wood Flag Peak's disciples to battle." "Sect oath assembly?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. He didn't know about the sect's sect oath assembly before. Could be the sect's competition. Chapter 274. Through Mu Huai's explanation, Ling Xiao finally knew what the sect oath assembly meant. It turned out that the sect oath assembly was not as simple as a competition held by the sects, but a sect assembly held by all 36 sects in the Northwest. This assembly would be held in a place called a mysterious place in the Northwest. At that time, each sect would send dozens of participating disciples to go together. It was a relatively grand sect assembly. The assembly was mainly to display the future potential and strength of each sect. At the same time, they would strive to raise their sect's reputation in the assembly. In addition, there were unimaginable dangers and benefits. The specifics could only be explained clearly when they went to the assembly place. Mu Huai told Ling Xiao about this because he hoped that Ling Xiao would not be able to go anywhere in a short period of time to avoid wasting time. Ling Xiao had no interest in this assembly. Moreover, he still had to go to the southern barbaric land to find the Heaven Gu Divine Technique and the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. This matter could not be delayed. The priestess was waiting for him to save her life. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to refuse, but he heard Mu Huai say that there would be some opportunities in the mysterious place. If one was lucky, it could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's heart was moved for no reason. He was now a high-level spirit master. Although he already had the confidence to break through to the king stage in the near future, it was not something that could be done in a year or two. After all, the step from the spirit master to the king stage was a step to leap through the dragon's gate. It was a heavenly threshold for a cultivator's cultivation. As the saying goes, those below the king stage were ants. Only by reaching the king stage could one truly be considered a cultivator and have the opportunity to set foot on a higher peak. However, the main reason why Ling Xiao was so anxious to break through to the king stage was not because of Yun Mingqi, but because of the priestess. Why did he say so? Because Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to find the Heaven Gu Divine Technique. After all, even an expert like the high priest couldn't find the location of the Heaven Gu Divine Technique after searching for many years. Ling Xiao himself did not have much confidence. Therefore, he could only hope that he could improve his alchemy realm as soon as possible after breaking through to the king stage, and then refine the 5th grade medicinal pill Vitality Prolonging Pill. The Vitality Prolonging Pill could at least extend the priestess' lifespan by a year. Although there was less time, it was better than nothing. According to what Mu Huai said, it would take about half a year to participate in the sect oath assembly. Ling Xiao calculated the time and felt that it was still enough. So he decided to participate in this sect oath assembly. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could obtain another fortuitous encounter that would allow him to break through into the king rank. However, before the sect oath assembly, the sect would also hold a competition between the sect disciples. Because there were a lot of places to participate in the sect oath assembly, apart from the majority of the true disciples, the rest of the places were reserved for the inner disciples, which was equivalent to giving them a chance to gain experience. However, the sect pledging assembly this time was not simple. One could lose his life at any time. Therefore, Mu Huai hoped that Ling Xiao would be cautious and not be rash. If he didn't want to go, it was fine. After all, Ling Xiao was already a rank 4 alchemist. If Ling Xiao were to die in the conference, it would not be a small loss. In the entire Northwest, rank 4 alchemists could be counted on one's fingers, especially an alchemist like Ling Xiao, who possessed a high-quality pill recipe. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't shrink back because of some danger. He deeply understood the principle that fortune was sought amidst danger. His ability to become a high spirit master in such a short period of time could be said to be inseparable from his luck. After Mu Huai finished instructing him, Ling Xiao descended Wooden Flag Peak and headed straight for Violet Sky Peak. Violet Sky Peak was the peak that belonged to Sect Master Yin Xiong, and it was also the peak that Ling Xiao had competed in pill refinement with Sect Master Yin Xiong 3 months ago. Ling Xiao arrived before an extremely old and majestic hall. A solemn aura assaulted his face, and indescribable pressure descended upon his flat forehead. Ling Xiao was shaken by the pressure to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back, and he was extremely astounded in his heart. He'd never imagined that the Book Reserve Pavilion would actually have such a restriction set up. Ling Xiao suppressed his surging blood and sneered in his heart. "You want to intimidate me with a mere restriction? That's impossible." Ling Xiao was naturally a stubborn person. Now that he'd been shaken back a few steps by a flat forehead, how could he endure this? Moreover, he'd just broken through to High Spirit Master not too long ago and hadn't tasted the thrill of his strength increasing. How could his confidence be shaken here? Ling Xiao adjusted the spiritual power in his entire body and circulated the Vajra's 5 transformation technique at the same time. His entire body suffused with a noble golden color, and with a stern expression, he walked toward the door. Ling Xiao had just taken 2 steps when a powerful pressure flowed from his flat forehead. Ling Xiao only felt the surrounding spiritual qi pressing toward him. This was similar to the pressure produced by a king stage expert. An ordinary spirit master wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure. Even a king stage expert wouldn't have an easy time walking to the door. Ling Xiao's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and the muscles all over his body were pressed down to the point of being extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Vajra's 5 transformation techniques' 3rd transformation was complete. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have been injured by the pressure. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the 2 mysterious techniques in his body. His legs loosened quite a bit, and he immediately walked toward the door step by step. Ling Xiao was only a few steps away from the door, but when he finished walking, he was already covered in sweat, and his clothes were completely soaked. When he reached the door, Ling Xiao only felt his body loosen up, and he couldn't help but let out a light breath. He said to himself, "What's going on? I came to look for some books to read, but you won't let me in. If my strength was any weaker, then wouldn't I have been crushed to death?" Who knew that at this moment a hoarse voice would ring out, "If you were crushed to death, then you'd also deserve to die." "What who? Come out. You actually dare to curse this young master will." Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant, as if his tail had been stepped on. However, before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, an old man appeared beside Ling Xiao and faintly said, "What do you want?" Ling Xiao looked at the old man and immediately swallowed the words he wanted to say. Then he revealed a bright and beautiful smile and said, "Disciple Ling Xiao greets the elder. Just now, I wanted to say that this young master wants to see just which elder has such great power. Even his pressure is unbearable, that's all." If people who were familiar with Ling Xiao saw him change his expression so quickly, they would probably all be shocked. Was this the same Ling Xiao who had always been strong and unyielding? Ling Xiao was also very frustrated. He didn't think that this old man would be able to strike fear into his heart. On the surface, this old man looked like a pool of stagnant water with no aura or spirit power fluctuations. But Ling Xiao knew that he was definitely no less powerful than the 2 elders in the Spirit Gathering Pagoda. In fact, he might even be slightly more powerful. Now he finally knew that there were many hidden experts in the Purple Sky sect that he didn't know about, and these people must be the Purple Sky sect's elders from the previous generation. In order to not suffer, Ling Xiao could only quickly change his attitude. He thought to himself, "This young master respects the old and loves the young, so I won't bother with an old man like you. Which peak are you from? Don't you know that this is the sect's forbidden area?" The old man glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "This kid's Timbin is not bad, and his toughness is excellent. He can actually withstand the pressure of the restriction here." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "This disciple is from Wooden Flag Peak. Mu Huai Peak Lord is my master." He then took out his elder token. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao's token, and his old eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately waved his hand and said, "You can go in. You can read the first 3 floors as you like, but you are not allowed to take books out." Ling Xiao nodded and didn't stay any longer. He headed for the pavilion. The old man looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully and thought to himself, "This kid is the new 4th grade alchemist? What a silly boy. Couldn't he have taken out the token earlier to break the restriction? Does this kid have masochistic tendencies? But Timon is not bad. It seems that the sect is going to prosper soon." With that said, his figure flashed, and it was unknown where he went to hide. Ling Xiao walked into the book depository pavilion, and the smell of books assailed his nostrils. He saw rows of ancient scrolls on the bookshelves, neatly arranged. Looking at the scrolls here, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. Ling Xiao walked around, but found that the first floor was not filled with Xian Qi or Xian skills, but some books that recorded some secrets and legends of the Xianling continent. It just so happened that Ling Xiao needed to absorb more things so that he wouldn't wander around like a fool when he roamed the continent in the future. Ling Xiao temporarily forgot about the idea of looking for zither scores and randomly walked to a row of bookshelves and took out a scroll to read. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would spend 3 days and 3 nights reading the scrolls this time. He was completely immersed in the books and secrets collected here, as well as some of the rare and strange legends of this continent. At the same time, he finally understood the preciousness of the 2 great treasures in his sea of consciousness. Although he had heard some of the uses of the 2 great treasures from Lu Wang before, he really didn't fully understand the power of the 2 great treasures. Now that he looked through the relevant information, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly that he was extremely lucky to obtain the 2 great treasures. Because once a place with a rare pearl appeared, it would be a dangerous place. No low-level martial artist could go near it in the slightest. Even King Stage martial artists didn't dare to go near it rashly, and even Earth Monarch Stage experts couldn't obtain a rare pearl. Rare pearls were the crystallization of origin energy, and they already had the consciousness of making their own choices. Only suitable martial artists would have the opportunity to obtain their recognition. According to the records, 13 rare pearls had appeared in history, and the masters of these 13 treasures were all almighty existences of their generation. It was just that it was unknown whether these almighty existences were still alive in this world. And among the names of the rare pearls mentioned here, there was a record of the innate Yin Wind pearl. As for the blue demon fire pearl, there was no explanation. It could be seen that the blue demon fire pearl was the 14th rare pearl that had appeared in history. After looking at the introduction of the rare pearls, Ling Xiao made up his mind that in the future, he would spend more time communicating with the 2 great rare pearls so that they would forever be of use to him. After all, it was said here that once the owner of the rare pearl was no longer suitable for the rare pearl, they would still leave on their own. If that was the case, Ling Xiao couldn't find a place to cry even if he wanted to. It must be known that this rare pearl was the crystallization of origin energy, and it would also be a guarantee for whether he could set foot on the peak in the future. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't let the rare pearl leave. Just as Ling Xiao put away the scroll and headed to the 2nd floor, he suddenly discovered a page that deeply attracted him. Chapter 275. This page actually mentioned the records of the illusory demon. Ling Xiao calmed down and carefully read the contents of this page. He must have killed an illusory demon in the illusory valley and collected the illusory demon's green eyes and demon crystal. He had always wanted to understand the uses of these 2 things, but when he was in the clan, he had looked up many books, but none of them mentioned the uses of the illusory demon. There wasn't even a few rough introductions. The illusory demon might only be a tier 2 spirit beast, but could cause humans or high-grade fays with a soul to produce illusions, causing them to be bewitched by it. They wouldn't even know what happened when they were killed by it. This was also why the illusory demon was so terrifying. After a while, Ling Xiao closed the book and put it back in its original place. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure, Ling Xiao said with an excited smile. He already knew the true uses of the illusory demon's eyes and demon crystal. He really didn't think that a tier 2 illusory demon's eyes and demon crystal could be considered treasures. They might not be as precious as the 2 strange pearls, but they also had their own unique points. Especially the demon crystal. It had an immeasurable use to Ling Xiao. First, the use of the illusory demon's green eyes could be used as a medicinal catalyst to refine a type of illusion-breaking potion. This potion could be applied to anyone's eyes and could break all illusions. This effect didn't seem to be much, but if those high-grade martial artists knew about it, they would think of ways to get a bottle. This thing might not have much use in the eyes of ordinary people, but to high-grade martial artists, it was very useful. On this continent, there were some hidden places that people didn't know about called mystic realms. Mystic realms could be said to be the place where experts passed away. Those places were generally left behind by experts with their lifetime savings or treasures. And these treasures were the dreams of any martial artist. Those places were generally filled with mysteries and dangers. Among these mysteries and dangers, the most troublesome were the illusions that were set up inside. Not only could the illusions cause people to lose their minds, but they could also cause people to go crazy and harm themselves to death. Unless that person could break through the illusion, they wouldn't know what was going on until they died. Therefore, the hallucinogen dispelling potion was a rare supplementary potion for powerhouses. With it, entering the mystic realm would be less dangerous. Ling Xiao also felt that it was not a bad idea to refine the hallucination dispelling potion. After all, it was better to prepare a little of it, in case he encountered an illusory demon or if his luck improved greatly. He might be able to use it when he entered the secret realm. However, with the illusory demon's demon crystal, the effects of this hallucination dispelling potion seemed to be insufficient. This was because this demon crystal could be absorbed into his spiritual sea. Apart from expanding his spiritual sea, it could also strengthen his spiritual sea and prevent him from being confused. At the same time, it could also give him the powerful ability to see through illusions. The only pity was that he couldn't make others hallucinate like the illusory demon. Otherwise, it would be even more awesome. However, Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this. Ling Xiao collected his excitement and strode up to the second floor. The number of books on the second floor was obviously a lot less than the first floor, but the number was still astonishing. Ling Xiao casually swept through these bookshelves and was surprised to find that they were all profound arts or profound skills. There was only a row of gray level cultivation techniques, and the rest were mostly yellow level cultivation techniques. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't put these two kinds of low-level cultivation techniques in his eyes. After walking around, he found that there were no cyan-level cultivation techniques here, so he went up to the first floor. The third floor was indeed full of cyan-level cultivation techniques. Looking at the hundreds of cyan-level cultivation techniques in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. One must know that in the meteorite heaven, only the original 3 great families each had a cyan-level cultivation technique as a family treasure. However, there were so many in the Purple Sky sect. The sect's heritage was indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to look for the zither music he needed. Unfortunately, after looking around for a long time, he still didn't find any profound skills with zither music. Instead, he found 2 Xiao music books and a Pipa music book. These didn't seem to be very useful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. Since he was here, Ling Xiao did not plan to return empty-handed. Thus, he sat down and chose a few high-level cyan-level profound arts and memorized them in his heart. Although he couldn't use these profound skills, he could still copy them down when he returned to the clan in the future. It would also be convenient for his own clan members to become stronger. This could also be considered a little something he did for his family. After all, the Ling family was still under his grandfather's control, and making the Ling family stronger had always been his grandfather's goal. Ling Xiao stayed in the book depository for a total of 7 days. These 7 days could be considered to have some gains, and Ling Xiao felt that this trip was not in vain. However, he still couldn't find the zither music, which made him feel somewhat regretful. Since he couldn't find it, he had no choice but to return to the cultivation courtyard. However, not long after he walked to the book depository, an inner sect deacon came to greet Ling Xiao and bowed. "Elder Ling, the sect master invites you over." "Oh, all right." Ling Xiao didn't expect that Yin Xiong would personally summon him, which surprised him a little. However, it was also a good choice to meet his future father-in-law now. Very quickly, Ling Xiao arrived at the main hall of the sect. He saw Yin Xiong sitting on the main seat with a slightly happy expression. Ling Xiao respectfully bowed to Yin Xiong and said, Ling Xiao greets the sect master. Yun Xiong lightly waved his hand, indicating for Ling Xiao to dispense with the formalities, and then asked in surprise, "Elder Ling, you broke through again?" Ling Xiao humbly said, "I broke through by luck." Yun Xiong was speechless. This was called luck. When Ling Xiao first came to the Purple Sky sect, he was only a high-level profound scholar, right? At that time, Ling Xiao had multiple attributes, and the purity of the attributes was frighteningly high, causing the peak lords of the various peaks to want to snatch Ling Xiao as their disciple. However, Ling Xiao revealed his identity as an alchemist, and in the end, he even chose Nangong Changle as his master, so he had a very deep impression of Ling Xiao. Now, that Ling Xiao had entered the sect for less than 2 years. He had finally broken through from a high-level profound scholar to a high-level spirit master. This speed seemed to be too monstrous. Even his daughter, Yin Mengqi, if she didn't have the inheritance of an Earth Emperor stage expert, she probably wouldn't be able to cultivate as fast as Ling Xiao. This was too monstrous. Yun Xiong was finally sure that this Ling Xiao was truly a genius. Not only was his cultivation tenbin shockingly high, his alchemy tenbin was even higher to the point that it made people speechless. Thinking of this, he felt that Ling Xiao and his daughter were somewhat compatible. Now that his daughter was already at the peak of the low-level king stage, he believed that in less than a year, she would be able to advance another step. As for Ling Xiao, as a 4th-grade alchemist, he could also refine King Jindan. Just based on these 2 points, he was not inferior to his daughter. Moreover, Ling Xiao was about the same age as his daughter, and his appearance and conduct were also not bad. Ling Xiao was a little scared when he was stared at by Yun Xiong, but since the sect leader didn't say anything, he didn't dare to take the risk of saying anything. In his heart, he thought, could it be that the sect leader is made of glass? If Yun Xiong heard what Ling Xiao was thinking, he would probably vomit blood and die from anger. A dignified leader of an 8th-grade sect was actually thought of as glass by someone else. How could this be endured? After a long while, Yun Xiong finally recovered from his thoughts and said, "Elder Ling, please sit." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down on the seat beside him. "I wonder why the sect leader is looking for Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao asked. "Elder Mu should have mentioned this to you before. It's about the matter of refining the King Jindan for the various elders. I wonder what you think about it?" Yun Xiong asked. When Ling Xiao heard Yun Xiong's question, he immediately remembered what was going on. Previously, Mu Huai had mentioned it to him. He wanted Ling Xiao to lower the requirements for refining the King Jindan for the elders, and he hoped that Ling Xiao would give the King Jindan's pill formula to Nangong Changle, in the name of sharing his burden. Ling Xiao shook his head and replied, "Sect leader, Ling Xiao really can't back down on this matter. I know this matter is a bit difficult, but you should think about the sect. The spirit herbs for each King Jindan are extremely rare and precious. If you want them to gather 2 sets to refine it, the difficulty will not be small." Yun Xiong sighed lightly. Right now, he didn't dare to use the sect leader's authority to order Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had been specially taken care of by the 2 elders from the previous generation. If Ling Xiao had any requests, he would try his best to satisfy them. Even if he had to use a honey trap in the end, he had to make sure that Ling Xiao would stay in the Purple Sky sect forever. "Sect leader, you should know that there is no 100% success rate in refining any pill. I'm already being very conservative by asking them to prepare 2 sets. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Elder Nangong." Ling Xiao replied indifferently. In truth, he really did have a 100% success rate, but he definitely couldn't be a spendthrift. If he didn't earn some money, how could he be worthy of his painstaking efforts in refining pills? "All right, since you put it that way, I won't force you." Yun Xiong nodded and then changed the topic. "When did Elder Ling meet Meng Qi?" Ling Xiao hadn't expected Yun Xiong to ask about such a private matter. After hesitating for a moment, he roughly told Yun Xiong about the dangerous encounter in the desolate mountain range. "So that's how it is." Yun Xiong suddenly understood after hearing Ling Xiao's story. Then he said, Could it be that Meng Qi is willing to give you a chance? It seems she has long since fallen in love with you. Since that's the case, I won't call you Elderling in the future. I'll just call you by your name. You won't mind, right? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately nodded. Of course. Yin Xiong's words couldn't be more obvious. He had already admitted that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to be a match for his daughter. How could Ling Xiao not be happy? As long as his strength surpassed Yun Meng Qi's one day, Yin Xiong wouldn't interfere in their matters. That's good. That's right. Has Ling Xiao heard of the King's Zenith Pill? Yin Xiong probed. Ling Xiao paused for a moment before nodding his head. I've heard of it. Then do you have a way to refine it? Yin Xiong hurriedly asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. The King's Zenith Pill is a top-tier 4th-tier pill. It's comparable to some low-tier 5th-tier pills. It's much more complicated and difficult to refine than the King Gene Pill. Before I step into the King level, I won't be able to refine it. Yun Xiong revealed a regretful expression and immediately said, Then do you have the pill formula? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Even if he had the pill formula, he couldn't admit it because he knew what Yin Xiong was planning. In reality, not only did he have the pill formula, he even had the King's Zenith Pill. However, he wasn't willing to reveal it until the very end. These were all trump cards that he wouldn't reveal unless he had no other choice. Chapter 276. Ling Xiao chatted with Yun Xiong for more than an hour before returning to his courtyard. However, as soon as he returned to his courtyard, someone was waiting for him, and it seemed like he had been waiting for quite some time. When a man saw Ling Bai, he immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Ling, Chief Steward Xing. There's no need to be so formal. You could just call me by my name, Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. The person who had come was the inner court deacon, Chief Steward Xing Zhantian. Xing Zhantian immediately said, I don't dare. The hierarchy in the Purple Sky sect was relatively strict, and as an inner court deacon, he didn't dare to act rashly. Chief Steward Xing, have you gathered the spirit herbs for the king entering pill? Ling Xiao asked. Previously, he had promised Xing Zhantian to help him refine a king entering pill, and now that 3 months had passed, Ling Xiao believed that Xing Zhantian should have already gathered the spirit herbs. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao said, Xing Zhantian took out a lot of spirit herbs from his spatial ring and placed them in front of Ling Xiao. There seemed to be a lot of spirit herbs in front of him, but in Ling Xiao's opinion, he was still missing 1 or 2 main ingredients. Chief Steward Xing, is there something missing? Ling Xiao didn't speak too directly. Xing Zhantian smiled awkwardly and said, I'm still missing a golden tongue orchid and a 6-star flower. These 2 are high-grade 4th-tier spirit herbs. They're really hard to find. Does Elder Ling have any other spirit herbs to replace them? In the past 3 months, Xing Zhantian had rummaged through the Purple Heaven sect and Purple Heaven City. He had also ordered others to help him search for spirit grasses. With great difficulty, he had gathered most of the spirit grasses, but he was still missing 2 main spirit grasses. This made him very anxious, so he could only come to Ling Xiao's place to inquire about the situation. He had to be crazy about stepping into the king entering pill realm. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao went to participate in the sect oath assembly, he didn't know when he would be able to refine pills for him. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, How about this? I'll accept your spirit herbs first. I'll go ask my master if he has them. If he does, I'll help you refine them as soon as possible. Xing Zhantian was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Ling. You don't have to be so polite. I don't even know if my master has any, Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, Supervisor Xing, do you have any Xian skills like zither scores? No. Elder Ling is also proficient in the zither. Xing Zhantian shook his head and asked, No, I'm looking for it for a friend. Since you don't have it, it's fine, Ling Xiao replied. If Elder Ling really wants it, I have an idea, Xing Zhantian suggested. Tell me about it. Elder Ling only needs to send out the news that whoever has the Zither score Xian skill will refine a medicinal pill for that person. I'm sure that there will definitely be a reward, Xing Zhantian explained. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and felt that Xing Zhantian's idea was not bad. As such, he instructed Xing Zhantian to spread the news. At the same time, he agreed to help Xing Zhantian refine the king-ruining pill as soon as possible. Only then did Xing Zhantian happily leave Ling Xiao's courtyard. In actuality, Ling Xiao did have the 2 spirit herbs that Xing Zhantian lacked, but he could not let Xing Zhantian know about it. Otherwise, if the news were spread, everyone would think that he was extremely wealthy. The spatial ring that the high priest had given him was not just a small amount of spirit herbs and beast cores. It was not much different from the spatial ring that he had obtained in the secret realm. After sending Xing Zhantian away, Ling Xiao returned to his room and instructed the maidservants to wash him up and change his clothes. Ling Xiao had always liked to be clean, and his body had long since become uncomfortable after being in seclusion for so long. After washing up, Ling Xiao did not think of anything else and simply dove into his room to sleep. When a new day arrived, Ling Xiao began to help Xing Zhantian refine the king-ruining pill. The king-ruining pill was considered a mid-tier pill among 4th-grade pills, and it was not easy to refine. If not for the help of the obsidian cauldron, Ling Xiao would not have been able to refine it so easily, let alone the king-ruining pill. Ling Xiao did not leave his room for 3 days in a row as he focused on refining the king-ruining pill. He was not only refining them for Xing Zhantian, but also refining a few more so that when he returned to the family in the future, his grandfather or the other elders would be able to break through to the king stage. This way, it would not be difficult for the Ling family to continue dominating Meteor City. When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, there were a few unexpected guests in his courtyard. Ling Xiao had just walked out of his room when a maidservant respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Greetings, elder. Someone is looking for you in the guest hall. Let them wait for a moment. I'll go over after bathing and changing my clothes," Ling Xiao replied with a nod. This wasn't because Ling Xiao was putting on airs, but because he had been refining pills for the past few days and looked extremely sloppy. There was even a sour smell of medicine on his body. How could he meet a guest in this state? An hour later, Ling Xiao's entire body looked brand new. He was wearing a set of black martial robes that made his tall and slender figure look even more dignified. He looked extraordinarily handsome and high-spirited. Ling Xiao flicked his ink-black hair and took light steps into the hall. When he arrived in the hall, Ling Xiao was a bit dumbfounded. He wondered if his senses were playing tricks on him. Why were there so many beauties here? Ling Xiao foolishly rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Could this be an illusion? Haha, junior brother, you're so silly that it's cute." Yu Lian twisted her slender waist and walked over to Ling Xiao's side. At the same time, she wrapped a hand around Ling Xiao's arm and used her breast to rub against him a few times. Looking at Yu Lian's flirtatious eyes and feeling her soft breasts, Ling Xiao almost fell into her trap. How shameless! An icy woman sitting not far away coldly snorted. This woman was none other than Bing Ruoxue. Aside from Bing Ruoxue, there was actually another beautiful woman. It was the Jade Spring Pavilion's Wenkidi. Ling Xiao really hadn't expected that they would all come looking for him. In his heart, he thought, it's also a sin to be too handsome. Yu Lian didn't get angry and instead smiled. "Junior sister, is it wrong for others to like you?" He's my man. You can't like him." Bing Ruoxue stood up and said coldly. Then she walked over to Ling Xiao's other side like Yu Lian and hugged his other arm. Bing Ruoxue's breasts weren't as voluptuous as Yu Lian's, but they were still voluptuous. That made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. At this moment, when Kidi, who was sitting, rolled her pretty eyes and threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. She shyly said, "Brother Xiao, I miss you so much. You haven't come to see me for so long." Puff! Ling Xiao nearly spat out blood. Yu Lian and Bing Ruoxue were twisting around Ling Xiao's waist, staring at Ling Xiao. They seemed to be very angry. Ling Xiao felt so wronged. He felt like he couldn't enjoy such a great fortune. All right, can you all loosen up a bit? Although I'm very handsome, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. Otherwise, I won't be able to take it. Ling Xiao didn't move an inch. You are so shameless. Bing Ruoshui was the most embarrassed one, so she let go of Ling Xiao's arm. Yu Laiyan was still holding Ling Xiao's arm and said, "Of course your man is the most handsome. Otherwise, how can you like him?" "That's right. I like you too." Wen Qidi, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, agreed. Ling Xiao looked down at Wen Qidi and smiled. "If you like me, then let me kiss you first." Then Ling Xiao lowered his head and kissed Wen Qidi. When Kudai cried out in fear and immediately ran away. She just wanted to tease Ling Xiao, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to take it seriously. She was still a virgin. Although she was naughty, she wouldn't do anything out of line. Ling Xiao had naturally guessed this, so his words scared Wen Qidi back to her original form. Yu Laiyan smiled. Junior apprentice sister 1 is shy. How about junior apprentice brother kiss senior apprentice sister? After saying that, Yu Laiyan even puckered her sexy lips, which were filled with extreme temptation. Ling Xiao didn't dare to touch this thorny rose. He forced a smile and pulled his hand back. "Why did you come looking for me?" Ling Xiao's words caused the three women to reveal embarrassed expressions. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that these three women want to help me warm up my bed? Bing Roche hesitated for a moment before lightly saying, "I need a spirit-breaking pill." Someone spoke up, and someone else followed. Yu Laiyan also quickly said, "Junior apprentice brother, I also want a spirit-breaking pill." "Senior apprentice brother, I also want one." Wen Qidi also begged. Ling Xiao was speechless. It turned out that these three women had also come to ask for a pill. Ling Xiao shrugged. "If you need a spirit-breaking pill, you can go to Medicine Peak to refine it. I don't have that many spirit herbs for you to refine." Although Ling Xiao liked beautiful women, Yin Mengqi was in the sect, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Furthermore, he didn't have an abundance of third-grade spirit herbs, so he had to use them sparingly. In the future, he would need even more spirit herbs. "Are you going to refine it or not?" Bing Ruoshui coldly asked again. This time, Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to refuse. After all, Bing Ruoshui had given him a third-grade ice spirit pill in Fire Valley, and he still had to repay this favor. "I can help you refine one," Ling Xiao replied. "Junior apprentice brother, how can you be so biased? I also want one." Yu Laiyan was unwilling and once again hugged Ling Xiao's hand, constantly shaking it. Ling Xiao was squeezed by that soft flesh, and he helplessly replied, "Fine, I also want one." Wen Qidi was unwilling to be outdone and once again threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. "Good senior apprentice brother. I also want one. I also want one." Wen Qidi was the daughter of the Jade Spring Pavilion's pavilion master, so Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He sighed inwardly. It's hard to accept a beauty's kindness. "This is my good senior brother." After Wen Kudai finished acting coquettishly, she praised him and then retreated. Ling Xiao sighed. "You should know that using medicinal pills to break through won't be of much benefit to you in the future. Furthermore, you're already at the peak of the low level, and you're not far from breaking through to the middle level. Although medicinal pills could speed up a martial artist breakthrough, it would also weaken a martial artist's foundation, which would be detrimental to future breakthroughs. The sect Oath Assembly is about to begin. We don't have much time," Bing Ruoshui replied. Yu Laiyan and Wen Qidi both nodded, indicating that they had the same idea as Bing Ruoshui. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao finally understood why they were in such a rush to break through. It turned out that they were going for the sect Oath Assembly. It seemed that this sect Oath Assembly was going to cause a storm. Chapter 277. Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to help the three girls refine spirit-breaking pills. He was vexed. What a tiring life. He had just finished refining pills a few days ago, and now he had to refine pills again. His heart felt unbalanced. Yu Lian seemed to see Ling Zhao's helplessness. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ling Zhao's face. "Zhao, thank you. This is my first kiss." After saying that, Yu Lian's face turned bright red. Ling Zhao had been forcefully kissed by a woman in front of others. He immediately blushed. "Senior apprentice sister, you're too bad." Bing Ruoshui snorted. "You could be happy. I'll go back and tell senior apprentice sister Yin." When Kitty also interjected, "Senior apprentice sister Yin has always been a bit stingy. Senior apprentice brother, you have to be careful." Ling Zhao was speechless. It was just a kiss. Why did it sound so serious? "All right, you can all go back. Come back in 3 days." Ling Zhao changed the subject. If these 3 girls didn't leave, he would be tormented to death. If it weren't for Yin Mengqi, he would have reluctantly accepted all 3 of them. "Zhao, I'll cultivate here with you from today onwards," said Yu Lian. "What? How can I do that?" Ling Zhao hastily waved his hands. "If Yin Mengqi found out, it would be troublesome. I don't care. In any case, I've already returned my courtyard to the sect. Could it be that junior apprentice brother has the heart to make me have nowhere to go?" Yu Lian pretended to be sad and begged. Her tears seemed to be on the verge of flowing out. She looked very pitiful. "I've seen people snatch women, but this is the first time I've seen someone pay for it. How rare." Bing Ruoshui sneered from the side. "That's right. I like junior apprentice brother. What do you do about it? You're just like a block of ice. Who would like you?" Yu Lian retorted. "Who are you calling a block of ice?" Bing Ruoshui angrily asked. "I'm talking about you. Even a man wouldn't dare hug you to sleep. They're afraid they won't be able to lift you." Yu Lian increased her offensive. "Who's a fickle woman like you who likes every man you see?" Bing Ruoshui was so angry that she also began to curse back. "You dare insult me? I'll kill you." Yu Lian roared and immediately thrust his sword at Bing Ruoshui. On the surface, she might look like a slut, but in reality, she was still a virgin. Now that Bing Ruoshui had said that, she was immediately enraged. Bing Ruoshui was not one to be underestimated. An ice sword appeared in her hand, and an ice pillar sealed Yu Lian's fiery radiance. Ling Zhao let out a heavy sigh and shouted, "Enough! If you keep arguing, I'll punish you according to the family rules." At the same time, a powerful pressure was released. He was already a high-rank soul master, 2 ranks higher than Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui. Immediately, under Ling Zhao's pressure, the 2 women withdrew their swords. However, they continued to glare at one another. Senior brother, you are really bad. You actually want to take in senior sister Yu and senior sister Bing? You even want to punish them according to the family rules?" When Kitty snickered, "Shua!" Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui's faces both turned bright red. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the 2 of them fled from Ling Zhao's cultivation courtyard. "Haha! You 2 are embarrassed," when Kitty laughed. Ling Zhao bitterly smiled. "All right, junior sister one, you should go back as well. Otherwise, Elder One will be worried if he doesn't see you." In truth, Ling Zhao wasn't very interested in Winkiti. In his heart, he treated her like a little sister. After all, she was very mischievous. "I'm not going back. When I came out, I already told my mother that I was coming to play with you. She even told me to go back a bit later." When Kitty refused, Ling Zhao slapped his forehead and said, "I think it's better to forget it. I still have to refine the spirit-breaking pill for you." In truth, he didn't want to waste time with this girl. "I'm not. You said you were going to take me out of the city to play. How can a man go back on his word?" When Kitty said, "Didn't I say I was going to help you refine spirit breakthrough pills? How can I have time to play with you?" Ling Zhao said, "In any case, I don't care. I just want you to accompany me out. I'm always bored to death in the sect." When Kitty pouted and acted like a spoiled child, Ling Zhao couldn't be bothered with her. She wasn't anyone to him. He immediately turned and walked out of the hall. "Good senior brother, don't be like this." When Kitty became anxious, she lightly stamped her feet and hugged Ling Zhao's tiger body from behind. She then said in a low voice, "As long as you accompany me to play, I'm willing to share a husband with senior sister Yin." Her words were spoken in an extremely low voice, and her face was burning hot. According to reason, she and Ling Xiao had only met 2 or 3 times, so she shouldn't have any feelings for Ling Xiao. But that day, Ling Xiao had displayed his invincible might on the martial practice field, completely shocking everyone, including her. When Kitty was a young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love, she had a sense of worship towards experts, especially a handsome and capable man like Ling Xiao. Naturally, she would fall in love with him. Although she knew that Ling Xiao wanted Yun Mingqi, she didn't mind being his concubine. After all, Yun Mingqi was a king-level expert. Her strength and appearance were both above hers, and she didn't have the confidence to suppress Yun Mingqi in this aspect. Ling Xiao didn't expect Wen Qidi to be so bold and directly confess. This made him feel proud in his heart. This young master's charm isn't just for show. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Not now. Let's talk about it after I finish refining your spirit-breaking pill. In fact, Ling Xiao really wanted to leave the sect and go to the city to find Ji Beixin. It was just that he didn't want to bring Wen Qidi along. Moreover, he didn't have the heart to accept Wen Qidi. Although he was a bit arrogant and narcissistic, he didn't want to be with a girl he didn't have any feelings for. He secretly shouted in his heart, "Big brother isn't a casual person." If anyone else heard this, they would definitely say, "Then you're not a person who is casual." When Kitty pouted her sexy jade lips and lightly stomped her feet, she was very unwilling in her heart. A peerless beauty has already said so, yet you're still unwilling. Who cares? Ling Xiao pretended not to see Wen Qidi. After saying a few comforting words, he was about to find an excuse to leave. At this moment, an outer sect disciple came to report that there was someone outside who wanted to see him. Helpless, Ling Xiao had to return to the hall and wait for the visitor. The one who walked in was Xing Zhantian, and behind him was an old man in his 60s. After the two entered, they respectfully bowed to Ling Xiao. "Chief Xing, I was just about to look for you, and you came. It seems like you can't wait," Ling Xiao said with a light smile. When Xing Zhantian heard Ling Xiao's words, he was overjoyed and asked, "Elder Ling, you've helped me refine it?" Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. With a light wave of his hand, a pill shot towards Xing Zhantian. Xing Zhantian hurriedly caught it. After looking at the pill in his hand, his expression became extremely excited. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Many thanks to Elder Ling for helping me." Xing Zhantian was already half a step into the king stage. He wasn't even 50 years old yet, so he was relatively young. With his Tenbin status, he would sooner or later step into the king stage, and he was confident that he would be able to take that step. Unfortunately, he'd been injured by the king rank expert of the moon-worshipping sect, Wu Wei, during the battle at Blaze Gorge, and it had left a shadow in his heart that had shaken his confidence. If he wanted to step foot into the king rank again, he had to overcome this shadow and strengthen his conviction. Moreover, although it was only half a step from the king stage to the king stage, this half step had been a bottleneck for countless cultivators, making it difficult for them to ever reach the king stage. Thus, Xing Zhantian was extremely eager to obtain a king entering pill. Before this, he hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would be so kind as to agree to refine the king entering pill for him as long as he provided the spirit herbs needed to refine it. Later on, he lacked 2 fourth-grade spirit herbs, so he was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to help him. Now that the pill was in his hands, how could he not be excited? How could he not be grateful to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Chief Steward Xing, there's no need to be like this." Xing Zhantian stood up, and with a flash of his spatial ring, many things appeared in front of him. "Elder Ling, although these spirit herbs and profound crystals aren't enough to enter Elder Ling's eyes, I believe that you will have a use for them. Just consider them a small token of Zhantian's appreciation, and I hope that Elder Ling will accept them," Xing Zhantian said sincerely. Ling Xiao glanced at these things and saw that most of them were second-grade and third-grade spirit herbs, as well as several hundred pieces of low-grade profound crystals. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, he accepted all of Xing Zhantian's gifts. Spirit herbs and profound crystals were both good things that were commonly used. Although Ling Xiao had advanced to the 4th grade, he still needed low-grade spirit herbs to help him refine any high-grade pill. So these things were still very useful to him. The value of a single king pill was far more valuable than anything Xing Zhantian had offered, so he had no qualms accepting it. It was only at this moment that Ling Xiao noticed that the elder beside Xing Zhantian was staring at the king pill in Xing Zhantian's hand and was constantly swallowing his saliva, as if he couldn't wait to snatch the pill and swallow it. This is... Ling Xiao looked at the old man and asked. The elder didn't wait for Xing Zhantian's introduction and immediately bowed respectfully. This lowly one, Yu Sangjiang, greets Elder Ling. Although the elder was older than Ling Xiao was a sect elder and a 4th grade alchemist. Ling Xiao's status was much higher than his, and the elder didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority. Xing Zhantian followed up with an introduction. Elder Ling, Deacon Yu has a zither score that you need, so I brought him here to see you. Xing Zhantian had unknowingly changed the way he addressed Ling Xiao from you to sir, showing just how much respect he had for Ling Xiao. So it's Deacon Yu. Do you really have a zither score? Ling Xiao asked happily. Yu Sangjiang didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took out 2 items from his spatial ring. These 2 items were an ancient servant scroll and a zither. This zither score and zither were obtained by this lowly one a long time ago. I hope that Elder Ling will take a liking to them, Yu Sangjiang said as he presented the items in his hand to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao carefully accepted the zither score and zither. Ling Xiao first flipped through the zither score, and his eyes couldn't help but burn with passion. It's actually a green tier zither score. In the Purple Sky sect, most of the cultivation techniques and profound skills were yellow and blue tier, but there weren't many green tier cultivation techniques and profound skills. But what Ling Xiao was holding was actually a green tier zither score. How could this not make him happy? This lowly one isn't skilled in the zither Dao. If Elder Ling takes a liking to it, then I will gift it to Elder Ling. I hope that Elder Ling will accept it. Yu Sangjiang saw that Ling Xiao liked it and immediately seized the opportunity to curry favor with him. Chapter 278. Ling Xiao didn't immediately reply to Yu Sangjiang's question. Instead, he looked at the zither. The body of the zither was dark red, and it would seem to be at least 1,000 years old. It should have been made from the trunk of an ancient tree that was thousands of years old. The zither strings were pulled taut, and a few traces of white light could be faintly seen. It looked quite extraordinary. Ling Xiao gently caressed the zither, and a few clear and melodious sounds rang out. He then flipped the zither over and looked at the 3 ancient words Feng Qingying engraved on it. Good zither, good profound skill. I wonder if Deacon Yu can sell these 2 items to me? Ling Xiao asked Yu Sangjiang with satisfaction. Yu Sangjiang was overjoyed. If Elder Ling likes them, then I'll give them to you. As long as Elder Ling can also refine a king entering pill for this lowly one. But Elder Ling can rest assured, this lowly one will pay you separately. With that, Yu Sangjiang offered up his collection just like Xing Zhantian had done before. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Yu Sangjiang's collection and asked, what attribute does Deacon Yu have? This lowly one has the water attribute, Yu Sangjiang replied. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, Deacon Yu, since you don't need the zither and zither, then I'll accept them first. But don't worry, I won't take them for free. I'll definitely refine a water attribute king entering pill for you within 5 days. With that, Ling Xiao took out a few water attribute spirit herbs and a water attribute beast core from Yu Sangjiang's collection. Ling Xiao didn't have many water attribute spirit herbs, and he needed a lot of spirit herbs to refine a king entering pill. He didn't have enough spirit herbs to help Yu Sangjiang refine it, but he was confident that he could gather enough spirit herbs to refine a king entering pill for Yu Songjiang within 5 days. The main reason was that Yu Songjiang's zither and zither were worth Ling Xiao refining for him. After all, green rank profound skills were rare in the Northwest, and that ancient zither should not be an ordinary item. At the very least, it should be a profound artifact. If it was a martial artist who understood the way of a zither, then the value of these two items would definitely be lower than the king writes pellet. When Yu Songjiang heard Ling Xiao's words, he was overjoyed and thanked Ling Xiao. Many thanks to Elder Ling. Yu Songjiang really didn't expect that these two things of little value would make him earn so much. However, he didn't know how valuable the chicken ribs he thought were to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not continue chatting with Yu Songjiang and Xing Zhantian, immediately hinting for them to leave. Yu Songjiang and Xing Zhantian politely said that as long as Ling Xiao had something he needed them to do, they would definitely do it without hesitation. Then, the two of them left Ling Xiao's courtyard. Ling Xiao waited for the two of them to leave before turning his gaze to one Ku Dai who had been keeping her face hidden. Junior Apprentice 1, are you angry? Ling Xiao asked in a slow tone. One Ku Dai coldly snorted and ignored Ling Xiao. She had been cared for by others since she was young, and there was no lack of pursuers in the sect. But now that she had thrown herself at Ling Xiao, she felt very wronged. Ling Xiao walked to one Ku Dai's side and said, I originally wanted to ask you to go down a mountain with me, but since Junior Apprentice 1 is unwilling, then forget it. With that, Ling Xiao strode out of the door. You wait for me. When Kitty heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately turned from gloomy to sunny, following him. Junior Apprentice 1, are you angry with me? Ling Xiao asked, even though he already knew the answer. Who's your junior apprentice sister? I don't even know who's older. Call me senior sister. When Ku Dai said unwillingly, Ling Xiao could see that this girl was still angry, so he didn't mind and said, do you really want to go down a mountain with me? One Ku Dai anxiously looked at Ling Xiao, as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. You can go down a mountain with me, but when you come back, you must ask Pavilion Master 1 for something. Ling Xiao said seriously. When Ku Dai unhappily said, you think I want to go down with you? When Ku Dai felt extremely wronged. No matter what, she was a famous beauty in the sect. She just wanted to go play with Ling Xiao in the city, but Ling Xiao actually had ideas about her mother. She couldn't stand Ling Xiao any longer. With that, she briskly walked away from Ling Xiao, swearing in her heart that she never wanted to see him again. Ling Xiao knew that he had made a mistake, and his body flashed, catching up to one Ku Dai at an even faster speed. He grabbed her delicate hand and said, Junior Apprentice sister, listen to me first. When Ku Dai swung her hand and angrily said, let go of me, I don't want to talk to a big bastard like you. Looking at Wen Ku Dai's blushing face, Ling Xiao softly said, Junior Apprentice sister, you misunderstood. I want you to tell Elder Wen that I can help her refine a King Advancing Pill or a King Advancing Pill. However, I don't have enough spirit herbs, so I want you to tell me when you go back and see if she needs it. If she needs it, then tell her to prepare the spirit herbs, and I'll arrange it for her as soon as possible. The Jade Spring Pavilion was one of the 9 peaks, and the Pavilion Master, Wen Haiyan, was also a king-level powerhouse. He believed that she should have a lot of water attribute spirit herbs. So Ling Xiao planned to ask Wen Haiyan to help Yu Songjiang prepare the spirit herbs for the King Advancing Pill. This way, not only could he sell a favor to the Jade Spring Pavilion, but he could also fulfill his promise to Yu Songjiang. Although when Ku Dai was a bit mischievous, she also understood the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She asked with pleasant surprise, can you really refine a King Advancing Pill or a King Advancing Pill for our Jade Spring Pavilion? Of course, in addition to the Spirit Breaking Pill, if you want me to refine a King Entering Pill or a King Advancing Pill, you'll have to prepare 2 sets of Spirit Grass each. At the same time, you'll have to ask for additional remuneration, otherwise I won't even bother to refine them. But for your sake, I'll make an exception and only ask for 2 sets of Spirit Grass. No other remuneration. Go back and tell Elder One I believe she'll know what to do Ling Xiao nodded. One Kadai listened to Ling Xiao's words and felt extremely happy. All the unhappiness from a moment ago was thrown to the back of her mind, and she lightly tapped Ling Xiao's face, clapped her hands, and exclaimed, "Great! I'll go tell my mother right now. She will definitely be very happy." After saying that, she swiftly ran back in the direction of the Jade Spring Pavilion, even forgetting about the matter of asking Ling Xiao to accompany her to play. Ling Xiao touched his kissed face and murmured, "Does this count as a forced kiss?" An hour later, on the peak of the Jade Spring Pavilion, in the middle of a 1,000-year-old lake, a middle-aged woman was sitting on a lotus altar meditating. This middle-aged woman was dignified and graceful, giving off a kind of mature and beautiful feeling. Those who didn't know her would think that she was a woman in her early 40s, but in fact, she was almost 80 years old. Wen Haiyan was the youngest King Stage Peak lord among the elders of the 9 peaks, apart from sect master Yin Xiong. She had broken through to the King Stage at the age of 45 and had been taking jade pool grass for many years to slow down the aging of her youthful appearance, so she only looked like a middle-aged lady. "Mother Dyer is back." A cheerful voice interrupted her meditation. The one who had shouted was one Kudai, who had just returned from the meditation courtyard. When Haiyan opened her eyes and revealed a loving smile, "Say, you're back so soon? Didn't you accompany your senior brother Ling to play in the city?" Aya. When Kitty let out a strange cry, lightly patted her forehead and said, "I only cared about coming back to tell Mother the good news. I completely forgot about this matter." "Forget it. In any case, he doesn't really want to play with me." When Haiyan lightly jumped from the lotus altar and returned to the shore, looking at her daughter, she said, "What good news does Kadai have to tell Mother?" Therefore, when Haiyan told her mother exactly what Ling Xiao had told her, word for word, when Haiyan was overjoyed, saying, "Your senior brother Ling really said that?" "Of course it's true. He said that for my sake, he would only take 2 sets of spirit herbs and wouldn't ask for anything else. He promised to refine King Entering pills, or King Advancement pills, for our Jade Spring Pavilion as long as you have the spirit herbs. All right, he also gave me a spirit breaking pill," when Kudai said proudly. "That's great. That's great. I'll go and inform your martial uncles to prepare the spirit herbs," when Haiyan said in surprise. With these 2 precious pills, their Jade Spring Pavilion strength would definitely increase by a lot. Some time ago, she knew that Mu Huai, Mu En, and another elder on Wood Flag Peak had broken through to the next level at the same time. For a time, Wood Flag Peak had become the strongest of the 9 peaks. This made her feel both envious and jealous. Mu Huai had taken in a good disciple. Just as when Haiyan was about to go find them, she suddenly thought of something and turned to one Kudai, saying, "Kudai, you have to properly thank your senior brother Ling, okay? You can't show your willful temper anymore. If you have time, it's best to accompany your senior brother Ling more. This is a good choice for you." After when Kudai heard this, her face turned red, and she said, "Mother, what are you saying? I'm not going to accompany him." "Haha, all right. You have to fight for your own happiness. If you lose it, don't blame Mother for not reminding you," when Haiyan said with a smile. With that, she quickly disappeared. Only when Kudai remained in place, muttering, "It's not that I don't want to accompany him. It's that he doesn't want me to accompany him." One Kudai recalled the scene of Yulai Yin and Bing Ruoshui fighting over Ling Xiao, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority in her heart. After a long while, her beautiful eyes blossomed with an unprecedented firmness. She then blew her fist and muttered to herself, "I, one Kudai, am an invincible beauty. It's easy for me to capture that block of wood's heart. Just you wait and see." Zetian City, City Lord's Mansion. G2 was not only the city lord of Zetian City, he had also been promoted to the intersect deacon. He was in a good mood, especially recently. His granddaughter had unknowingly become a high-level profound practitioner, which was simply inconceivable. However, when he thought about the abilities of his granddaughter's man, who was also his grandson-in-law, he felt relieved. G2 never thought that his grandson-in-law would actually become the youngest elder in the sect, and he was even a grade for alchemist. This news almost caused him to faint. Fortunately, his granddaughter didn't marry anyone else back then. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it now. At this time, an outer sect disciple interrupted his thoughts and said, "Lord, there's someone outside who claims to be Ling Xiao who wishes to see you. Quickly invite him in." G2 immediately ordered, and in the next moment he said no. It's better for this old man to personally welcome him. With that, he had already rushed out of the room. The outer sect disciple thought doubtfully, what is the identity of that young man? To actually have the Lord personally welcome him? Chapter 279. G2 swept away his usual dignified demeanor in the city lord's mansion and hurriedly walked to the door. When he saw Ling Xiao waiting in boredom, he immediately respectfully exclaimed, "Elder Ling, it's really G2's fault." After saying that, G2 bowed to Ling Xiao. The Purple Sky sect's hierarchy was very strict. Although G2 was an inner sect deacon and was quite old, he couldn't put on any airs in front of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a high and mighty elder in the sect. The two outer sect disciples guarding the door were even more shocked and opened their mouths wide. They really didn't expect that the young man in front of them, who was younger than them by 10 years, would actually be an elder. This time, they panicked and knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao, afraid that Ling Xiao would punish them for their previous discourtesy. Ling Xiao quickly grabbed G2's hand and said, "Elder 2, didn't you want to be rude to this kid? You also know about the matter between me and Exen. According to seniority, you are my grandfather. How can I let you bow to me? In the future, don't call me Elder Ling. It's still the same as before, otherwise you'll be treating me like an outsider." When G2 heard Ling Xiao's words, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. In the future, if the people in the sect knew that Ling Xiao was his grandson-in-law, who knew how many people would come to curry favor with him? Since that's the case, then you can call me grandfather like Xian. In any case, my family's Xian has already decided on you. This old man is deeply gratified to have a grandson-in-law like you, G2 said with great satisfaction. He didn't expect that after being promoted to an elder, Ling Xiao would still be as approachable as before. He didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance and thought to himself, "This child will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. Then thank you, grandfather, for your help. I will definitely treat Exen wholeheartedly." Ling Xiao replied happily. "All right, then let's go in together. Exen has been working hard these days. You can go and see her," G2 said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'll go see her later. I have something to give Grandpa." G2 wondered, could it be that the betrothal gifts are here? That's good as well. Let's give Xian a status so that we can talk in the future. The two came to the hall, and Ling Xiao asked, "Grandpa, you should have reached the peak of Spirit Master, right?" Ling Xiao was now a high-rank Soul Master. Since he could sense that G2's aura was a bit stronger than ordinary high-rank Soul Masters, he guessed that G2 should be at the peak of the Soul Master level. G2 nodded his head and replied, "That's right. I've already reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm. It's a pity that I haven't been able to break through that step." The Spirit Master King level was a huge threshold. If one passed it, they would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. If they couldn't, then they would forever be stuck outside of true experts. G2's Timbin wasn't bad, but he had been in charge of the city lord's position for many years, so he had a lot of trouble to deal with. Moreover, Ji Beixin's leg injury had always been a sore point for him, making it impossible for him to cultivate in peace. Now, he had gradually lost the drive he had in the past. He only wanted to see his granddaughter live happily, so he was satisfied. Ling Xiao took out a small bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to G Tuesday. "Grandpa, this King Rudiment pill is for you. It can increase your chances of breaking through to the king level by 50%. King. King Rudiment Pill? G2 suddenly stood up and exclaimed. The King Rudiment Pill was a 4th grade pill, so how could G2 not know its effects? He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be able to refine such a pill, but when he thought about how he could even refine the King Advancement Pill, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a pill that was 1 grade lower. Is this really for me? G2 asked excitedly. He couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. After all, the King Rudiment Pill was extremely valuable. If this pill was put up for auction, it was unknown how many people would fight over it. After all, this medicinal pill represented the birth of a king rank expert. Now, that Ling Xiao was actually going to give this King Rudiment Pill to him. How could G2 not be excited? Grandpa, I believe you already know my identity. Refining a King Rudiment Pill is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Please keep this pill safe and don't be in a hurry to take it. This is not a good place to suddenly take it, Ling Xiao said lightly. Good. Grandpa will listen to you. G2 nodded repeatedly, carefully putting away the pill. He hadn't expected that he would one day have the opportunity to step into the king level, so his heart was filled with excitement. The more he looked at Ling Xiao, the more satisfied he was. After saying a few more words to G2, Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with G2 and directly went to find Jibeixin. There was a beautiful pavilion in the center of the lotus pond, and a beautiful figure was constantly waving the flexible sword in her hand. Her movements seemed a bit jerky, and her steps were also extremely messy. She looked like a novice who had just started learning martial arts. The beautiful figure stepped onto the pavilion's lattice with 1 foot, intending to use the rebound force to stab back. Unexpectedly, the beautiful figure didn't control her strength well and jumped too high, causing her foot to fall out of the lattice. Outside the lattice was the lotus pond. The beautiful figure let out a cry of surprise and was about to fall into the lotus pond. At this time, a vigorous figure quickly rushed over from not too far away. The figure continuously tapped on the lotus leaves, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the beautiful figure had fallen. He grabbed the beautiful figure and once again returned to the pavilion, like a dragonfly on the water's surface. Who is it? Let go of me. The woman in his arms struggled and cried out. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and directly kissed the beauty in his arms. At first, the woman was a little panicked and struggled, but when she felt the familiar smell, she calmed down and instead hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, taking the initiative to welcome him. After a long while, the two separated. Excellent, you're so beautiful now, Ling Xiao praised as he looked at the beautiful person in his arms. Wasn't the person in Ling Xiao's arms G2's granddaughter, Jibeixin? Jibeixin's face was flushed red, and her fists kept pounding on Ling Xiao's chest, saying, "You're so bad, you actually laughed at me." Ling Xiao put Jibeixin down and said, "Excellent. Were you practicing your sword skills just now?" Hearing this, Jibeixin's expression darkened slightly. Laughing, am I so stupid I can't even practice the basic gray-level sword skill. Ever since the incident with Lu Dong, Jibeixin had vowed to properly cultivate her profound energy. She wanted to become stronger and not be a burden to Ling Xiao anymore. Unfortunately, although she was already a high-level profound practitioner, she didn't know anything about cultivating profound skills, and it was completely difficult for her to comprehend the main points. As a result, she still couldn't learn a simple sword skill even after 3 months of cultivation. This had something to do with her previous disability, but more importantly, she didn't like to wield her spear. Forcing herself to cultivate wouldn't have any effect at all. Her grandfather had also advised her to change to other whip skills, which might be more suitable for girls to cultivate, but she found that whip skills were even more difficult to master, so she had been reluctantly cultivating sword skills. Cultivation pays attention to tenbin, and it's the same for any profound skill. You don't have any tenbin for these things, so don't touch these sharp weapons in the future. They aren't suitable for you. Ling Xiao explained. Laugh. Am I really so useless? Ji Bei-shin said with a wronged expression. She had painstakingly cultivated for a few months, but was splashed with a bucket of cold water by Ling Xiao. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't blame Ling Xiao, but herself for being useless. Whoever dares to say that my little Exner is useless, I'll fight him to the death. Ling Xiao said angrily, then laughed. Actually, you don't have to rely on sharp weapons to protect yourself. There are also many strange cultivation methods that can invisibly take the head injury of others and protect yourself. Ling Xiao scratched Ji Bei-shin's nose and said, Are there really other cultivation methods? Ji Bei-shin asked curiously. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, Of course. For example, the lion's roar technique only needs to shout, and if it's light, it can cause tinnitus and dizziness. If it's heavy, it can cause one's ears to explode and die. Another example is the soul-absorbing technique, which can bewitch one's mind, causing one to be driven or directly order the opponent to commit suicide. The power is terrifying, and also, Ling Xiao gave several examples in succession, and Ji Bei-shin couldn't help but feel amazed. Xiao, do you really want such a magical cultivation method? Ji Bei-shin asked. Of course. Don't you believe me? Ling Xiao replied with certainty. Of course I believe you. Ji Bei-shin nodded her head heavily. She had blind faith in Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao said that there was a flying cow in the sky, she wouldn't doubt it. The reason she asked this was because she wanted to have the opportunity to cultivate the magical cultivation method Ling Xiao spoke of. This way, she would have the ability to protect herself in the future and wouldn't need to worry Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed lightly, and like magic, a guqin appeared in his hand. This was the wind shadow zither he had gotten from Yutsanjiang. When Ji Bei-shin saw the wind shadow zither, she was immediately attracted by its elegant appearance. What a beautiful zither! Ji Bei-shin exclaimed. She had been disabled since she was young, so she usually learned to play the zither to pass the time. Naturally, she had a soft spot for a good zither. Xian, come and play a song for me, Ling Xiao said to Ji Bei-shin as he placed the zither on the stone platform. He still remembered the first time he saw Ji Bei-shin. He was moved to tears by her zither music. Later on, whenever he had time to come to the city lord's mansion, he would let Ji Bei-shin play a song for him to relax. Ji Bei-shin's beautiful eyes flashed, and she immediately said with a smile, All right, let me try this zither. After saying that, Ji Bei-shin sat down for a bit. Her beautiful fingertips lightly plucked at the zither, producing a clear and melodious sound. Ji Bei-shin was overjoyed, and her hands began to move nonstop. For a time, the city lord's mansion was filled with the sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was like the cries of 100 birds, and also like the flowing water of a clear spring, causing people to be instantly enchanted. Ling Xiao, who was beside Ji Bei-shin, closed his tiger-like eyes and carefully listened to the celestial music that came from the heavens. His mood was refreshed, as if his state of mind had been cleansed in an instant, without the slightest bit of distracting thoughts. At the end of the song, Ling Xiao was still in a daze for a long time. Ji Bei-shin was happy to see that Ling Xiao liked it, so she also began to play a new song. After playing 3 songs in a row, Ling Xiao was never tired of listening to it. The servants in the mansion all revealed intoxicated expressions, and they were also deeply absorbed by Ji Bei-shin's zither music. After Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he took out the zither score from Yutsanjiang and said, Excellent. This is a zither score, and it can also be considered a zither skill. As long as you learn it, you don't need to wield a sword or a spear, and you can kill your enemies invisibly. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.